If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 252, Chapter 237. So this is Remnant. I didn't interrupt Skathik as she looked around. It was her first time on a world that was not an iteration of Earth or its connected realms. It was a new experience that I didn't want to erupt. I took us a little ways outside of a medium-sized town that was some distance away from Mistral. Honestly, I liked watching her expressions as she inspected every last detail. Finally, she tilted her head up and looked towards the sky. To actually see it. She muttered. Yeah, took me by surprise too. I walked next to her, eyeing that broken moon in the sky. Jin told me about her home, but this image really puts things into perspective. Skathik had a contemplative look on her face. I don't know if such a thing will ever become normal for me. Yet, the moon back in our home was significantly different in its existence. She eventually shook her head and looked away, seemingly content with have checked the surroundings. Do you have an agenda or did you just coming here to play around? She asked. Yeah, going to check up on some people I know. I nodded. So you were kind of vague about what you wanted. Anything I can help you with there? The offer is appreciated, but I just intend to wander around for a period. I was feeling wistful and wished to relieve the days I did this before I took over the land of shadows. Traveling the land, meeting strange people and equally strange creatures. Slaying monsters and all manner of villains. She smiled wistfully. Well, it seemed like she wanted to play around in her own way. I of course would never fault her, gods knew my other girls had their own me time, this was simply Skathika's own variation of it. You know enough about the place? I asked. I know the broad subjects that Jin discussed. She nodded. Monsters known as grim, magic is unknown. Your aura and such. She waved her hand. I believe I can make do with that as the remainder seemed similar to Kyoto. That's not untrue. I said thoughtfully. Yeah, you can probably bullshit enough. If anyone asks any questions you come from a remote village or some other nonsense, people don't really push. Let's see, any random things? She probably mentioned Faunus. I just shrugged, nothing else came to the top of my head. I guess you don't care for me to point you to anything in specific. Phew. No, I can handle such a thing. I was going to scry a direction to go and take to that. She smiled. Sounds interesting. I stroked my chin. You'll tell me of your adventure when you're done. Of course. She laughed. While I know of these grim creatures, I do not know the specific types of them. I am excited to see what foes await my spear. Oh. I perked up. I got some extra scrolls. I looked into my storage ring, pulling out the things I almost forgot about. The type of communication device used here. And I have some of the money they use lean. I took out a good chunk for her. It's nice to have my man take care of me. She happily accepted it all, putting it into her own storage bracelet. I'll always take care of you. I wrapped my hands around her from behind, pulling her closer. I snuck a few kisses on her neck as she giggled. Stop it, she playfully swatted at me. If you continue, I fear this soreness between my legs will only be further enhanced. You make it hard. I whispered. She took a moment and allowed herself to sink into my arms, accepting my touch. Are you sure you will wish to meet whatever target of your affection is here after you fuck me again? Ah, that bluntness of hers combined with her gentle tone, always cute. What do you mean target of my affection? I questioned her. She snorted, breaking from my arms. Don't take me for a fool. She lightly tugged at my cheek. I speak no words of displeasure, my student. However, you know what I expect from you. I grumbled, but accepted her words. All right, there is a woman here I've taken a bit of a fancy to. I haven't really committed to anything, and I wanted to see her again. Skadik nodded, pleased with my answer. Very well. She quickly kissed my cheek, flashing me a warm smile. I will set off then. Even if I know it's pointless to say, be safe. Phew, you are a silly boy. Her eyes softened considerably. Have fun. I offered as well. I planned to. She grinned. She gave me one last look before heading off, runes spinning around her fingers. As she chose a direction to go in. I hate to see her leave, but I love to see that ass go. The Grimlands were just as grimy as they were when I first came here. I hummed to myself as my swords floated around me, slicing up the more simple-minded Grim that didn't have the common sense to stay away. Just like last time, the smarter ones kept a healthy distance. There were even some variants I had never seen before. A large lobster-like one that had the legs of spider. That one in particular got burned until only ash remained. Otherwise, it was a peaceful little walk to Salem's castle. Following the towering spires that reached over the bleak forest in the distance. Almost like a nightmarish version of following the yellow brick road, as there was a path, albeit a bit worn out. Well, I am here to meet a witch as it were. As I approached, I made sure my clothing looked good. My tie was straightened, and no creases I could see after a quick look around. I contemplated wearing my hat, but dismissed it. It didn't feel like a hat moment. Luckily, I also had the foresight to get some flowers before I came. An idea after spending time with Izzy, and I saw that she enjoyed receiving them. There were a few more big Grim that guarded the castle proper, but even they cowered away. They didn't move, but the large bear-like nightmares clearly looked like they wanted to be anywhere else. I missed when things cowered in my presence. You don't know what you got until it's gone. Really, Drake? That's what you miss. Hey, don't judge me. I spend the majority of my time not even really existing in the outside world, since it usually takes a while for a new host to awaken me. And don't even get me started on the ones that don't or die extremely quickly while I'm still in the form of the twice critical. Hey, now I feel bad. I also miss eating. That's understandable. It's one of my biggest vices, one that I could pretty much indulge without any consequences due to my devil biology. Which brought up an interesting question on if my other biologies that were added also did something similar. I've gained some strange cravings from experiencing what you eat. It's not unpleasant though. Hey Drake, why don't we look for a way to free you? I felt bad that he was still trapped when he'd helped me so much. Really? Of course. Aren't you scared of losing my power? I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty damn strong, and I'm basically one of the most powerful weapons at your disposal. You said we were partners before. As your partner, shouldn't I try to help you? Yeah, it'd suck to lose the boosted gear, but if it meant you were free, I think it'd be worth it. Do whatever you want, brat. He grumbled before going silent. Well, it would be difficult. He existed as a soul-based form that was held together by the prison that was the boosted gear. But if I was confident in finding a way for me and Meridia to have children, I think this would be a simpler task. Off the top of my head, I could think of a few brute force methods that might achieve a result, but the consequences were unforeseeable. I think it'd be better to find a more surefire method. Well, it was something to think about later. For now, I focused on the dark castle I entered for the second time. Surprisingly, there was no one to greet me as I walked right inside. No Salem sitting on her throne, not wonderful legs to sneak glances at as she acted all haughty. It's unlikely she wasn't aware of my presence, so she must be preoccupied at the moment. Well, she gave me pretty much free rein to come and go, I may as well walk around. As soon as I resolved myself to do so, I saw a familiar figure float down the hallway. Squidward! I exclaimed, seeing the tentacle Grim that followed me around last time. It seemed to recognize me as well as it waved its tentacles in my direction. If it weren't a horrendous eldritch abomination, I may have even hugged it. It's like a nightmare version of a Pokemon. Where's Salem? I poked its squishy head. It waved its tentacles some more and I think it just told me to stay put and wait. It was a little confusing, but since it didn't make a movement to drag me anywhere, I think I guessed correctly. Well, how've you been, Squidward? It made some grim noises, so I guessed that's good? I've been pretty good too. I put my elbow on his squishy head, leaning on him for support. Had to deal with a stupid family issue not too long ago. My friend's idiot son did something stupid and I interfered there, almost caused a rift in our relationship. My Gramps got a girlfriend, or something. Still kind of vague there, but I think he's happier. It wiggled its tentacles some more, as if responding to me. Honestly, I don't know what kind of intelligence this Grim had, if any. I was mostly amusing myself by playing with it. I wondered if I could toss it up into the air like a ball. I contemplated that before the large doors to the door burst open. Several people stormed out with haste, only to stop in their tracks as they noticed me holding Squidward in a throwing motion. The flowers probably made it seem even more awkward. This isn't what it looks like, I stated. We're just talking. There were 2 men, 2 women. One of the women had black hair and wore a provocative red dress. The other had mint green hair with some kind of dagger submachine guns at her side. As for the 2 men, one had a very large braided ponytail and a maniac look in his eyes with some type of collection of blades around his wrists. The other had silver hair and looked amused by the whole ordeal. Liar! The braided-haired man declared. Only the goddess can talk to Grim. I blinked at that, and the others turned to him with a strange look on their faces. It's my semblance. Blasphemy! He howled, pointing at me. Damn it, Tyrion! Be quiet! The women in the red dress hissed before turning to me. How did you get here? She demanded to know. Well, there are these things called legs. I deadpanned. You put one foot in front of. She waved her hand, and some dust burst out, condensing into a flame that shot at my feet. I think it was supposed to be a method of intimidation as she looked smug at my sudden silence. Answer my question. Hey, aren't you that guy that took down a bullhead with a dildo? The silver-haired guy spoke up, though he was closer to a kid now that I got a look at him. Probably under 18 if I had to guess. Why, I straightened my collar. Yes, I did. I puffed up proudly. Can I get an autograph? Quiet, Mercury. The red-dressed woman growled and turned back to me. I know you. The Wilhelm that's wanted throughout Remnant. Now. How did you get here? Why are you here? And what are you doing to our goddess's poor subject? The ponytailed man looked aghast as he apparently realized what I was about to do to Squidward. I ignored the ponytailed one. He didn't seem quite as put together as the others. The truth is, I'm here to capture your queen. What are you? The woman in red was cut off. Heathen! The ponytailed man shrieked, his wrist gauntlets moving to overlay on his hands as he rushed towards me. Damn it, Tyrion! The red-clothed woman groaned before joining in as the other 2 also took out weapons and got into a combat stance. The man with the large braid had an interesting way of moving, staying low to the ground as he ducked and weaved, making his movements erratic. As I got a good look at his back, I also noticed a large scorpion's tail. He was a faunus, but an interesting species of one, which made me curious about them as a whole now. I wonder if I could pass my wings off as being a faunus? Yah! He let out a strange battle cry as he arms flung out, his wrist blade weapons a perfect combination for his hectic movements. Though, it was quite slow for the new me. I merely let go of Squidward, and stepped to the side. Tyrion's arms flung out, fully extended as he spun his body, diving to the ground, and flung them up. It was only a matter of weaving though his attacks and he never even touched my aura. The only time he got close was when I was surprised as his scorpion tail lashed out as well. He jumped back as some dust-based elemental attacks came flying my way, followed by an arrow let loose by the woman in the red dress. I ducked and slid to the side avoiding them. Glancing at her I noticed that the bow, arrows, and even portions of her dress appeared to be made from dust. How interesting! The silver-hair kid came rushing at me, legs lashing out as he let loose a barrage of kicks. With my free hand, I caught his leg, noticing the metallic and solid feeling under his pants. I then tossed him to the side. Just in time for the mint-haired girl to raise her guns and unload on me. I just sighed, and stood there. I let the bullets slam against my aura as I gave her a bored look. I raised my free hand, and flicked the air, creating a bullet of compressed air that slammed into her, taking her by surprise. Her aura flared to receive it, but it knocked her off her feet. Perhaps I had put too much power in it. It was just a simple application of telekinesis, but then again, I was much stronger than I was like a couple weeks ago. I caught an arrow in the air, and threw it back at the source. The ponytailed man leapt at me and I followed up by slamming my knee into his sternum, sending him sailing into the nearby wall. Emerald! Use your semblance! The red-dressed woman shouted. The mint-haired girl got up, and I was curious what her semblance was, so I didn't move. She looked at me, and appeared to be about to do something however. Enough! A voice carried over the room. Everyone stopped what they were doing to turn to its source. Salem stood in the doorway, arms crossed, sweeping her gaze around the room. Mistress! The crazy man stood up, almost diving to her feet. He dares to! She completely ignored him. You've come back. She was obviously addressing me. Well, how could I stay away from you? I gave her my most charming smile. Mistress! The red-dressed woman squeaked out in confusion. The other two looked surprised as well, but I didn't quite understand why. And you already begin with those kinds of words. Salem rolled her eyes, but I think I saw her lips curled up briefly. I got you flowers. I offered them up. She stepped forward with even strides, accepting them without any fanfare. She slowly brought them up to her nose and she gave them a quick smell. They are lovely I suppose. She looked pleased before adopting her neutral expression and glanced at the other people in the room. Should I be upset or pleased that you were able to keep these whole while my supposed elite subordinates attacked you? Mistress, the red-dressed woman tried to speak, but Salem cut her off again. Cinder, go fetch me a vase for these. But... a nice one. She reiterated, giving the woman a glare. Right away, mistress. The red-dressed woman whose name was apparently Cinder quickly rushed off to fulfill the request. You look very nice, did you decide to let your hair down permanently? I asked, admiring the look she was rocking. It flowed past her shoulders and was very cute. I decided it was time for a change. Do not presume to think you had any bearing on my decision. She sniffed. Now, if you would follow me, we would speak in better accommodations. She turned and began walking. Still don't know why these kids were looking at me so strange. Nor why that ponytailed guy looked like he was about to cry, but I didn't dwell on it. I would much rather stare at that ass that was in front of me. And I felt no shame in doing so, as I caught her looking over her shoulder, and she swayed it just a little bit more for me as we walked. Omega Azazel's Gender Bender Gun, Part 1. Hey, did anyone order a package? I held up the nondescript brown box that was sitting right outside the door. I swept my gaze around the room as all my girls were idly chatting or otherwise hanging out. Can anyone even deliver here? Jin asked. I think the barriers and such prevent almost everyone from approaching. So that's why my other orders never arrived. I whispered. Idiot student. Skadik poked my cheek. I do hope you noticed the subtle magical energy pulsing off it. I let out an indignant huff. I'm not blind. And you just brought it inside? Artoria asked. I'm curious about that as well. While not the same, we do have a procedure at my mansion about things like this. Yasaka added. Master, don't bring strange things inside. Reikao lightly chided. Do you all not have any faith in me? Of course I scanned it. There's nothing wrong even if it's a bit magical in nature. You have a track record of recklessness. Yasaka pointed out. I do not. Wilhelm. Artoria crossed her arms. Maybe a little. I acquiesced. But I checked. Well, open it then. I'm curious. Skathik demanded. Geez, no patience, woman. I set it down, tearing off the tape. It's a gun. I questioned, taking it out along with a pamphlet. Skathik took hold of the gun-like thing, inspecting it as I held the little booklet in my hand. Let's see, it's called Azazel's Gender Ben. A strange beam hit me, emanating from the gun in Skathika's hands. I felt strange, really strange. Like something important, something derived from my essence had shifted. I was somehow different, yet, my senses didn't pick up on any anomalies or foreign attacks. I looked down at my hands and paused. I paused, because something was blocking my vision. To be precise, it was two very large mounds of flesh that now were attached to my chest. What the hell? I blurted out, and stopped again. Because a very feminine, and admittedly sensual voice had replaced my previous one. I looked at the pamphlet in horror as I read the title fully and realized what happened. The others looked at me in complete shock as I hastily conjured a mirror. Perfectly unblemished skin. Long, beautiful red hair that went past my shoulders. A new jawline and cheekbones that extenuated my natural beauty. A very very large bosom. And to top it all off, some long legs that went on for days. I was too scared to look at my ass, because I knew it would also be damn near perfect. Dear Lord, I'm sexy. I looked up at everyone else who were still a bit dumbfounded. Well, all but Artoria. I looked at her and she stared at me intently. Artoria. I now understand many of your previous gestures and desires. She stated. Let it be known she licked her lips. I will have first. Pardon. I didn't get a chance to contemplate her words as she grabbed me and started dragging me upstairs towards the bedroom. I only heard more numbers being called out below as Artoria tossed me on the bed and slammed the door. It's time to fulfill your queenly duties. Artoria stared at me with a lustful gaze. Do not worry, I will be just as gentle with you as you were with me. And suddenly, I regret all the things I did to her but. Chapter 253, Chapter 238. Cinder Fall POV. Thank you, Cinder. You are dismissed. The Grim Queen dismissed me without a second thought as I quickly glanced at the man who was seated in front of her. I had taken slow steps to deliver this vase to her, and watched her carefully put those flowers inside of it. I watched the entire sequence, yet I still had no idea what the hell was going on. He barely spared me a glance, no, he was too focused making those eyes towards Salem. I almost fell over when I heard them speak. I expected an intense conversation, perhaps the reveal of some clandestine information. I would even have taken a mission update about one of her underlings that I didn't know about until now. But what I heard was flirting. The flowers may have been a giveaway, but I was still utterly astonished that someone got away with doing that with her, that it hadn't registered until now. I'd seen her casually dismiss the lives of entire villages, humans and faunus alike without batting an eye. I'd seen her power her magic change the very landscape with a flick of her wrist. Never have I seen Salem smile and giggle. I hastily made my retreat, not daring to overstay my welcome by the tone of her dismissal. Nor do I think my sanity could take being in there any longer. I quickly stepped out, closing the door quietly. I barely got a few feet away before I was bombarded with questions. Cinder, what's going on? My most faithful follower, Emerald, looked just as startled as I was. I had made sure to brief them on the nature of Salem before bringing them here several days ago. I hadn't intended to bring them here this quickly, but certain plans had fallen through and I was forced to improvise. Yo, boss lady! Mercury casually waved. Thought you said the scary grim lady would incinerate me if I did anything to annoy her. Should I just bring her flowers instead? Mercury. I growled. Keep your mouth shut unless you want that outcome. I'm just as in the dark as you all are. I hated to admit it, but I had questions myself. Cinder. A shriek sounded behind me. I could faintly sense something reaching for me as I spun around, grabbing the stray arm, and slammed the attached body against the wall. I had no doubt who it was. That annoying voice continued to haunt my dreams. Tyrion. I gritted my teeth. Try to touch me again, and you lose it. I scoffed, tossing him aside. Surprisingly, he didn't get crazy and try to taunt or attack me again. That was never a good sign, when such a fanatical lunatic becomes less predictable. No, the first worrying sign was how easily I incapacitated him. If he was more coherent, he could have easily escaped my haphazard grapple. I would never admit it, but he was strong and not someone I could take lightly as I am now. What did the goddess say? What's she talking about? He didn't seem at all flustered by my physical response. Instead, he just looked at me with a maniacal look in his eyes. The obsession he held for the Queen of the Grim. How am I supposed to know? I snorted. If you really want to know anything, go interrupt her flirting yourself. Would make me happy if he was reduced to a pile of ash. F flirting. Tyrion cried out. The goddess would never lower herself to do such a thing with a mortal like that. I crossed my arms. Believe me or don't. Frankly, I don't care, Tyrion. You wouldn't happen to have gotten his autograph, would you? Mercury looked amused by the whole thing. I was about to reprimand him, but I stopped. No, he seemed to know that man more than I. I was aware of his name, but not much else. Speak, Mercury. Who was that? Even Tyrion stopped in his whimpers and looked at the silver-haired boy in expectance. A pretty famous thief, I guess. He scratched his head. He was with that other thief Roman or something, and they robbed that mob boss lady in Mistral and the government got involved and it became a whole shit show. That was, I don't know, a month ago. There was a lot of talk about him online. Emerald quickly added. There's a video of him taking out a big sea Feilong in one attack. What? I growled towards the mint-haired girl. Why was I not informed of this? Sea Feilongs are no joke. Even a small one was something a trained team of huntsmen were needed to take down. Adding its water habitat and they're extremely tricky to fight. Why you were away when it happened and only came back like a week later? I thought you knew, it was everywhere. Emerald quickly cowered before my gaze. Humph, I guess that does line up to when I was on that mission for Salem. We were too far out in the wilderness to get a signal on our scrolls. If he was famous for a brief moment, I would have missed the window that it would be common knowledge. Yeah, it happened during the tournament. Mercury laughed. They tried to bury it under the news of the invincible girl winning again, setting a new record. They even tried to remove the footage of him participating, but it's already all over the internet. Again, I rarely paid attention to such trifling things. A tournament would not garner my attention unless something truly exceptional occurred. Some children's play fighting served me no purpose. He took down a bullhead with a dildo. And suddenly my thoughts came to a screeching halt. What? Wait, didn't he say something like that before? It's really funny. Dude just chucks this 4-foot-long dildo with a huge handle, like a javelin, and pierces right through the windshield, and smacks the pilot in the head, making him crash. I didn't know how to respond to that. Once I regained my wits, I realized that Tyrion had disappeared, off to do whatever it was in his free times. Probably worship the shrines of Salem he had in his closet. He said it's all over, so I should be able to research this a bit more in my own time. See Cinder. Emerald meekly spoke up. What? I snapped my head towards her. Are we still going after that Merlet guy? She asked. Crap. I forgot about that, we were too occupied by the intruder, or whatever he was. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Watts already said we were behind Atlas, at this point, it's too late. At least it wasn't a mission from Salem, otherwise I would have gone regardless. No, I was the one who brought it up after he became known. Atlas had never been good about keeping their secrets, well, secret. The mutant Grim popping up were hard to hide. Watts was able to hack into certain Atlas servers and get the confidential data on this Merlet person. Even Salem was mildly intrigued by his experiments on the Grim. I offered to go recruit him and she didn't deny me. Damn. It would have been a good way to improve my standing in her eyes. There's no point now, I said evenly, looking uncaring. It's not good to become flustered or lose composure in front of my subordinates. Go pull up any information on Merlet's previous appearances. Any strange Grim or that iconic green that appears on them. We'll see if we can find some sort of pattern to his lab locations. Well, he had several labs and he hadn't been caught yet. Chances were he'd show himself again and I'd have another chance. From the reports I read, he hasn't been present at those past bases that had been revealed or raided by Atlas upon their discovery. It would be beneficial to have Atlas do the heavy lifting for us. Let them find which hole that mad scientist was hiding before I swooped in ahead of them. He would be more responsive to an invitation if I saved his life. Who knows, I might even gain another loyal follower. At the very least, I need to get more information on this man that had the mistress's attention. Perhaps even speak to him if they separated at some point. If I can gain his favor, I may gain Salem's by association. Then I'd be one step closer to my goals. Wilhelm POV. I glanced at the red-dressed woman who just left, her name was Cinder, I believe. Do you stare at the rears of every woman who passes by? Salem tapped her finger on the table, raising an eyebrow as she noticed my glance. Actually, I was just curious about your subordinate. I denied. There's a difference between seeing and looking. Can you guess which one you fall under? I gave her a cheeky smile. I thought there was the slightly twitch at the corner of his lips where she stopped herself from smiling. She kept that neutral expression on her face as she seemed to be deep in thought. Regardless, it appears that they require more training. You had yet to use any magic in a meaningful way, yet they couldn't even land a hit. Well, their teamwork was non-existent, and I wouldn't exactly say it's a fair fight. I could have reacted the same while blindfolded, to be honest. I didn't want her subordinates to get in trouble just because I was playing around a little bit. Besides, I did use a tiny bit of magic. Humph. Salem seemed to digest what I said, quiet for a few moments before she spoke up again. Why have you come back? Why? I blinked at the question. Do I need a specific reason to come visit? I had time, and I wanted to come spend it with you. If the world knew my existence, and they heard you utter those words, you would be reviled by them all. She snorted. More so than you are now. I shrugged. I do what I want. As long as I have a clear conscience, I don't care what people think. How does that clear conscience involve the incident that took place before you originally invaded my castle? She raised an eyebrow. Does your clear conscience include the destruction and death you left in your wake? I pursed my lips at that. Admittedly, I did go a little crazy there. I let out a sigh. Honestly, I don't usually act like that. However, I only killed the gangsters that were trying to kill me. And for the large swatches of destruction, they were caused by other people. Who the fuck fired missiles in the middle of a city? Her lips quirked up slightly, revealing a very faint smile. It was amusing all the same. However, I am curious what compelled you to such actions. Well, I scratched my cheek. I've thought about it and realized, in hindsight, that I should have been a bit more composed. I let out a sigh, rubbing my eyes. If I had to speak of a reason for my actions, I suppose it goes back to my childhood. I didn't have any friends growing up, and I was usually all alone. Stepping out into the world, I guess I had an opportunity to just cut loose. Play around, get in trouble. I let out a chuckle. You can chalk it up to a youthful indiscretion. I made no excuses for how I acted, but thinking back, I never really had the chance to act out. I went straight into fighting, gathering power, then training with Skaduk. I never had the chance to just be young. Well, it was an experience I'm glad I got out of my system. Will I do things in the future that I would look back on and question myself for? Absolutely. However, I doubt those actions would be for such whimsical reasons again. Sorry, Mom, it wasn't drugs I got peer pressured into, it was a life of crime. Fucking hell, my mom would kick my ass if she found out what I did. It is my first time hearing of a youthful indiscretion that ended up with someone becoming a wanted man across Remnant. She quirked an eyebrow. I shudder to think what would happen if you escalated beyond mere trifling actions. Like trying to court the Queen of the Grim. I smirked. Are you? She questioned. Pardon? Trying to court me? She crossed her arms. Such words should not be spoken lightly. I believe I have shown many facets of myself to you. And I dare say, subtly has not been one of them. She just hummed, not reacting. It was a bit hard to get a read on her when she held herself back like that. Yes, I believe that you are unaware of what subtle even means. She drawled. Well, if I were more subtle, I don't think I would have come to meet you on a whim. And I'd never been able to see that beautiful smile of yours. The reaction I got, it did make me feel good. I could see the little twitches in her expression, where she forced herself to remain stoic. Flattery will get you nowhere, no matter how true it is. She sniffed haughtily. Though I will not dissuade you from further compliments. Well, if I continued down that road, I think we'd be here way too long. Are all men these days so bold? Salem looked the tiniest bit flustered. Who knows? I smiled good-humoredly. But I like to be blunt about my intentions. Oh, is that why you admitted to staring at my rear? She quirked an eyebrow. Tell me, what are your intentions there? I coughed awkwardly into my fist. I think that question best remained unanswered for now. So, nice weather we're having. She gave me a dry look before giggling. I am curious about one matter involving your escapades. Why have you gone into hiding? I find it unlikely that you truly fear these magic-less humans. It was an impressive display of power, how you destroyed one of my sea Feilongs. Such power could easily be used to bring those insects to heel. To what end? I retorted. That path leads to loneliness at the top of a throne. I neither want nor desire such a thing. Not to mention I have my own pride, Salem. I'm not going to just start killing swathes of soldiers and huntsmen just to prove a point. To kill people doing their jobs when I'm the one who's objectively in the wrong, would go against my clear conscience. I do make exceptions for certain elements like those gangsters from before. There was a strange look that flashed across her face. I think I may have hit a sore spot for her. I see. I will consider your words. Well, time to change the subject. Ignoring the dreary talk. How have you been? Have you read that book I gave you? She did perk up a little bit. It is an interesting piece of magical literature. She smiled. It took me many days to work out the theory and recreate a reasonable magical spell utilizing the principles it spoke of. Really? Only a few days. I was honestly surprised. I thought it would take a few weeks if I were honest. A lot of runecraft comes from understanding the meaning and intent behind each rune. Yes, it was an interesting direction from the magics I'm more used to. She casually tucked a little bit of hair behind her ear. There were some words I had trouble understanding. And even still, I am a little unsure of their meaning. Perhaps you would discuss the topic with me. Talk magic with a beautiful woman? Is that even a question? It has been woefully long since I have had a proper intelligent debate on the magical subjects. Salem looked happy as the topic was further discussed. Tell me, is that magic you revealed when you killed that sea fey long related to this magecraft you have shown me? Ha, no, it's a bit different. Technically, it's a magic passed down from my grandfather, which is a bit of a secret. Though, it's called the Kaleidoscope, feel free to guess on its true nature. I grinned. Humph, a challenge is it? I have lived longer than you can imagine, I will figure it out in no time. She matched my expression a little bit. A certain fieriness was now in her eyes that had been dulled before. There were words you in the book Od, Mana. I think I may have guessed their meanings based on clues, but I wish for a more thorough answer. Ah, that's an easy one. Od is the magical energy the body produces, and Mana is the magical energy the world produces. Yes, that seems to align with my own assumption. She tapped her chin. Are these the terms used by your people? She asked. I guess she was still assuming I was part of some hidden society of magic users in this world. And that wasn't technically wrong. More or less. I waved it off. There are some slight differences here or there, but they are the common and recognizable terms across many different schools of thought. And I'm a bit curious about your runecraft progress. Would it be remiss of me to ask for a demonstration? She raised her finger up, as if to draw a rune in the air, but halted. Perhaps inside is not the proper place for this. Well, we could always go for a stroll outside, find a nice place to show off a little bit. I offered. Are you asking this queen to go on a walk with you? She quirked an eyebrow. I do believe I was. Yes, I think that is a wonderful idea. She slowly stood up from her seat, walking towards the door. I began to follow her, but she stopped, turning towards me. Well, what? Are you going to offer your arm? She looked a little impatient. Oh, it seemed I forgot proper etiquette for a situation like this. She was a queen, I should remember that for the future. I held out my arm for her. Shall we go, Your Majesty? She took it a little hesitantly, though a small smile adorned her face. Indeed we shall. Scathing POV. It was a strange feeling to miss someone with this throb in my heart. It seemed to weigh even heavier on me with the soreness between my legs that accompanied such feelings. Once again, my student became my lover. However, it appeared this time, my lover was the man I shall spend my life with. I wished for some time to think about some things. To reminisce about my olden days during my life, before I became the queen of the land of shadows. I was immediately taken with this land that my harem sister Jin hailed from. This, remnant, this world with a broken moon that mirrored the nature of this place. Warriors who take up arms to defend the common folk from an onslaught of monsters. Yes, I believed I would quite enjoy this place even if I am more used to a higher level of strength. It would be pleasant. With one of those smaller wolf-like creatures impaled upon my spear, I hummed to myself as I walked through this strange forest. A flick removed the body for it to dissipate in my wake, joining its fellows behind me. I did my best thinking with my spear in hand. I had warned Wilhelm that I am a warrior, a woman who was brutish and sharp with both her actions and words. Yet, he accepted and tried to love on me all the same. It almost made me feel like a young maiden once more. Those wistful and fanciful thoughts on love and affection. These feelings that made my heart thump when I thought about the man who refused to be without me to the extent that he waged war against heroic spirits just to bring me back. I would be lying if I said that such actions did not move this old heart of mine. Perhaps it was the act of finally making love to him that made me this nostalgic and wanting some time to myself. And perhaps it was a good thing that he has other women, those who I can call sisters, to share his bed, as my womanhood still ached and he could have still continued after I wished to stop. That cocky brat, merely relying on his enhanced nature to persist. Well, he was not the worst I've ever had. If anything, I would call him acceptable. However, more training was certainly required on that front. What a pleasant turmoil that man had caused me! I did not wish to be around him for the moment, for I feared he would see this love-struck expression I found myself sinking into occasionally when his face appears in my mind. That blasted man who was able to charm this Skathik with that cursed smile of his. What a laughable woman I've turned into! I let out a sigh, throwing my spear and impaling another accursed creature to a tree. Since when have I ever allowed myself to act this way? I shook my head, recalling my spear. Wilhelm required a stern hand sometimes, so I shall take up that position. I would always be a gentle lap for him to rest upon, but I must also keep watch as his teacher, lest he turn into another mutt. I did not dwell on such things for now. I wished to have some fun. To experience the days of wandering and adventuring again. For that matter, I looked down at my hand. A small runic array fixed around the back of my hand, spinning and turning until it pointed in a specific direction. It was a simple array, one that played a small trick on fate, to curse myself with an interesting time. To direct me towards an interesting encounter I might have otherwise not been involved with. I had no bearing on what would happen, merely that people were involved in something dangerous. I would usually walk where the wind took me, but I only intended to be here for a few days. It didn't take long for the sounds of battle to reach me. I could hear in at the distance what sounded like a group of people fighting. However, my attention was shifted as trees were knocked over to the side. I turned to see a strange creature staring at me. I admitted to not being familiar with Grimm, merely their basic nature. The bone-like masks and protrusions that adorn their body, the black skin-line flesh that creates the false impression of true life. Some also have red tribal-like markings. However, it was my first time here of one of these Grimm bearing green markings. It looked similar to a bear, yet it stood on two legs. There were a plethora of bone-like spikes coming out from its body at all angles, which along with its mask and black skin highlighted its alien properties. Upon seeing me, it roared with a fury, a maniacal look in its false eyes. I know not what you are, but come if you wish to perish. I leveled my spear at this creature. I did not know if it understood my words, but took them as a challenge regardless and started charging at me with heavy steps. It swiped its massive claws towards me, cleaving the nearby foliage and pulling trees from the ground with the force. I leaned back, avoiding the blow, content to watch its movements for the time being. I was a little curious about this variation of Grimm, and I wished to understand its potential. It swiped at me several times and I stepped between each attack. It looked annoyed that it had yet to crush me below its claws, yet it seemed it could produce a different method of attack. Large wide swings that would cause the most damage were all it was capable of. After a few more attacks, I decided it was enough. As it swung its claw down at me once more, I stepped to the side, then slammed my foot down on its claw. The beast roared as its claw was broken, the spikes on its claw spikes shattering by the impact. I took that moment to leap up, swinging the butt of my spear down and collided it with the head of the beast. It hit the ground with a loud thump, cratering the earth with its fall. With a flick of my spear, I stabbed the creature through the head. While it possessed no true organs, it seemed that damage to the vital areas still produces a lethal result as it stopped moving entirely. However, I was surprised when its body did not dissipate like the others. I did not think much more of it as I was more interested in the continued sounds of fighting a little distance off. I gathered a little bit of magical energy into my feet and burst off towards the direction it was coming from. Heading west for several hundred meters, I came to a clearing where some people in uniforms were fighting off another of those green Grimm. This one differed slightly as it appeared to be in the shape of a man riding a horse, though the man portion looked to be combined with the horse portions. Truly there were strange sights to be had. I noticed there were a few bodies on the ground. The ones that remained standing looked to be faring poorly, but they did an admirable job of keeping the creature's attention away from their downed teammates. One woman in particular did quite a good job at combating it. However, I could see the wounds on her body from here as it stained her white uniform in red. Warriors fighting beasts to the death, how nostalgic! Let it not be said that this Skathak was unsympathetic to others' plights. With a burst of speed, I ran towards the creature, coming out of the forest into the clearing proper. Who? The women at the forefront exclaimed in surprise. I stepped to the side, ignoring the woman, dodging as the creature apparently could extend its arms quite the distance. It lashed out, trying to grab me instead. I ran under its legs, dashing back and forth as it tried to step on me. Is that all you can muster, creature? I laughed, swiping my spear at its underbelly. The thing began kicking up a fuss as it focused more intently on me. Nimbly, it would jump back, its extendable arms shooting towards me with a surprising speed for something of this level, that is. I twirled my spear, knocking them both away as I sprint up, jumping into the air, and thrusted my spear through the heart of the creature. It flailed as my cursed spear sunk into its inky flesh. The horse portion tried to bite at me, only to earn my leg slamming down on its head. This one was a little stronger than the one I had fought before, able to take a couple blows and still remain standing. It showed a promise that there were other stronger creatures for me to test my spear against in this land. But I had already grown tired of this one. I feel as though I had seen all its tricks and was left wanting. Taking my spear, I leapt off of it, landing next to the unknown woman. I don't know who you are, but I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. She leveled her sword, rather a saber, at it. I tilted my head. Was that a pun? I questioned. Unintentionally. She frowned. I would not deem it an appropriate time to make jokes. With your help, I believe we can wear it down, whittle away at its life. The safest method. I shall end this in one strike, I declared, gathering magical energy onto my spear. The bloodlust had swirled together with it, producing a visible phenomenon. Such a creature was unworthy of my noble phantasm, but it did provide me with some entertainment, so I would waste this small portion of magical energy as thanks. What are you? Ha! I thrust it out, the magical energy turning into thorns that filled the air, stabbing and tearing into everything in a straight line in front of me. The grim creature was torn apart from many different angles and spots, collapsing to the ground with another thump, unmoving. I smiled contently, twirling my spear and slamming the butt on the ground. That takes care of that. How? That was a knuckle ave, a mutant one. She looked shocked. Apologies, it is my first time meeting that variation of grim. Is it normal for them to be green? I had met one such earlier and not too far away. I pointed to the side. You. The woman sighed. Wait, you said you fought another one. Her eyes widened. Yes, I have slain that one also. I nodded in confirmation. Her mouth gaped as she stared at me. Who are you? Is it not polite to introduce yourself first? I let out a small laugh. I am Specialist Winter, with the Atlas Military. She declared. Who are you? Are you a huntress from Mistral? I don't believe I've heard of you before, and based on your ability, I find that unlikely. I am not huntress, merely a wandering spear woman. I introduced myself. I am Skathak. Chapter 254, Chapter 239. Winter Schnee POV. That's not an answer. I ground it out, focusing fully on this woman who had barged into our fight. Not that I was not extremely grateful for the assistance, but she was infuriatingly dismissive of my questions. I stabbed it with my spear. What more do you need to know? She looked at me like I was a child. Pointy end goes into soft flesh. She gestured to her creepy-looking spear. Even Sedenta could figure that out after telling him once. I didn't know who this Sedenta is, but I felt like it was an insult. I had merely wanted to know about the other mutant Grimm she had fought and how she defeated it. By the sound of it, it seemed to have been some cross between a Alpha Beowulf and an Ursa. And I had no idea what dust she used to give the spear that aura that surrounded it. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand up when I gazed at it. I was an expert on the subject of dust, but I was coming up empty. How did you perform that attack with your spear? Was it some combination of dust, or aura manipulation? I was duty-bound to ask questions regarding this unknown woman. The general would want to know everything about her, or as much as I could get. Her spear, while exotic, looked to be just a plain spear. I was doubtful it had any hidden mecha shift weapons, so perhaps dust was not a likely method answer to her attack. Semblance, she said simply. Then how were you able to move that fast? I replied. Semblance. I felt my eye twitch. And that kind of strength or ability to jump so high. Semblance. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, realizing this was going nowhere. I instead made a mental note of every detail about her. I made sure to retain my composure. I was a specialist of the Atlas military. I would not get irritated by a civilian who had just helped us. Who had just so happened to have slain one of the biggest knuckle AVE I'd ever seen, in addition to it being experimented on by that Merlet bastard. And you claim to have no formal training? I said dryly. I confessed to being no huntress. I have never stated to having no training. I have trained and trained many others in my long years. A recluse then? That wasn't impossible. The general had told me a few times about some reclusive people who cleared certain areas of Grimm around their homes. They generally wanted nothing to do with the kingdoms and are content to live outside the walls. You said your name was Ska. I paused, trying to recall it. Skathig. She finished. I suppose the naming conventions of my people are different than what you are used to. She laughed. And your last name? It would help in finding any information on this woman. I do not have one. She replied, rather nonchalantly. That could have a number of reasons behind it. I didn't know if the reason was one brought about by a bad experience, so I decided not to push it. It was just another note to file away for the general. I looked around at the other members of my team. They were receiving field aid, and it appeared that none would die. I hated to admit it, but we had been taken completely by surprise. Our intel said the nearby base was abandoned, but that was far from the case. No, if this woman hadn't shown up, I feared the majority of my team would not have made it back. I had already spent a considerable amount of aura before that Knuckleavi appeared. Merlet had some other test subjects within the lab, hidden away. It took us by surprise when we returned to the surface from his underground lab, to find that monster waiting for us. It was by chance that we had even discovered Merlet in the first place a few weeks ago. Amid our hunt for that thief that the general seemed so set on, we stumbled upon one of Merlet's research facilities. Since then we had been scouring specific locations for his other labs. Mutant Grimm. To think that someone had been making these right under our noses. Who knew what sort of damage he could have caused had he built up his disgusting armies and unleashed them upon us without warning? Are your men going to be okay? I was broken from my thoughts as the strange woman asked about my team. Why yes, thank you. If not for your help. I sighed, not wanting to speak the thought out loud. None of us were unaccustomed to losing teammates' friends, in this line of work, but it wasn't something we liked to speak about. It was no trouble. She let out a small laugh. You are a group of brave warriors, battling that creature in the hopes of preventing harm to the innocent. It was my pleasure to lend a hand. Despite the way she phrased it, it was nice to hear. We rarely received recognition from civilians. Still, I couldn't let my personal feelings get in the way of my duty. We had secured the objective, and we had the coordinates. It was time to regroup back at Argus where the remainder of our forces were still set up. The general would want to know everything, especially about the method this Merlet devised to block scroll signals from leaving the area. You never said what you were doing this far out in the wilderness. It was convenient that she appeared when she did. I didn't want to think the worse, but we were taught to always be cautious. I was merely wandering. I heard the sounds of fighting and saw what was occurring. Had it appeared that your group were able to handle the beast without much risk, I would have not revealed myself. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Another non-committal answer from her. She was good at answering questions without actually giving an answer. Without any supplies. I questioned again, noticing her severe lack of food, water, or anything other than her spear. That suit of hers didn't lend itself to concealing anything either. She just twirled her spear with a chuckle. I have my spear, there is nothing else I require. There is food if you know how to hunt, there is water if you know how to read the land. And shelter is a matter of working with my hands. I didn't know how to respond to that. Even the most seasoned huntsman wouldn't dare go into the wilds without enough preparation. It made me wonder if she's just taking me for a fool. Yet, I also saw her combat ability. There was absolutely no denying that she was strong and experienced. We have our bullhead nearby. I spoke up. If you want, we have enough room to give you a ride over to Argus. She looked like she was considering it. I've never been to this Argus. She hummed. Perhaps I shall see it then. Good. It would give me more time to get some information out of her. And if possible, we may be able to get her to stick around once she saw our base in person. Someone of her talents, I didn't think the general would be against extending an invitation. Scathing POV. Flying on this metal contraption was an experience worth having. I was hesitant to follow along as they wished to return to a city of some sort, but I had no destination in mind. The whims of fate led me to them in the first place, so exploring a town or city for a day would not be remiss to me. And I would admit, it was fun watching this young girl try to glean secrets from my words. I feigned ignorance of her attempts just out of the enjoyment I received from her continued disgruntled looks she made when she thought I wasn't looking. As this machine began its descent onto a cleared area amongst the bustling civilization, I briefly wondered if I could ask my man to procure me such a vessel for my own enjoyment. I did believe I would quite like taking to the skies in one of these bullheads. As we landed, I casted a simple illusion over myself. It appeared as though I stood off to the side when we walked off, but I was actually already leaving the area and was walking towards the center of city. My illusion would later take the opportunity to disperse when no one was looking. Perhaps it was a bit cruel of me, but I did not wish to spend too much time meeting the people that woman answered to. The sights were interesting. They were similar, yet different enough to hold their own charm along with the uniqueness present. I could recognize some of the architecture that could be compared to that of Earth. Some Greek designs coupled with some Eastern designs here or there. Without any true destination in mind, I decided to follow the flow of the crowds. The large gathering of people seemed to be moving with a purpose in a certain direction. I appreciated that no one batted an eye due to the fact that I carried my spear so openly. No, it seemed I was not the only one, as many others carried weapons freely around the city. A culture of warriors that were respected and acknowledged. Is she here? I heard she's inside. Who? The invincible girl, man. She won the regional tournament 4 times in a row. Is she gonna sign autographs? I listened in on the conversations to figure out what was going on. It appeared that they were all trying to glimpse at a local celebrity. If the large poster that sprawled alongside the side of the nearby building was anything to go by, she was a young woman with red hair that reminded me of Wilhelm. Well, it was none of my business and it held no interest of mine. While I was here, perhaps I should find an establishment for good food and drink. It would not be an adventure without sampling the local delicacies. Though, I would have no idea where to start looking. This city was sprawling and had all manner of shops and taverns. I'm sure I would be able to find something, but the quality was left up to chance. Elder. I approached an older woman sweeping outside of what appeared to be a flower shop. She perked up, giving me a gentle smile. Well, hello there, young lady. Are you looking for something? Elder, may I ask for directions to a shop providing good food and drink? I'm new in town and wish to quench my thirst and fill my belly. How humorous that I was actually many times older than this woman who had a head full of white hair. So polite. She continued to smile warmly. She slowly lifted her hand, pointing down the street. If you head that way, take a right at the corner, then cut through the park. There's a good restaurant that my husband used to take me to. Thank you, Elder. I bowed my head respectfully. Regardless of how old I was, it was polite to respect a kind elder. Let's see, she said right at the corner after walking down the street. Ah, there was the park she mentioned. How quaint, there were lots of different foliage that I was unused to. Should I take samples back as Wilhelm has a habit of doing so? I knelt down to smell the scent of a flower I hadn't recognized. It seemed to be a cross between a rose and a lily. Would Wilhelm get me flowers if I asked? The thought was enticing. I stood back up, about to leave, but I once more heard the sounds of a weapon cutting through the air. Of movement and shouts of effort as someone was certainly swinging something about. Curiosity took me again as I followed the noise to see who was causing such a ruckus in such a public place. I was mildly surprised as I walked past a few trees and bushes to find a young woman swinging her weapon about, stabbing into the air, moving around as to practice and train herself. I was surprised because she matched the girl in the images I saw earlier. I leaned up against a nearby tree as I watched. Her movements were natural and she had not taken notice of my presence. She leapt through the air, spinning and slashing about. The shield on her arm swung with a noticeable practiced consistency to it. I nodded as she seemed to engage her whole body into her motions, not just focusing on only her weapon or shield as she went through her movements. She let out a long breath, her chest moving up and down at the intensity of her actions. She finally stood straight up, letting her arms drop to her side. She turned slightly and turned stiff upon noticing me, her eyes snapping to me. She let out a noise of surprise. Who are you? She exclaimed. Just a passerby who noticed you training. I shrugged. I was amused, so I decided to watch for a moment. She opened her mouth and closed it again. Do you want an autograph or something? I blinked at that. Child, why would I want your autograph? Well, so you don't tell everyone where I am. She said meekly. Why would I tell anyone where you are? I do not even know your name. What a strange child. You don't. She tilted her head, seemingly shocked at my words. Oh, this is awkward. I couldn't help but laugh at her expression. I see, you are the girl who has her face on the pictures I have seen. There was a large crowd gathered around a building down the street. Are they perhaps waiting for you? Yes. She turned a little red. Someone leaked where I was training, and they all suddenly showed up. So I just slipped away and came here. Your dedication to your training is praiseworthy. It is indeed a good thought to focus more on it, as you should work on fixing those bad habits you have developed. My hands felt a little itchy after watching her. Be bad habits? She squeaked out. Even without the preponderance of your face plastered everywhere, I can guess that you are a famous combatant. No, you are used to that fake fighting that happens in front of crowds, yes. Fake fight. She frowned. Those are meant for the best of our age group. The best of Remnant comes here to compete, and it's a tough competition. If this is the threshold of the best, then I have overestimated many people. I quirked a smile, intentionally riling her up. You take that back. She frowned deeper, gripping her weapon. Every person I fought in the finals had put everything they had into winning. They bled and sweat to get to where they were. What if I refused to recant my words, child? I raised an eyebrow, pushing off the tree I was leaning against. With my spear in hand, I took a few steps. Shall you test your blade against mine? If you have enough fortune on your side, perhaps you can force me to apologize with your skill. I had no intention of taking any more students for the time being, but I was more than happy to teach a few lessons. My hands have become quite itchy recently. This young girl was talented, even if she was more used to the playing they did in her arena. Well, I had time to spare and I was in no hurry. She took a stance, seemingly accepting my provocation for a bout. Let's see if I could remove those bad habits before they become detrimental for your growth. Wilhelm POV. I don't know how you were able to convince me of following through on such a ridiculous endeavor. Salem scoffed. It's not your fault. Not many can resist my dashing good looks and my roguish smile. Well, we played around with runes a little bit, but then I suggested a stroll through Vale. I didn't think she'd been out of her castle or its surroundings in a long time. Figured some fresh air would be good for her. Yes, I'm sure that's the answer. She drawled. This is not the first time I've done this, I suppose I shall prepare an illusion. An illusion, why? I questioned. Do you think it wise for me to walk around amongst those humans looking as I do? She quirked an eyebrow. My curse is obvious to any who can see. Would you be offended if I said I found you beautiful regardless? I asked. Your compliment is welcome, she said evenly. However, you wished for a stroll, and such, my current looks would draw far too much attention. She waved her arms, and the magical energy swirled around her body. Gone was her pale skin, red marks, and white hair. She now had golden locks flowing down her shoulders, and unblemished milky skin. She put her hands on her hips, swaying them slightly from side to side, a smirk on her face. This is how I looked many years ago. Oh, wow! I didn't even try to hide my stare. Don't worry, I made sure the illusion was accurate. She smirked, spinning around, swaying her butt just a little bit for me to see. It took all of my self-control not to truly test that. I should weave an illusion around myself as well. I am a wanted man after all. Yes, your youthful indiscretion, she snorted, a faint look of amusement on her face. Yeah, yes. I didn't believe she would let that one go. Let's see, how about black hair? I snapped my fingers, watching an overlay of my hair turn black. She gave me a once-over. Acceptable. She nodded. So, you like it? I asked. It is acceptable. She crossed her arms, reiterating. I'll take that as you like it. I grinned. Take it however you want. She rolled her eyes. I care not for the fake appearance you wrap yourself in. That's true, you already said I was handsome as I was before. She let out a huff, hands resting on her hips. Are you finished? You spoke of a stroll, this is anything but. I quickly changed a few more things. My facial structure and some features before nodded to myself. With a wave of my hand, opening a portal to Vale. Salem looked impressed as she eyed it. Shall we? I offered my arm again. Very well, I shall accompany you. She took my arm again as we walked through the portal. Salem POV. This was the city that Ozma currently resided in. I had no intentions of coming here so soon, yet, it appeared that this man was capable of convincing me. It would be amusing if he caught sight of me walking around his territory without a care in the world. He would surely run himself ragged trying to find out how I just appeared without any warning. Regardless, I went along with this foolishness purely to gain more information from him. I most certainly had no other intentions when I accepted his proposal for a stroll through Vale. I had initially been content for just a mutual debate on magic, however, Plans seemed to change. I don't know what came over me to allow a man to touch me in such an intimate way, as it had not happened in many years. But it worked for my benefit. He was young, it was easy to use certain assets to loosen his lips. His eyes were unable to leave my rear. Not that he made any effort to hide his lecherous gaze. It was strange how forthcoming he was with his own acknowledgement of such a thing. I remembered men seemed to be shyer about their proclivities before. I leaned into his grasp as I began my inquiries. I have some questions you have yet to answer. Questions? Sure, hit me. Easy. You said your grandfather taught you magic, yes. That portal he made, it was something I was unable to mimic. Teleportation, to be anywhere at any time, it was something in the realm of the gods and not available to mortals, yet he so easily broke that sentiment. Sorta. He shrugged. He taught me some things, but I picked up a lot from other people. He mentioned others but no other mentions of actual people or places. It was astonishing to think that a whole society thrived in secret after humanity was wiped out. I thought magic truly was gone from the world, yet here was an example of another. It made me reconsider certain plans I had. If magic truly still existed, did I not have a duty to make it flourish? To bring about true humanity back to the world? We had no destination in mind as we walked the streets of this city, as the insects scurried about their daily lives, not knowing that their most hateful enemy walked among them. How they would cower and run in fear if they knew that the Queen of the Grim was but in speaking distance. Should I ask about the relics as well? He had 2 of them and it would take time to acquire the other 2. No, I should approach this slowly. If I immediately ask about the relics, it may tip my hand too soon. I had a flurry of questions I wanted to ask, but I dared not scare him away this soon. You never did say why you approached me in the first place. His motives were still a mystery to me. I should start from the beginning, and see what more secrets I could unveil. I think I said the reason. He tilted his head, looking thoughtful. I said I used the relic of knowledge to learn about the Grim, which showed me you. I was curious, so I wanted to meet you, and here I am. He smiled. You approached the Queen of the Grim, on a whim. It sounded incredulous. I believe I do recall him mentioning this before, but I believed I was understandably distracted by several other revelations at the time. Well, I do have some confidence in myself. You think me weak or someone not to be feared? How arrogant! To think he had no stipulations about walking into my domain and confronting me. You're looking at it the wrong way. And what way should I interpret your words? I walked into the Grim lands, I stepped into your place of power. He reiterated. Also I could just meet you. I wanted to meet Salem, the Grim Queen, enough to potentially be swarmed by unending Grim and beset by all manner of nasties that hid in your realm. What foolish sentiment! False flatter to hide your true intentions, I'm sure. I huffed. Hey. Stop smiling. I scowled. Stop being cute. He said with a cheeky look. Cute? He dared call the Queen of the Grim cute? This man. How insulting, I cannot allow this to abide. I was still debating if I should pry his secrets or let it be, to make inroads instead. I had decided to take everything of value from him. To ruthlessly pluck every secret and piece of information from his mind. I shall endeavor to win his trust. Even if I must spend extended lengths of time with him, I would bear with it and continue down this path. And I would certainly not enjoy it, nor look forward to such occasions. A ridiculous notion. It's all for the sake of my plans, nothing more. Chapter 255, Chapter 240. Scathing POV. I took slow steps towards the red-haired girl. She looked tense, ready to fight. I admired her quick battle stance. I could only find a few faults in it, and they were ones that could be worked out over time. I allowed my bloodlust to leak out to better project my presence. I wished her to take this fight seriously, to instinctively be on guard. She did not freeze up in my presence, which was a good sign. It showed dedication to her training and combat ability to not lose her composure even if she was rather young. She spun the sword in her hand, it shifted in strange ways, something I was still not too familiar with. She held it up, a barrel pointed towards me. It was a gun now, how quaint. I was aware that the people here used weapons that shifted into various forms. It was not my place to dispute their methods, but I could not see myself adopting such a thing. The weapon flashed, projectiles coming towards me. I took a step forward and swayed to the side, my eyes never leaving hers as the bullets flew past me. "Why, you dodged my bullets!" she exclaimed. "You showed me where you intended to shoot," I said simply. "If I could not see the path you aimed down and the movement of your fingers to pull the trigger, my years of hardship would have been a waste." Guns are a modern weapon, but their mechanisms were rather obvious to deduce at a glance. Well, dodging the bullet itself would be no trouble, but I do not believe that a proper lesson to teach her at her current level. With that, I kicked off the ground, launching myself towards her. My spear struck out, going straight for her midsection. She pulled her shield up to block, letting out a pained noise as she was knocked back. She did not dwell on it as her weapon shifted once more, taking the form of a spear or rather a javelin. I raised an eyebrow as she brought her shield up to block my vision of her spear, stepping back into range with her weapon. I gave her a chance to make a move, her spear striking out with a fairly decent speed. I would acknowledge that she was physically capable for a human of her age. This aura of hers was certainly doing much to enhance her abilities. Her strikes were precise and quick, aiming for any perceived openings. But there was still an air of amateurishness to them, making them rather easy to predict even if I hadn't been far beyond her in physical ability or experience. I merely tapped her spear to the side with the shaft of my own, letting it sail past me harmlessly. She saw it was a futile effort and changed her stance once more. Her weapon shifted again, changing into a sword this time as she swung it towards me. It was the smart decision to switch her technique up after seeing how little she was able to do to me previously. I watched each of her movements, each time her sword flashed out at me, each time her other arm her shield was swung as well. It made me briefly consider going back on my word and maybe taking another student just to see what she could achieve. I kept my speed low enough for her to follow, each step I took to dodge was well within her ability to counteract. However, I would only smile as I noticed her attacks changing patterns slightly as I continued to weave around her weapons. She was starting to predict me and try to anticipate my movements. Amusing. Flicking the butt of my spear, it lashed out, hitting her on the side, or rather her aura. It didn't matter that she hadn't taken any real damage, it had thrown off her rhythm completely, having struck in a minute opening she revealed. She stuttered, falling to a knee for a brief moment before quickly scrambling back to her feet, returning to her stance once more. Good tenacity. I leveled my spear with a mocking smile, hoping to ignite her fighting spirit a bit more. Based on the expressions she made, I believe I fulfilled my objective. Ha! She let out a shout as she spun her body and threw her shield at me. I merely tilted my head out of the way as she came running at me. Childish! I pulled back my spear to thrust, only to jerk my body to the side as her shield came flying back into her hand, brushing past my hair. I blinked for a moment, realizing what just happened. One of those semblances? Some sort of telekinesis? How interesting! I planted my foot firmly, giving her a small window to react as I thrust my spear forward at her. What I did not expect was for her to leap into the air and roll over my spear, trying to counter-attack. I scowled, spinning my spear in hand and slammed the shaft into her side with a little more force than I had used previously. I've seen enough, I stated, tapping my spear against my shoulder. She slowly pulled herself up, gasping slightly as she recovered from the blow. I couldn't even land a hit on you. She looked a bit shocked by the revelation of how outclassed she was. You are 1,000 years too early to think of even being my match, child. I snorted. If I allowed myself to be struck with such flamboyant movements, it would shame all those who learned under my purview. Flamboyant movements. What else do you call those rolls and jumps? What came over you to leap into the air like you had done? You left yourself wide open for me to strike you when it would have been more efficient to either block with your shield, or deflect my blow and follow up with a straight thrust of your sword. It seemed like a good idea at the time, she said meekly. I shook my head with a sigh. You are too used to playing to an audience, child. Your movements looked elegant, but you left yourself too open too many times. If I had not wished to see your potential, I would have been able to exploit them even more. You have a problem of telegraphing your moves. That's... She went silent. I am surprised that no one had pointed this out before. Either her past trainers had been incompetent, or they preferred it in such a way. Fake fight, playing to the cheers of the crowd. There could be no argument that she had developed herself splendidly. She was comparable to some of those people fighting the Nukkalavi Grim, and they were many years her senior. However, it did instill some bad habits into her movements, which could prove fatal if they were allowed to fester. And, she seemed like a nice girl, I didn't mind having some fun and lending a hand. Well, are you going to rise up and correct your mistakes? I twirled my spear once more, giving her a moment to reorientate herself. You will never land a blow on me. Does that shatter your fighting spirit, child? Will you give up, or will you come at me again? She stood up a bit straighter, a look of conviction in her eyes. You said that I'm telegraphing my attacks. Indeed, you are easy to predict, and you make large, unnecessary movements that lead to easily exploitable openings. I nodded. Then I just need to fix those. She frowned, taking a stance. She flew at me once more, her weapon shifting into her spear as she stabbed out. It appeared that she accepted my tutelage for now. I shan't hold back then. As soon as she entered my range, the butt of my spear met the side of her head. She was knocked off her feet, tumbling to the ground. That was merely the most obvious issue with your style of fighting, child. You have other avenues you need to improve on. I didn't even see that. She breathed out, slowly rising back up, rubbing her head. Her aura had protected her from the majority of the force, but it was still a swift strike to her head. Your instinct needs work. I ignored her comment. And your weapon? I raised my spear, pointing at her own. What's wrong with my weapon? You are using it improperly. You are integrating 4 different weapons into your combat techniques. Your shield, sword, spear, and gun. Yet, you switch to a single one, and ignore the others for too long. Either choose a weapon to focus on, or make use of the mechanisms behind your weapon. For instance, there is no need to only use the gun when you are at a distance, and you have the ability to retrieve your weapons at will. Why are you not utilizing that more effectively? I don't like showing off my semblance, it's unfair. Unfair. I snorted at the incredulous statement. Child, it is an ability manifested from your soul. It is no more unfair than someone having more aura, or something being born physically stronger. There is no excuse why you hold it back. At the very least, you should use it to disrupt my own momentum. Pull at my spear when I'm about to attack, and an opening would be perfect for you to exploit. I tried. She said bashfully. Is your spear not made of metal? I tilted my head. I see, it's not telekinesis but a type of metal control. That was interesting as well. Regardless. I slammed my spear onto the ground. Stand up straight, retake your stance, and try again. I have but a few hours to spare, we shall see if you can learn anything in that time. Wilhelm POV. Home sweet home, I suppose. I stepped out of a portal, Salem still on my arm as we walked onto the stone floor that was her castle. The illusions around us faded as she finally withdrew herself from me. I prefer it to the city. She turned her nose up at the notion. So you didn't enjoy our stroll then? I did not say that. She huffed. It was pleasant enough. Would you be against me taking you out again sometime? I asked. She paused, looking at me for a moment. I wouldn't be against it, she said quietly. And would you be upset if I called it a date? I quirked a smile. There was a slight twitch at the corners of her lips as she crossed her arms. Call it what you want, she said dismissively. Well, I feel like I made some inroads with her. She was still a little distant, but I guess that's to be expected. I'm fairly sure she'd be very blunt with her refusal if I did something she didn't like or pushed her in a way she wasn't comfortable, so I felt okay with how things were progressing. I should probably bring up the matter of my harem soon before we went any further. While I had no shame about it, it's also a difficult conversation to have. Salem. Yes. She answered. I think you're very beautiful. I gave a gentle smile, earning a bemused one from her. It's rare, but I've enjoyed the few times your sense of humor has come out. I think your laugh is adorable, and I find your elegant demeanor very attractive, and don't get me started about when we begin talking magic. The way you light up when it's mentioned, when we go back and forth about it. I admit, we don't know much about each other yet, so I wanted to say this before things went any further. I took a deep breath as her attention was focused solely on me. I have a harem. She looked stunned into silence. Like she was frozen in place, a blank expression staring back at me. A harem. She repeated, finally breaking the silence. Yeah, I have multiple. I know what a harem is. She scowled, making me slam my jaw shut. Yeah. Well, I hate to come clean, it's not like I wanted to string her along until we finally had something to speak of. While I had other secrets, those weren't quite as romantically stifling if they became known. If it ended here, I could only say it wasn't meant to be. Why are you telling me this now? She demanded an answer. I've never been coy with my intentions. I didn't want to build any kind of relationship on a lie. I smiled tremulously. She snorted. Yes, I believe you made your intentions very obvious. She accompanied with an eye roll before letting out a long breath. You have put me in a position I've never been in before. I used the relic of knowledge to look into the grim, and I happened upon you. I saw some of your life, many things that led up to this point. At first, I was curious, a whim to see you for myself. Admittedly, I was attracted to you at a first look, so I didn't see an issue popping over. After spending some time together, well, I realized there was a little bit more there. And knowing some of the things I knew, I want to see you smile more. I want to make you happy. I wouldn't argue, beg, or anything like that. If it didn't work out, it didn't work out, and trying to force anything would only have made things worse. I told her all I had weighing on me, what my feelings were and my intentions, and if she doesn't accept, then I'll say goodbye. Make me happy. She practically snarled at the notion. How utterly foolish. Your sentiments are naive and childish. I should have dismissed this entire thing when it first started. She threw her arms about, annoyance clear on her face. Do you think I would be won over by a few fanciful words? Do you think this queen is someone who would fall over myself like some love-struck maiden at your confession? How ridiculous I've been to even allow myself to humor these thoughts before. I let out a sigh as she blew up, not saying anything in my defense. I won't overstay my welcome then. Goodbye, Sal Dash. Did I tell you to leave? A growl escaped her throat, eyes glaring at me. You don't get to run away after dropping that on me. She huffed. I will be retiring for the evening, to reevaluated certain thoughts. She glowered towards me before turning away. She began walking towards the exit. I was stuck in place, almost frozen on how to act before she stopped and looked back at me. Your room is available should you desire. She added, in dare I say, a gentle tone, before she disappeared down the hall. I let out a sigh, though a small smile formed on my face. Salem sure was hard to read sometimes, but this isn't a completely bad sign. Chapter 256, Chapter 241. Waking up was not particularly pleasant. The memory of what happened yesterday was still at the forefront of my mind, the look on Salem's face when she walked away in particular. While she didn't tell me to leave or anything like that, we hadn't exactly parted on the best terms last night. One step forward, 2 steps back. I quickly got dressed and made sure I was presentable. I didn't even bat an eye when I saw Squidward waiting for me outside the door. I don't know why he was following me still, but I sort of accepted its presence as I made my way to the kitchen area. May as well get started making some coffee, I figured I would need the extra pick-me-up today. Squidward, how should I handle this? I poked the tentacle grim as I poured myself a cup. Salem didn't look too happy. Got any ideas? It wiggled its arms noncommittally. Yeah, there's a good chance this is my last day ever being here. I sighed, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Once she had time to settle and think about everything, she may just want me to leave and never come back. I don't think I could have done anything different though. If she's not wanting any part of it, what can I do? It was the best moment to bring it up, being our second meeting or date, whatever you want to call it. Waiting any longer would just feel sorta scummy. I didn't want to wait until any true feelings were formed, otherwise that would just be manipulative. At this point, I doubt there's anything beyond a simple liking, if even that. Hey Emerald, did you make? I looked up as the gray-haired boy walked into the kitchen. He paused as he stared at me. Morning. I raised my coffee cup in greeting. Hey. He blinked, a bit surprised to see me apparently. Made some coffee, help yourself. I gestured with my head towards the pot. He quickly reorientated himself. Doesn't smell like that crap that Emerald makes. He seemed nonchalant once the initial surprise wore off. She just grabs the cheapest stuff at the store. I swear, she has no taste. Ugh, yeah. I can't stand that stuff either. It's why I usually keep some of my favorite blends on me. I smiled lightly. So, Mercury, right? I thought I recalled his name being said the last time we met. Yet and you're that Wilhelm guy that's banging the Grim Queen. He looked at me. I let out a snort, barely holding back my laughter. Not quite. I shook my head. Though, I wouldn't deny the things I'd want to do to her. Well, I'm a big fan. Mercury quirked a smile. A fan? I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I admire the way you can weaponize sex toys. He nodded. Ah. Yeah, that's something that's never going to go away. Want me to sign a dildo for you? Pfft. He almost choked on the sip of coffee he had taken. Fuck, didn't think you'd say something like that. I threw a dildo to take down a bullhead. You thought I'd be all stiff and highly decorum-orientated. Well Queen Boss seems like that, so I just figured. I guess I can see that. I shrugged. Time and place for those kinds of things. Though, I'd suggest not asking her if we're banging. I'm not suicidal, mostly. He blinked, looking thoughtful. Anyways. So, you casually tossed me into a wall, the hell is your semblance? 'Cause I saw you also blow the fuck out of that Si Fei Long and did other things. I could swear that it was rude to ask a stranger about their semblance, or it could be different based on region. Well, he's technically one of Salem's subordinates, so I didn't have to be too on guard around him. You wanna know my semblance? Yeah, tons of people were arguing about it online. You put space control when you registered for the tournament, really fun to watch that by the way. Always nice to see those snobbish kids get their assess handed to them. I sensed some hostility there. Oh well. My semblance he leaned in slightly. Is being awesome. I smiled smugly, taking a sip of my coffee. He let out a snort with an eye roll. Right. Well, doubt anyone could deny that either. Maybe I'll just say ridiculous things and see if anyone believe me. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of really confusing masses of people like that. Been a while since I've posted online. Oh brothers, please make an official account and start posting. I'd literally pay to see people have an aneurysm. Well, that certainly sounded like fun. Mercury, where have you been? The woman in the red dress burst through the door, looking rather annoyed. She only stopped when her eyes landed on me, just like with Mercury. And this was Cinder, if I remembered correctly. Good morning. I raised my coffee cup up in greeting once again. There was a visible shift in her demeanor. That scowl she was sporting quickly changed to a gentle smile. Good morning. She replied. Well, props to her for being able to pivot on a dime like that. You must be Wilhelm. That I am. I said simply. And I believe you are Cinder. Hey there, boss lady. Mercury nonchalantly greeted her. Mercury. She said dryly. You were supposed to meet with us 20 minutes ago. Oh, right. Sorry, got sidetracked. He just shrugged. I see that. She glowered, before turning back towards me. I'm glad we have a chance to meet. I'm Cinder Fall, I work under Mistress Salem. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, a pleasure to meet you. I gave her a courteous nod. Yes, I've heard much about you. Cinder stated. I believe we will be seeing much more of each other in the future. In the spirit of cooperation, I would love to become more acquainted. If it weren't for the lack of sexual undertones, I'd think she was coming on to me. No, it felt more like she just wanted to get some information from me. Well, that's up in the air. Salem and I had a disagreement yesterday. I set my coffee cup down with a frown. What happens next is uncertain. Cinder paused, digesting that bit of information. If I may be so bold to ask, what? So are you two like actually together? I was joking before, but it sounds like you guys are dating or something. Mercury spoke up as he leaned against the counter. Mercury. Cinder hissed, giving him a death stare. We aren't. I said simply. Not for my lack of trying, mind you. Well damn. Mercury muttered. While I would not phrase it in such a way, such a sentiment is shared. Cinder sighed. Is it really that strange? I questioned. Scary lady who apparently has magic and controls Grimm. Mercury deadpanned. Nat, it's totally normal. Cinder was actually silent and didn't chastise him. I guessed she shared a similar opinion even if she was more intelligent not to voice it. She's my type. I shrugged. Isn't she like, super old? Mercury said again. I prefer older women. I grinned. Hey. Mercury just nodded, drinking from his cup. How'd you even meet her? I doubt she'd be on any dating sites. Grimbabes.com. Damn it, Mercury. Cinder rubbed the bridge of her nose. Must you word everything so crudely? Well, it's a funny story actually. I set my cup down again. I discovered her existence, and wanted to meet her on a whim. And she just let you waltz right in. Haha, no. I walked in, saw her, and admittedly fell a little bit. So I did what anyone would do in that situation. Run screaming. Mercury offered. Started flirting. Bold move, how'd that turn out? She started attacking me. I snorted. So about that good. So pretty normal for you. I blinked at that. Honestly, it surprisingly is. Skadik and I fought constantly. Artoria and I sparred that one time that opened up the possibility of our relationship. 2 out of 6, I think that makes it a somewhat normal occurrence. You say that mistress attacked you? How are you alive? Cinder questioned, seemingly ignoring the other parts. Well, context was important, I suppose. From her perspective, Salem should have wiped the floor with me since she had magic. I'm pretty strong, I said smugly. So we had a little dance there before settling down for a talk. Well, she asked questions, I basically just continued flirting with her the whole time still. Fucking balls of steel. Mercury laughed. And that was basically it. Really, that's it? Well, I also complimented her butt several times. Her reactions were really fun to see. And you're still alive somehow. Mercury looked at me incredulously. Can't even blame you either. She has an amazing. He stopped, his eyes started to widen in horror. No, please. Continue discussing the finer points of my rear. I shall wait. Another familiar voice echoed out as I turned to look at Salem, who stood at the threshold of the kitchen. Mistress. Cinder squeaked out. Salem slowly turned her head towards her. Cinder. She said sternly. Take your subordinate, I believe you have more important things to do, elsewhere. Cinder shot to her feet, and dragged Mercury off without a second thought. I prayed for the silver-haired kid. Salem. I shot her a smile. Wilhelm. She said evenly, looking at me with a strange expression before walking over and taking the seat opposite of me. I suppose we should have a talk then. There was no point in dragging this one out, I thought it would do neither of us any good. I believe that would be for the best. She nodded. I guess the first question should be, would you like me to leave? She frowned as I said that, a look of uncertainty flashed across her face. No. She stated, not elaborating. While I was happy she didn't kick me out, she was still being more distant than usual. Should we talk about what we are then? Or rather, what you want us to be? She opened her mouth then closed it again. She let out a breath of air, tapping her finger on the table. I think she was still have trouble putting her thoughts into words. I am not a trophy. Her words were very direct, eyes locked with mine. I am not a bauble to show off. And I am certainly not a notch in your belt to brag about. She practically growled that last bit. Do you think I see you that way? No. She denied. If I had such an inclination, we would not be speaking. She replied. I am merely. She closed her mouth, not finishing. A sore spot for her maybe? Well, maybe I should be the one to express myself then? I like you, Salem. I believe I told you my feelings yesterday. It has been a very long time since a man has shown me any interest. It has been even longer since I have humored such fanciful thoughts as well. Salem stopped her tapping, her arms naturally crossing as if to cover herself. I enjoyed your presence. I found myself anticipating your return since we had last met. The time we have thus spent together had been pleasant. Her words were stiff, like she didn't have much experience with this sort of thing. That does not mean I'm accepting of certain things. She glowered. But I am, contemplating. I like spending time with you as well. And if possible, I'd like to continue coming to see you when I can. There was no declaration of love or anything so ridiculous. Just simply, a desire to spend more time together, which was more than enough for now. Take it slow, figure things out as we go. Yes, that would be welcomed. There was the faintest hint of a smile that crossed her lips. It wasn't really a resolution of everything, but it was a point forward. Whether she's okay with me having a harem or not, she hadn't said, and I'm not inclined to push her there. She's aware, and she'd make decisions based on that information. I'll spend more time with her, and we can just figure things out slowly. However, she spoke up again. Please don't speak about my rear with my subordinates. She said dryly. I will hold myself back. I held back a laugh. I'll make sure to only talk about it with you. She let out a sigh. Why did I expect anything different? Just as you have said before, you are upfront about your perversions and I have grown used to them by this point. Said the woman who intentionally swings it so I can get a better look. Though, I decided not to call her out on it this time. I have some things I need to do back home. I can't stay much longer since I have a few other things to take care of before I go back and I'll be gone a little while before I can return. But, until I need to leave, I would love to spend that time with you. I slowly reached my hand out across the table, putting it atop of hers. She flinched a little at the touch, but she didn't reel back or say anything. I see. She said quietly. If that is how you wish to spend your time, then I shall be a proper host and accompany you. She said without much expression. But as I've come to learn, that was Salem basically saying she'd enjoy it as well. Salem acted cute without even trying. Let's see, she should be around here. Hey there, Red. I had many ways I could have gone about this, but I thought this was the best one. W. Wilhelm. A certain red-haired girl jumped in fright. Spooking her by opening a portal right behind her was definitely the correct choice. That's my name. I said cheekily. Why you? She stomped her foot with a huff. Do you have any idea how much you just scared me? Well, I saw how high you got, so yet. I laughed. So how you been, Red? I was fine until you just popped in like that. She huffed. Really? I looked her up and down. 'Cause you look covered in bruises, do I need to go have a chat with someone? No. She quickly denied. They're from training. Ah, I can relate then. My teacher used to kick my ass to get the lessons ingrained. I wonder what Skathik was doing right now? I hoped she's having fun, she deserved to have all the excitement she could find. There was a beat of silence as Pyrrha and I stared at each other before I opened my arms. She broke out into giggles as she went in and accepted my hug. All right, seriously, how you been, Red? I asked her again without the jokes. I've been well. She smiled happily. I've been looking forward to going to Beacon. Oh? You decided to go to school on another continent? I know you said that before, but I didn't really have much time to talk to you about it. I questioned. Wouldn't they treat you as royalty here? I've seen all the popularity you've gotten since winning the tournament. Please don't remind me. She let out a groan. I didn't even technically win, you would have won had we fought. Semantics. It's not. You would have beaten me. If the roles were reversed, would you have accepted the championship like that? Without a second thought. Will. Lavish me in that fame and fortune. I laughed. You're teasing me. She puffed up. Only a little. I poked her forehead. But Beacon, you sure about that choice? I don't want my actions to have swayed you. She said she wanted to go there to be closer to me, but I hoped that wasn't the entirety of the reason. Well, I know you were in Vale, so I wanted to be a little closer. She said quietly. But I also wanted to get away from this place. Mistral's just as bad, I don't think I could handle so many people fawning over me for 4 years. Well, that sounds like a good decision as any. As long as it wasn't solely because of me I wouldn't argue. And Beacon is pretty nice from what I've heard. But, you can't expect it to be perfect either, you know. It was broadcast all over the place, you're going to have fans regardless. Pyrrha slumped her shoulders. I know, it's just, I'm hoping the people there will be able to see past it. Just don't close yourself off. Stretching my arms, I walked over to a nearby bench as I looked around. It was the same place I'd caught her the last time I went away, so it was easy to find her again. You better have at least 30 friends when I come visit you at Beacon. Visit me at Beacon, 30 friends. She exclaimed. How am I supposed to make 30 friends when I can barely make one? She sighed, sitting down next to me. Don't worry, I believe in you, invincible girl. I shot her a thumbs up. She dropped her face into her hands. I hate that nickname. She groaned. They make it sound like it was so easy. It makes it sound like the other competitors weren't worth mentioning. Got some blowback from them, I take it. No. She huffed. And that makes it worse. Or, are you just assuming? I nudged her with my shoulder. Well. She gave a pout. It's still disrespectful. Ahoy. It is. Sure. Fine. Maybe I just don't like it because it sounds too ostentatious. It was always fun to tease Pyrrha. Could be worse. I pointed out. I don't see how it. Crimson-haired warrior princess. Undefeated magical shining fighting champion. Ultra. Brothers, please stop. She whined, pulling on my sleeve. I would rather die. Just, take my gun and shoot me right now. Invincible girl then. She let out a long sigh. And since I've gained a new perspective, I've realized, I don't quite mind being called invincible girl. I'm just gonna call you Red Dot. I laughed. She puffed up again. You know, I'm not the only one going to Beacon either. I imagine quite a few people are, otherwise the school wouldn't be open. She playfully swatted my shoulder. You know what I mean. She huffed. But Rufus, Cobalt, and even Gundy and a few others all decided to go to Beacon too after finding out you were from Vale. Wait, really? I blinked at that. I remembered them from the competition. I didn't think I left that much of a lasting impression. Wait, who's Gundy again? You, blew him up in the first round. Oh. I couldn't help but start laughing. Well, fuck him. He seems to have calmed down after that fight. He's always been rather arrogant, but he's become a bit more withdrawn and soft-spoken. I think it might have really bruised his ego. Among other things. I muttered. Well, maybe he turned over a new leaf and doesn't try to antagonize people for no reason. I just ended it with a shrug. I barely had an impression of the kid, and I wasn't going to seek out any kind of vengeance just because he insulted my mom. I blew him up within the rules of the tournament, that was enough. Are you going to be around when I go to Beacon? She hesitantly asked. Maybe. I mean, the heat should have died down. But regardless, I'll make sure I'm up and about even if I have to be sneaky about it. I reassured her. I wouldn't want to miss the celebration when you get admitted. You know, when I do officially join, I'm given certain authority. I'd still a huntress in training, but I could arrest you. She smiled. So you better be on your best behavior. If I catch you doing anything illegal again, I won't hesitate to stop you. She poked at my shoulder. Oh my, does the huntress in training admit to being friends with a nefarious criminal? What would your soon-to-be teammates think? I couldn't help but laugh as I reached over and pulled her into a one-armed hug. She smiled brightly as she leaned against me. I didn't think she cared much to think about the consequences right now when I mentioned the friends part. What about you, Wilhelm? Why'd you suddenly pop up? She asked. And not that I don't like you being here. She quickly added. Had some free time, so I wanted to come check up on you, see how you were doing. I said idly. I tried contacting your scroll, but I couldn't get a hold of you. She whispered. I thought. Hey. I playfully flicked her ponytail. It's not what you're assuming. I was out of range of the towers, so you wouldn't be able to connect with me. You weren't doing anything dangerous, were you? She looked up at me. Or illegal? She added with a small huff. If you went around stealing again, I'm going to be upset. Hey, I've been on my good behavior. I chuckled at her expression. But I may have gotten into some dangerous situations. Fought some things that I had to struggle against. Really? She looked surprised. I mean, I guess that Si Fei Long wasn't the strongest Grimm out there, but I shudder to think what would actually be scary enough after seeing that. Oh, you know, just some gods, nothing much. I said nonchalantly. I was being serious. She huffed, swatting my shoulder again. What? Don't believe I can throw hands with some gods. I'm hurt, Pira, truly hurt. I dramatically clutched my heart. You're ridiculous. She snorted, letting some giggle slip through. Fine, Mr. Godslayer. She accompanied that with an eye roll. And why did you fight some gods? The sarcasm in her tone was palpable. Well, funny story actually. Both times, it was because I talked about their moms. I scratched my head. Whom I am actually friends with? Sure. She said dryly. I'm serious. I completely believe you. You need to work on your lies, they're really obvious. You need to work on yours. She retorted. Touché. Well, I'm glad she'd opened up a bunch since we first met. So, meet any boys? Why you can't suddenly just ask that? She squeaked out. Or girls? I added with a smirk. Will. She turned red. You're just doing this to get back at me. Maybe a little. I admitted. But seriously, no crushes? No love interests? She let out a sigh, her face still a tad red. How am I supposed to meet anyone when I'm surrounded by fans who won't give me space? All they see is the invincible girl. Well, it's decided. I stood up, clearing my throat. What's decided? She looked confused at my sudden actions. After you go to Beacon, I'm going to take you out and be your wingman. I straightened my tie and fixed my hair. With my help, they won't see you as the invincible girl. No, all they'll see is the crimson-haired. You bully! She threw herself at me, with a groan. I couldn't help but laugh as she tried to keep my mouth shut. Eventually, she settled on just wrapping her arms around me, squeezing me tight. Thanks, Wilhelm. She whispered. Thanks for coming to see me, I really needed it. I couldn't even go to my normal gym to train because there were crowds waiting outside for me. I just wanted to feel like a normal girl for a while. Of course, Red. What are friends for? Maybe next time, I would tell her the truth. I'd love for her to meet my family. I think she'd absolutely love Kunu. Speaking of. Hey. Wanna see pictures of my daughter? Wah. She made a strange noise in response. Ajban POV. I'm glad we could get everyone together. I cast my gaze around the room, and towards the screens that had James appeared on. I know it's been a trying few weeks and how busy everyone's been. But I believe it important to have a meeting since the new year is coming around. Except Leonardo is once again absent. James looked annoyed. How many times is this, Ajban? I let out a sigh. I know, James. But he's having his own difficulties. He's had several of his top huntsmen die recently. James grumbled but didn't push the matter further. He should know just how dangerous these mutant Grimm that had popped up could be. Should we start with any good news? I offered to alleviate the tension. We've had a record number of students registering for the entrance exam. Glinda pushed up her glasses. Among those, several popular ones such as a few finalists in the tournament. Well, can't help but be happy about that. Crow sat in the corner, taking a drink of his flask. More brats running around the better, I guess. While I would word it differently, I agree with Crow. James replied. I've also seen a 7% increase from last year. However, I will admit to the quality being noticeably inferior compared to your current batch. Now, James. I raised my coffee mug to hide my smile. There's no need to be jealous. James frowned. I find it absurd that so many of this year's talent all decided to go to Beacon. Well, public talent. I pointed out. Don't think I don't know that you've secretly been recruiting these past few years and keeping your best under wraps. I lightly chided. James actually held a smirk at my accusation. It isn't just the ones in training, either. As infuriating this hunt for that Wilhelm has been, we've also found quite a few huntsmen who aren't registered, but are very strong in their own right. Not all of them wanted anything to do with us, but I've managed to recruit a handful which should really bolster our forces. That is good news, James. I'm pleased that something good has come about this manhunt. The more huntsmen we have, the better prepared we are for the inevitable. Is the council still giving you a hard time over your continued investigation? James finally scowled. I don't know what the sudden shift was. But they just wanted me to drop it after all the time and effort I put into tracking him down. Yes, something is certainly fishy. I nodded. I suspect that some foul play was involved, as I have heard whispers of some of the council members wishing to repeal the warrant on young Wilhelm. Ajbin! James shouted. We can't let that happen. I can't do much, James, my hands are tied. I sighed, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Nor is it under the purview of my huntsmen to dictate the council's interests. Even if they are obviously corrupt. James just growled in annoyance. Is it really that bad? Crow asked. It's not like he's going around killing people, other than those mobsters which I don't think anyone's going to lose sleep over. He's dangerous. James replied. Not to mention his usage of magic, and he has a relic. We can't let him walk free without any constraints. Just think what would happen if we lost him to Salem and her people? The only reassurance I've had is that he's probably avoided Salem's people, an extension of my own, with his disappearing act. Has there been any luck on his known associates? That Roman and the other girl? Or even Junior and his people? Glinda asked. There had been some sightings of Roman, but those didn't go anyone. It seems like all of them went to ground and we've completely lost their trails. And I've scoped out Junior's bar a few times, Crow interjected. I'm sure you have. James said dryly. And he's been clean, relatively speaking. Been up to some shady shit, but that's just normal Vale underworld crap. Which we are apparently ignoring. Glinda sighed. And we aren't going after him, why? Well, he's actually not that bad. Crow shrugged. Doesn't like to kill people, stays away from the stuff that'd piss the higher-ups off. Not like his dad, who just left bodies all over the city. Anyone who'd replace him would probably be worse. Surprisingly well said, Crow. I was impressed with his deduction and analytics. Despite his insistence of not staying sober, he was quite the intelligent young man. Yes, when needed, Crow always measures up. He can. Are we still assuming he's a chick? And it's gone. You're the one who made the assertion. James snorted. I was joking. And it's a plausible scenario. Whatever. I let out a long sigh. While I couldn't disprove of that little theory, I also didn't truly believe it myself. All the evidence was circumstantial at best. However, I suppose it's best not to cut off any ideas before we were absolutely certain. I also have something new to report. James spoke up, a shift in his tone. As you know, we've been tracking down Merlit's labs. Crazy scientist that's been experimenting on Grimm. Crow said nonchalantly. I've taken a few of them out myself. Pretty nasty things. Yes. James said dismissively. As I was saying, we've been tracking down his labs, and the most recent one appeared over by Argus. I sent Winter and her team to go investigate. How'd Ice Queen screw it up this time? Crow said with a grin. Branwen. James glowered. Watch your words, she almost died. Crow, for his benefit, realized he was in the wrong and dipped his head. James seemed to take that as a cue to keep going. The report she gave me was interesting. This Merlet. I sighed. There is more news about him then? It's already causing a rise in negativity since these Green Grim had been made public knowledge. Thankfully, the more sensitive information had been given a gag order. How lucky we were to stumble upon them during one of James's almost routine investigations into Wilhelm. He thought he had a lead and sent his team, only to discover one of Merlet's labs that housed the abominations. The lab itself wasn't too difficult for my men to clear. Winter did a phenomenal job as always. It was tough, but they did it without any casualties nor any serious injuries. The only issue was when they climbed to the surface, there was a massive knuckle AVE waiting for them. At that point, they were exhausted and running low on aura. "Oh James, tell me they're okay," Glinda said with a very concerned tone. He let out a sigh. "Some wounded, but nothing life-threatening nor anything that will force them to retire. We have a stranger stepping in to thank for that." "A stranger?" I asked. Winter wasn't able to get much out of her. She appeared to be at least in her late 20s to early 30s. Red eyes, reddish-purple hair. She wore a somewhat revealing purple bodysuit and wielded a red spear that Winter said, and I quote, "made me feel like I was about to be stabbed at any moment." James stated. "A curious windfall then." I nodded. "We're lucky she was able to help alleviate some of the burden and work with your team to slay that monster then." "No, you misunderstand." James had a strange look flash across his face. "She slayed it, practically on her own. After she apparently killed another mutant Grim a little distance away." I set down my mug and blinked at that. "That's impressive. Do we have a name? I can't imagine a huntress with such skill to be an unknown, especially at her age." She said her name was. James looked down at some notes. Skathig. According to Winter, she didn't have a last name, nor did she refer to herself as a huntress. Hell, her weapon was just a plain spear. How'd she take down a mutant Knuckleavi? I had trouble with just some normal mutant Beowulfs. Crow spoke up. According to Winter and backed up by her team's reports, she apparently was very fast and strong. We suspect an all-around physical enhancement semblance. James looked like he was reading off a report. "How rare!" I praised. "Perhaps we can try to invite her at an opportunity. It is truly rare for one to get such a semblance that was so broad in application. I know Crow's niece had a speed-based one, but to have speed and strength is something special." Winter tried, but she disappeared after they gave the woman a ride back to Argus. We completely lost track of her, but there had been reports of someone matching her description out in the wilderness, helping anyone she came across and killing Grim whenever she crossed their path. James shook his head. "But that's not the strangest thing. The women didn't even look winded or haggard after her fight. And she finished it in one blow." Winter had trouble describing it, but the women thrust her spear and the Grim was filled with holes made of this red energy. We suspect it was some kind of aura manipulation technique, however. "James, you aren't going to suggest magic again, are you?" Glinda rubbed her temples. "How many times has it been in the past couple weeks?" "In my defense, one of those times was a magic artifact that was unearthed in vacuo," he retorted. "That's a fair response, James." He was a little quick to jump the gun sometimes, but if he didn't follow his gut, we would have missed a young man wielding a magic amulet that still had some juice in it. It didn't mean much in the grand scheme of things, but it was able to give me a little pick-me-up since my powers had been severely drained after giving them away all those years ago. I just don't see how an aura manipulation technique could have done what Winter described. "I'll send you a copy to look over her own words," James stated. "That would be helpful, thank you James." I smiled. "I won't tell you not to chase the lead, James. But just keep in mind the times you have been wrong and don't focus too intently." "I know." He sighed. I was just going to send some feelers out. It's not like she's a criminal, and she saved my team. I'm in her debt at the very least. She may be a maiden, or she may not be, but I think in the worst-case scenario, we could become friendly with a strong huntress, or whatever she calls herself. Logical. I couldn't refute his words at all. Appears that we have some good news then, which is quite a welcomed reprieve amongst everything that has been happening. Now, does anyone have anything to add before we start talking about the new year and the vital festival that we'll be hosting here in Vale? I didn't see anyone speak up, so I continued. It wasn't quite as exciting as what James had been up to, but it was something we needed to work out. Chapter 257, Chapter 242. It didn't take long to find Skathuk. I saw her lazing upon a hill, bathing in the sun. Given the signs of battle that marked the surrounding area, I guessed she took care of the local grim problem. There was no point in announcing my presence as I knew for a fact that she had noticed me. Instead, I just walked up, and laid right down next to her. She let out a content noise as she snuggled up next to me. You enjoy yourself? I asked quietly, putting my arm around her. I did. She giggled. It was quite fun to explore the world and wander around like the old days. What did you get up to? I slipped my hand into hers, intertwining our fingers. I assisted some brave warriors in slaying these monster grim. I aided some younger ones in overcoming their flaws and weaknesses. And for the remainder, I merely helped around and slayed grim when they appeared. She revealed with a wide grin. No one worth taking in as student? I asked. I did run into someone quite talented. Perhaps in a different life or time, I may have been tempted to do so. However, I cannot take responsibility as I am now. Responsibility? I questioned. I would be required to train them thoroughly, just as I have you and my other students. That would mean spending much time away and making sure they were up to my standard before setting them loose. I cannot in good conscience dedicate that required time when I also have a duty as your woman. She explained. So I merely left them with some lessons and tips on how to advance. After seeing my look, she blinked at me in confusion. What? She asked. You're really sweet. I leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on her lips. She hadn't taken another student because she didn't want to spend that much time away from me. How could I not be moved by that? Phew, my student, you cannot simply give me only one. She rolled on top of me, locking eyes as she lowered herself, her soft lips parting slightly to allow our tongues to intertwine. There was no need for any words or actions for the moment as we just enjoyed the taste of each other. Now, she spoke up, breaking the kiss. Does that cheer you up, my lover? She giggled. You could always read me easily. I sighed, letting my head set against the grass. You often wear your heart on your sleeve. She sat back down next to me as I felt her hand start running through my hair. It is one of the qualities of yours that I find attractive. Now speak to me of your troubles. Did something happen with that other woman? It feels strange to talk about girl trouble with my woman. I snorted, letting out a sigh. The humor isn't lost on me either. She chuckled. But I am here to help you in all your endeavors. As you say, I am your woman, for all that matters to you, such things are important to me as well. I don't deserve you. I choked out, wrapping my arms around her. And don't you forget it, she playfully poked my cheek. If you wish to reward this Skathuk, then we shall make sure your spear is tested tonight. My teacher is lewd. I couldn't help but smile. Humph, take responsibility for making this Skathuk moist between the legs. She huffed. Now, speak. I will not have you mope about, especially in front of your other women. I let out another sigh. It's not much to say. I told her I had a harem before we got too involved. She didn't take it too well. She didn't kick me out or anything, and even implied she wanted to continue. It's just, I felt like there was more distance now. I know it's to be expected, but I still can't help but feel shitty. Salem was hard to read sometimes. I guess I should just keep going as I had been? I'm fairly sure she'd tell me to fuck off if she wanted me to. It appears as though you must let nature take its course. Yeah, that's what I figured too. I was just going to see how things played out after spending more time with her. And how about you? She playfully nipped at my ear. Besides the latest lady to catch your interest, did you partake in anything? I met with a friend, spent a few hours with her to catch up. I smiled. That sounds pleasant. She said softly. It was, and I'm glad I stopped by. I'll be checking in some more, so if you ever want to come on over, give me a heads up. I think I'll anchor the house somewhere here soon to make it easier as well. That would be most beneficial. Skathik nodded. I let out a yawn as I sat up. You ready to go or do you want to laze around for a bit? Skathik pursed her lips before reaching out and pulled me back down with a giggle. Well, I guess that answers that question. It was fine to just relax and not worry about things for the time being. Yasaka POV. So much paperwork. Just a little fire, no one would notice. I was about to push it off my desk until I noticed someone was approaching. I straightened myself up and appeared to be busy at work. Lady Yasaka. Soma bowed as he entered. Soma, what is it? We have a sudden visitor. Azazel of the Grigori is here and he wishes to speak. Soma explained. I suddenly felt a headache coming on. I resisted the urge to throw something in the presence of my faithful subordinate. Should I send him away? If he showed up in person, then he's either confident I'll have to speak with him, or he won't give up and he's going to be annoying until he gets his way. I wished Wilhelm was here, it would be nice to have him scare away Azazel. Amaterasu above, I know he's going to start flirting with me and stare at my tits. I didn't really care before many guys, and girls, did, and it wasn't like I exactly hid my boobs from view. But I felt a bit disgusted by it now that I had a man in my life. My cleavage definitely was a good tool for negotiations, but I didn't want to do that anymore. These boobs were the property of Wilhelm, and I wouldn't let others have any peeks anymore. What to do, what to do? Soma's looking at me expectantly. Take him somewhere to wait. Say I'm in a meeting. It's not like he could complain when he dropped in unexpectedly. He should be lucky I don't kick him out for stomping all over proper decorum. Right away, Lady Yasaka. Soma bowed and disappeared. Should give me some time to think of what to do. Well, if Wilhelm wasn't available, I did believe I have some sisters I can call upon. The benefits of being in a harem full of powerful women. I had wanted to bond more with Meridia as well. I feel as if she's the most distant of all Wilhelm's women, which was not unexpected once I learned of her origin. I took out one of those phone things that I received from Artoria's master. That Rin was such a lovely young woman, I should do something nice for her later. It would be my first time using this thing. I played around with it as I was familiar with the overall design and I connected across dimensions. Hello. A visual appeared on the device, and a familiar voice came through. Hello, Meridia. I greeted politely. Yasaka. Meridia nodded. Do you require assistance? Hey, was she so quick to jump to my defense? How sweet, she keeps such a cold demeanor, but she's just a softie underneath, wasn't she? I do, but it isn't urgent. I am here. I paused, looking up from my device as Meridia stood only a few feet away. I quickly sent a message to Wilhelm to use my office as his return point if he decided to come back in the next hour or so. Then I slowly turned it off and put it away. Well, that was quick. With the connection Wilhelm set up, coming over is not difficult. But I am merely at a fraction of my power whereas my main focus remains in my realm. She explained. How may I assist? I Didn't need you to rush over. Now I felt a little embarrassed. I just wanted someone with me since an annoying sleazebag came over to annoy me. It is no matter. Meridia didn't seem to mind. I wish to be helpful. I am aware I am not the most sociable of the bunch, so I would like to help when I can. This is but a small matter to me, think nothing of it. And now I can see why Wilhelm enjoyed teasing her so much. I wondered if she'd be open to some fun with Wilhelm and I together down the road. She had a face I would very much like to sit on. I appreciate it, truly. I would have asked Wilhelm, but he's absent at the moment. I smiled towards her. Meridia appeared appreciative of my thanks. I am happy to assist my harem sisters. She stumbled a bit as she said it. I think she was embarrassed to say it out loud. And I knew for a fact that Jin was the one who put that term in her head. Well, I should give you a rundown. He's a fallen angel, the leader of the Grigori. He fell because he had sex with a human or something. I waved my hand flippantly, it wasn't like that particular detail was important. He's sleazy and has no shame with where he stares. I adjusted my kimono to make sure my cleavage wasn't showing. If he leers at me, he will regret it. Merida crossed her arms. He's also a bit crafty, so watch his words. While he couldn't do anything to Meridia from what I understood, I was still stuck here and with a whole faction to lead, so I couldn't run. He could make my life very difficult if chose to. Merida nodded curtly as she stood next to me, looking intimidating. Soma! I called out, and my trusted guard appeared immediately. Please bring Azazel in. Right away, Lady Yasaka. He bowed, headed off to do his duty. You have a good subordinate. Meridia commented. Oh, I'm lucky to have him. He was orphaned and we took him in when he was young. I still remember that cute kid that came up to me and asked to be my guard. Such a sweetie, and he grew up into a fine young man. Unfortunately my reminiscing was cut short as could smell cheap cologne as they got closer. Yasaka, it's been too long. The fallen angel strode in like he owned the place. Azazel. I kept my expression even. He tried to flash that charming smile towards me, but it only made me want to vomit. How he's able to swoon so many women, I didn't understand. Though his gaze turned towards my companion. And who's this charming young woman? Azazel held nothing back as he stared at Meridia. Take in. Meridia said sternly. And retract your eyes from my legs lest you wish them removed from your head. I held back a smile as I saw Azazel's eyes widen and he shivered at her words. I think she briefly released a bit of her power for him to take heed. He cleared his throat and continued. Yasaka, how's it been? Cleaning up messes. Something you would know nothing about since you push your work off onto other people. Don't be like that, I actually came here to help you. He smiled brightly. I'm sure. I said dryly. Hey, I'm on the side of the angels here. He snickered. Besides, would I come all the way out here just to lie about something like this? I let out a long sigh. Get to it, Azazel, my patience is running thin. Fine, fine. All right, so I heard you were having some trouble after the whole mishap. You speak of when my home was attacked and many of my number were killed in cold blood. I clarified. So I wanted to come and help you there. He ignored my words and continued. How about I give you a big discount on some resources? Help you repair your wards, send in stuff to rebuild, those kinds of things. And what would you want in return? I might as well play along. Nothing much. I heard you got your hands on some sacred gears recently. He said almost as if he was doing us a favor. Oh, and I wouldn't mind getting a meeting with your boy toy. My boy toy. I repeated. I knew Wilhelm had joked about that title once, but that was a joke between us. Not something to be used by an outsider. By that, I presume you are speaking about the father of my daughter? The man for whom I have decided to become coupled to. Truthfully, it wasn't that angering of a statement he made. It was annoying, one of those stupid games to be played to purposely get someone you're negotiating with upset and possibly off balance. He wanted my sacred gears and he had resources he perceived I needed. In his view, I was the one in the lower bargaining position, so he tried to make himself pull ahead further using such petty tactics. We had no proper alliances, and we also had nothing he wanted other than the sacred gears. So it wasn't that strange that he'd taken a more aggressive form of negotiations to get what he wanted. Come on, don't get upset. He feigned an apologetic attitude. I didn't mean anything by it. Besides, I'm here to help. Making sure your people get back up on their feet is the priority. That smug undertone was truly grating. Get me upset, then remind me that he's my only hope at helping my people. It would make a lesser person emotional enough to probably play into his hands. No thank you. The corners of my lips curled up. What? He blinked, stuttering out in surprise. Your services are not required. I said plainly. You may leave. Are you really going to toss me out? Don't you care about helping your people? Yes, that is why she has received ample support from other sources. Meridia snorted. Mine included. Unless you seem to think you can provide anything I cannot. Meridia narrowed her eyes as Azazel looked to sweat visibly. As you can see, I have everything well in hand. I do not require help from someone who would levy my people's needs against me, so I will call someone to walk you out. Wait. Azazel raised his voice. I really do need to speak with the kid, it's important. If not, it might get out that he has a certain dragon in a gauntlet. I'm sure we can come to some kind of arrangement to keep that a secret. Did Azazel find out that Wilhelm had drag in his soul? He used it during the fight with Susanoo, but not many people recognized it as anything important from the very blurry images that were available. How laughable, did he think that's something he could use to extort us? He must really want those sacred gears. Did someone call me? A burst of magic erupted out as Wilhelm made a very visible entrance. And my man seemed to have impeccable timing, as I believed Meridia was about to slap Azazel into meat paste. And Skathik was by his side, absolutely wonderful. Oh, did they do it again? The smell was really strong. That meanie, coming around me like that and not even offering some for me? I wonder if they knew how wet it made me when the smell was so strong. Hey there, kiddo. Azazel perked up immediately. Man, I've been looking for you for a while since you did your little runner. And he immediately started pressing Wilhelm's buttons. Did he have a suicide wish? Sorry, who are you again? Wilhelm said, dismissively. Ouch. Azazel laughed. So I wanted to talk to you about something. Not interested. Wilhelm said bluntly, ignoring him, which probably did more to annoy the angel than any words would. Ha! Azazel let out a sigh. You know, we're pretty similar. We both left our homes when we didn't like our dads. Wilhelm froze in place as he slowly turned his gaze towards the fallen angel. Alike? No, no. We're quite different. The corners of Wilhelm's lips turned up and I knew I was going to enjoy this. I left my home when I was treated like shit. You, on the other hand, were tossed out of yours, because you were a shitty person. Azazel froze. He had a wide smile on his face, only to hide the scowl he would otherwise have gained. It was hard to elicit that kind of reaction from the fallen angel, but Wilhelm managed to do so in only a few words. And I knew one thing for sure, I was going to drain my man dry when this was over. Chapter 258, Chapter 243. I stared at the man in front of me. The room had gotten noticeably quiet. He quirked a cheerful smile, but you could feel a hint of annoyance emitting from him. He had pushed my buttons, but I was sure I had just sledgehammered his. Or so I think. He's lived a long life, this could all be fake. Well, this didn't turn out as expected. The fallen angel forced himself to laugh. You sure I can't convince you to trade me those sacred gears? He seemed to gloss over the fact that we had just traded barbs a moment prior. Yasaka looked like she held back from sighing. I have uses for them, Azazel. I will not be trading them, she said as bluntly as possible. Well, how about another offer then? I can help you extract them for a price. He grinned. Your services are not required, Yasaka said once more. Oh, don't be like that, Yasaka. Azazel started to saunter up to her. Meridia, who had her arms crossed, raised a single finger up, and Azazel paused in his steps, flashing a concerned look before he backpedaled in his tracks. Maybe you don't know, but taking out a sacred gear is hard. If you don't do it right, the person dies and the soul drifts away with that little prize still attached, back into the cycle of reincarnation that dear ol' dad set up. Yasaka's expression didn't change, she made no response, but Azazel perked up. Unless, you don't need my help as opposed to not wanting it. He slowly turned around the room until his eyes landed on me. Oh, now that makes a bit more sense. He rubbed his chin. Mr. Takao, or should I call you Wilhelm, or even Red Dragon Emperor? He was trying to get a reaction out of me. This wasn't more foot-in-mouth nonsense. He was doing this completely on purpose. Azazel, the leader of the Grigori, one of the oldest angels in the world, was far too old to act like a petulant child for no reason, probably. I held my hands behind my back. I wasn't going to get physical just because he was annoying and had done nothing. I wasn't going to act like Susanoo did. Though, the moment he stepped over that line, all bets were off. However, I think he's too smart to step foot over it. Not to mention, Yasaka was acting calm, and I wasn't going to overstep in her own place just because I was annoyed. Despite everything, this man was the head of another faction, one with ties to others, and it would look very bad on Yasaka if something unfortunate happened to him while under her roof. Which he's most likely using to his advantage. Should I call you young Master Azazel? I raised an eyebrow in response. Young Master? He repeated in confusion. Wasn't the reason you fell, because you shouted out your father's name in order to get laid? God commands that you sleep with me. The corners of my lips curled up as I waved my hand flippantly. If that wasn't young master behavior, well, maybe I'm not that up to date on my terminology. I vaguely recalled the story of Azazel. There was more to it than that, but the event that led to his fall was finding a woman bathing in a river and declaring that God commanded that they have sex or some other nonsense. Basically, he used his father's name to get laid. Young Master Azazel. There was the smallest reaction, one that I would have missed had I not been paying attention for it. What a sense of humor you have. He laughed again. I'll have to tell your dad all about that one when I see him next. Definitely not doing that by accident, and I don't think the purpose here was just to annoy me, nor the others for that matter. I came here late, and just by the few minutes I'd been with him, I could imagine how fed up Yasaka was. Speaking of, I heard you're swinging in his weight class now, hey? Picking a fight with ol' Susanoo. You sure know how to make everyone worried down there. He eyed me again. By the way, I heard you also have Dad's spear. Never got the chance to look it over, care to let a neighbor borrow it for a few days? Azazel. Yasaka spoke rather authoritatively. My patience has reached its end. If the next words out of your mouth have nothing important within them, I'm sure I can call up Lady Izanami for a repeat of her last performance. Oh, so you're still on good terms with her, hey? Azazel smiled brightly. Good to know, good to know. He hummed. All right, I know when I'm not wanted. He threw his hands up. Soma. Yasaka called out, the summoned Tengu immediately appearing, head bowed. Please escort Azazel out, she said with a bit of bite to her tone. Azazel didn't argue as the yokai led him away. We all stayed silent until his presence disappeared. That is not how I expected one of these fallen angels to act. Skadik spoke up, dismissing her spear. She hadn't said a word once in his presence. Yasaka let out a very long sigh. Fallen angels are annoying. She rubbed her temples. Azazel one of the worst. He propositioned me so many times over the years. It would have been easier if I just smote him. Meridia huffed. As gratifying as that would be, my yokai faction couldn't handle the fallout. Even if I had you all on my side, they would suffer in some way. My patrons might even come down against us if things escalated. Azazel is much older than me, I don't know the extent of his influence or connections in the event that he died or calls for help. The fox yokai grumbled. I could use his little visit as an excuse to kick up a fuss, but that would require I contact the Grigori and speak with them. Which is more trouble than it's worth. I added. Wiping out the Grigori? Not that challenging if we pulled ourselves together. Dealing with the fallout? Well, Yasaka would take the brunt of it, and that's in no way shape or form fair to her and her people. Especially when they don't see us as worth anything. Yasaka nodded. Besides the sacred gears we'd just acquired, there isn't anything of significance that they would desire. I believe he had other agendas. Skadik interjected. He seemed too sure of himself. I believe his antics had a secondary objective in mind. I thought so too. He acknowledged that I fought Susanoo, and didn't even seem fazed when he knew he was poking at me and I was getting annoyed. I shook my head. Who knows, those types of people are hard to predict. Politics, so annoying. Even with Meridia by my side, by Yasaka's side, she couldn't be around forever. If Yasaka suddenly had a big stick to swing around at the other factions, and for a brief moment it goes away, she would get pounced on the moment she was seen as vulnerable. It's best to just strengthen Yasaka and her faction silently for now. However, if someone started shit, well, I doubt we'd care at that point. Azazel was annoying, but he wasn't put children in cages annoying like a certain other person we had mobilized against. Regardless, good riddance. Meridia spat out. I did not enjoy the way he eyed me. Yet, only I'm allowed to admire your legs so blatantly. Of course she stopped mid-sentence, sending me a faux glare while her cheeks were filled with a light pink. Wilhelm, don't tease the poor woman. Yasaka stood up, walking over and hugged the Daedric Lord. Meridia stiffened slightly, but she seemed receptive to the sudden affection. And thank you, Meridia, for the help. Humph, at least someone appreciates me. Meridia huffed, looking right at me. All I receive from you are molestations and incessant teasing. That's not true. I laughed, joining in the hug. I also give you lots of kisses. I leaned forward, capturing her lips. She accepted, almost greedily if a bit brief. Mao, this fox is going to get jealous. Yasaka giggled. I have to smell Wilhelm and Skadik after they went several rounds, and now I get left out. Phew, well, I wouldn't be against you joining next time. We may make some headway on his unyielding stamina if we work together. Skadik laughed as she joined in just for the fun. Meridia looked, unsure of how to react, but I don't think she hated it. Hugs are nice. This is pleasant. Meridia acknowledged. However, I wish to return if there are no pressing matters. There isn't anything I need, and thank you again for stopping by. Yasaka expressed her full gratitude. I'm sure you stopped him from really going all out with his annoying attitude or the power plays. I'll come visit soon, okay? I stated. Meridia pursed her lips. You may come when you wish, I will entertain you. She replied. That too, does that apply to all of you? I would enjoy it if I found anyone in my company. I might take a stroll over soon too. Skadik looked thoughtful. I have not had the chance to explore your world yet. My home is open to you. Meridia smiled lightly. And lest I forget, Yasaka, I have the next batch of materials you requested. They should be suitable to be delivered in the next couple days. Oh, Yasaka perked up. Wonderful. I really can't thank you enough. If I had to buy this stuff here, we would be going heavily in debt. Think nothing of it. These things are worthless to me and I can easily send as much as you require. Meridia looked a bit happy to be of assistance. I think this is her way of trying to bond with her. Wilhelm. She said quietly, escaping the various arms as she turned towards me one last time. Oh, did my Meridia want a goodbye kiss? It's not normal for her to speak up about it, even if it's what she wanted. As I said, I'll be over to play soon. I reached out, grabbing her hands. Leaning up, I placed one last kiss on her lips, earning a content look from her. She nodded one last time before quite literally disappearing from the area, returning back to her world extremely quickly. My student, you truly lucked out on that one. Skadek looked on with an amused look. Never have I seen such a powerful entity allow themselves to act like such to their inferiors. Yet, she's really something special. I couldn't help but smile before returning my focus. So, out of curiosity, what exactly are you going to do with those sacred gears? Yasaka furrowed her brow. I was going to give them to some loyal subordinates of mine, but I have run into difficulties. Need help removing them? I would appreciate the assistance. As annoying as Azazel is, he was right about the difficulty in removing them without them being spirited away in the process. Yasaka sighed. Then there's the matter of who I'm going to give them to. They are not an insignificant power boost to most people. Enough to propel someone a full rank if utilized correctly. I'm hesitant to trust after being betrayed so blatantly. I'm surprised any of the hero faction is still alive, to be honest. I mused. Alive is, stretching it. While I would take no pleasure in torturing children, there are methods to reduce them to inactiveness that are not inherently painful. That's smart, I suppose. She did originally keep them alive for information, and their sacred gears. They'd pretty much served their purpose. I can devise a geese for you to distribute with the sacred gears. Skadek spoke up. Supported by my runes, I find it unlikely that anyone you wish to bestow those objects upon will be able to break it. A geese. Yasaka tilted her head. Ah, one of those magical contracts from the West. That isn't an incorrect summarization. Skadek nodded. Or, if you wish an opinion on who to hand these objects to, I have trained with your troops enough to have a rough estimate of their strengths and potential as well as their personality. What would I have done without you all? Yasaka let out a sigh, a little smile growing on her face. I have a list I've been working on. While we go over it, tell me about your time on Remnant. Oh, it was fun. Skadek laughed. I have a bottle of wine I've been meaning to open. I believe this a perfect occasion to break it out and relax. Yasaka grinned. Why don't I go pick up Kunu? I offered. Let you both enjoy yourselves. It was almost that time, maybe a few minutes early. So thoughtful, Yasaka cooed. My student does have his moments. Skadek agreed with her. Not that I ever would mind picking up Kunu from school, or otherwise spending time with her, but I figured Yasaka needed to unwind a bit. She's no doubt stressed about Amaterasu coming down in a couple days, at Azazel's little appearance. Yet, let her have some fun with Skadek. Azazel POV. Azazel, why are you calling me so suddenly? I looked at the green-haired man across the magical communication spell. Ajoka. It's been too long. Azazel. He sighed. I'm not in the mood for your games, nor do I have the time for them. Ah, don't be like that. I just wanted to tell you of my little trip. I don't care about what you get up to. To Kyoto, I finished. That caught his attention. Please don't tell me you caused more problems. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Me? No, never. I denied. But I did meet your little runaway. Ajuka let out a long sigh. This better be good, we're busy trying to find out what's been going on in England that had Michael come down from heaven. Oh. I rubbed my beard. I did hear something about that, but I've been busy with other things. Anything interesting happen? All involved parties aren't speaking and it's too noisy to try and figure anything out through alternative methods. Ajuka replied. I don't have much time, get on with it. Fine, fine. In a gesture of goodwill, I wanted to share with you some things I discovered. We really need this peace talk to happen sooner rather than later. Hopefully, this'll help allow me to mediate a bit more between them and heaven. As I said, met the brat. And Yasaka for that matter, her boobs are still amazing by the way. Noted. He said dryly. Do you actually have anything important to add or did you just waltz in and make a fool of yourself? Yes. I nodded with a grin. Damn it, you're as bad as Sirafal. What happened? Well, managed to find a few things out. I laughed in response. Those rumors about Skathik walking around in Kyoto? Might not be just rumors. That's interesting. Do you have any evidence? There was a woman there when I met Yasaka. 10/10ths beauty, amazing chest and ass. I shot him a thumbs up, but he only groaned in response. Anyways. She also had a spear that absolutely reeked of bloodlust, so, yeah. 2 and 2, isn't hard to add. Could be a coincidence, but it was worth noting. I shrugged. I purposely didn't talk to her. It felt like she was ready to run me through at any moment. That could be valuable to know in the future. Ajuka mumbled to himself. Anything else to note? There was another woman there, definitely a goddess, no idea who though. I scratched my head. I honestly didn't recognize her, which is strange. How is that strange? Can you say you recognize every goddess on the planet? Well, when just a single finger of hers moved, it felt like the world was crashing down on me. Yeah, it's weird. I'm pretty damn sure I should have recognized a goddess that would take that fire crotch of yours to have a chance of winning against. I snorted, shuddering as I recalled the feeling. Thankfully, she seemed more tempered than the spear woman. Or, at least she seemed less bloodthirsty. Gave me a bit of confidence to do my whole song and dance. Got a good look at her, tried to see if there was any features that made her identifiable, but I'm coming up completely blank. I'll send you a picture later. Alright, I'll look into it. Ajuka nodded. Anything else? Yeah. Whatever is happening there, it's bigger than we thought. I tapped my finger against my chin. They're apparently recovering much quicker from their attack than expected. I can't say I paid them much attention before, having nothing to catch my interest. But the Shinto gods certainly aren't lending any hands. The goddess made a comment about helping out, so I have no idea what's happening behind the curtain. So, we're still in the dark about that whole mess, only adding more strangeness to it. Ajuka sighed. This is helpful information though, I appreciate the update. Yeah, well, I'm not done. Should probably talk about the brat. Wilhelm, Sertska's bastard. I wasn't lying, I did meet with him for a few minutes. Came right in when I was trying to get those sacred gears from Yasaka. Admittedly, I had thought I would be able to nab them for a price, even if that wasn't the entire reason I went over. Kid wasn't intimidated by me at all. How surprising! He added that dry tone of his again. Yeah, whatever. I've had to work hard to cultivate this persona of mine. Not that it's fake in the slightest, but it's easy to move around when I'm just the innocent idiot. Still, I'm not some mook to ignore. He was very confident when staring me down, and it didn't feel like overconfidence. I may not have the raw power of Susanoo, but that doesn't mean I would be helpless in a fight against him. I always did prefer brain of brawn. Kid his age, his background, suddenly coming into a significant amount of power. I pointed out. Do you think you'd be calm if I started throwing your dad in your face after everything he's gone through? I questioned. He didn't overly react, just threw a few barbs right back at me. And there's one thing for sure, kid's got a sharp tongue on him. Really sharp tongue, made me even stutter a couple times. Goes right for the verbal jugular. Yet, he should be lashing out, arrogant as all hell, throwing fists at the first insult. Instead, he just took it, returned in kind and didn't overly react. It felt more like I was dealing with a peer than a brat that hadn't lived for 2 decades. On top of which, he threw down with a god and still wasn't parading himself around like it wasn't some noticeable feat. And we still have no damn idea how he suddenly got so strong. He somehow got the boosted gear, because I damn well know he wasn't born with it. Adding on to the fact that I was able to eke out that bit of information about not needing me to extract the others. It's clear as day to know that he took it from someone. Michael wasn't misleading us either, kid has the true Longinus. I made sure to add that tidbit in. Michael did say that it was in the hands of Sertska's bastard, but it's hard to take that at face value. He couldn't physically lie, but that doesn't mean he has to tell the truth. Should smooth relations between them a little bit, knowing that that damn spear was probably the greatest weapon on the planet when it comes to kill devils. It being in the hands of a half-devil should really ease a lot of tension there. You were able to confirm it? I gauged his reaction when I talked about it. I waved him off. He didn't act surprised in the least when I spoke about him having it. So, call it an 80% chance. I shrugged. I'll take your words under advisement. Ajulka said evenly. Were you able to gauge any of his motivations? You mean, is he actively plotting against the devils? I snorted, but the Satan didn't deny it. Dropped Daddy's name a few times, he showed annoyance, but not outright hostility. Take from that what you will. Again, he was way too even-tempered. And what if he did take exception, Azazel? Ajulka asked. It sounds like you walked a fine line. I wouldn't have lived this long if I didn't have a few methods to run away, even from a god. I smirked. However, that goddess did give me a very bad feeling. I couldn't gauge her strength, but she was way above me. Besides, Yasaka was there, any move against me would make heaven and hell stand together against her. Please don't use our tentative agreement as an opportunity to go cause trouble. Ajulka sighed again. While we're warring on the surface, so to speak, we're united against other pantheons. We have to be, now that Dad bit it all those centuries ago. And it wasn't a secret, if something happened to me, the Shinto gods would have been pulled into it by Sertska's and Michael coming down like Dad's own fury. Despite everything, I'm still the leader of the Grigori, so any move on me is by default a move on the Grigori and by extension all of us. And for what it's worth, I did confirm that the kid did fight Susanoo. Figured it was worth double-checking from the source. There was very little doubt, but a confirmation is always appreciated. Ajulka nodded in approval. Oh, and Izanami is still in the picture. Got Yasaka to make an offhand comment about me getting the same treatment from her. I let out a laugh, remembering what happened to Okada. So, careful of her, I guess. Japan's death goddess wasn't someone to take lightly. What about Wilhelm himself? Well, kid definitely got strong. If you're asking me for details, I don't really have much to give. You saw him fight a god, so more or less about there. I shrugged. Though I did notice him invoke Dad's name and didn't even flinch. Oh. Ajulka perked up. Interesting. Sertsk and Co could do that easily enough, and someone like Grafia could as well if she were prepared. But to casually call out Father's name and not even flinch, well, it was worth noting. It seems like you had a productive meeting. Ajulka commented. I didn't get any sacred gears. I sighed. My whole trip, wasted. Well, now I could tell Vala that we're not allowed over in Kyoto. What a shame. It seemed like those two dragons couldn't be allowed to fight so soon, truly, what a shame. Brat will at least believe I got us banned without questioning it. I can probably add that Wilhelm's stronger, so he needed to train for a few more years. Should keep him from causing trouble until the peace treaty was settled. I can only threaten him with the big sis routine so much before he eventually runs off. Better to get him focused on training for a while to distract him. Yes, I'm sure that's the only reason you went there. He drawled. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you not worried that you could have caused any issues by acting like you did? I get the boot. They kick up a fuss, and my people just say the same thing they always say, oh, it's just Azazel being Azazel, we're sorry, blah blah. I shrugged. Hell, get the Shinto involved, that means they'd be forced to actually talk with us. I'd call that a win as well. Kill a dozen or so birds with one stone. Chapter 259, Interlude 13. Lug POV, DXD. Did we really have to meet here? I looked at the other god present, the former head of the Norse pantheon Odin. It's been many years since his son was passed the throne. It's an informal meeting. I bit into a little pastry. And I quite like visiting these human establishments when given the chance. Granted, I made sure it was empty just for us. Didn't want humans or anyone else barging into or eavesdropping on our talks. Bah, we should have gone to a strip club then. Odin grumbled. This was the former head of the Norse, though I'd still take him over Zeus any day. At least Odin was mostly harmless these days and just acted like an idiot because he's bored. While this is an informal meet, All-Father, it's still a meeting between different pantheons. I said courteously. It's hard to talk with women bouncing their butts in your face. That's the point, you don't talk. Odin laughed. Well, that's fair point I supposed. I don't think he really wanted to be here, not that anyone particularly enjoyed these kinds of discussions between different cosmologies. Always full of the butting of heads and egos slamming into each other. I preferred this method, an informal meeting between some the more easygoing members of the different factions. And I don't think our third member of this little get-together would appreciate such a place. I pointed out as well. That biblical god. Odin spat. I still can't believe he did something so horrible to those creations of his. At least that Azazel had the right idea. Who cares if your wings are black if you have a big pair of tits to hold onto? It took all of my godly strength not to slam the palm of my hand to my face. Though, it was kind of strange that he forced his angels into such strict roles. Well, it definitely wasn't the strangest thing a god did, all of us had our quirks even as we mellowed out over the centuries as humanity evolved. Regardless, it's not polite to talk about the dead or the currently dead. There were still some talk if the biblical god was truly dead or not. Not that many wanted to test that theory. Even if he'd faded, heaven still held an obscene amount of power at its disposal. His angels weren't the strongest beings in existence, but backed by the majority of faith in the world, even I wouldn't want to face them. What do the humans call it? Mutually assured destruction. If anyone tried to besiege heaven, they would unleash all that stored power and could utterly annihilate an entire cosmology. They would most likely die in the process or cease being a true faction, but no one wanted to be the ones to pop that balloon. A sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. As comical as it was to think about how one of the weakest pantheons in the world was keeping everyone in line, I'm also thankful that they are in fact, one of the weakest. If they had ambitions like Indra does, the world would be in a much more chaotic state. They seemed content on just upholding the current stability right now, which gained my admiration. It was one of the reasons I agreed to that peace pact all those years ago. Some of my kin were upset about the Christian encroachment onto our lands, but I had seen/saw the writing on the walls. It was inevitable, and if we tried to press, the humans would have pushed back. And no one dared to be the ones to break the masquerade, so we were left without any available major moves to counter their expansion. In hindsight, I did believe I made the correct decision. I feared we could have turned out like the fallen gods in America after the waves of Christian immigrants nearly pulled them up by their roots and banished them from their homes, only to slowly fade into obscurity. Thankfully, we still had many followers and practitioners of the old ways. Those who held reverence for us, even in this modern era. And the Church left them alone, as per the agreements. We may not be as worshipped like the Indians, or the majority of the Eastern pantheons, but we had a steady supply of faith and worship that had us not worrying about the future. The Sumerian gods were a lesson that many of us took to heart. One of the worst ways a god could die, being forgotten. It seems like our third is finally here. I perked up. Did the brilliant light show give it away? Odin waved his hand flippantly. All those brats so obsessed with making a flashy appearance. I apologize for being late, I was unfortunately held up. The newcomer walked inside the building. His glowing wings disappeared, and the halo above his head was covered. He appeared in mundane clothing, but that did nothing to hide the holy aura he pulsated. Archangel Michael. I politely greeted. God of light, Lug. He smiled back with a nod. And All-Father, Odin. Brat. Odin huffed. The angel pulled up a seat and we were all gathered. In the spirit of hospitality, shall I offer you something to drink or eat from this shop? While he was not technically under my roof so to speak, it was the courteous thing to offer. The offer is appreciated, but I shall excuse myself. Michael politely declined. Hey, why didn't I get an offer? Odin interjected. Well, let's get on to business then. I ignored the older god's fake whining. Bah, all you brats these days. No respect for the elderly. You're barely older than me, Odin. I snorted. Still higher up, brat. Odin laughed. Which was something I couldn't argue with, unfortunately. I doubted Odin even cared about it as well, he often mingled with the younger generations as he often pointed out. I think he just did it to annoy people or get his way. So, shall we begin this impromptu meeting? I offered. Please. Michael said with a smile. Yeah, that big burst of power that erupted in both of your guys' territories. Odin said unceremoniously, jumping right into the thick of it. Yes, that. I supposed there was no need for the normal formalities in this situation. The descendants of Arthur Pendragon. I believe at this point we all know the source of the power spike happened right atop of them. And don't forget the magics I told you about. Odin spoke up. I noticed some very particular things pop up over there too. And wasn't that something to give though too? What kind of magic would make a god of magic take notice? I was also adept in sorcery, holding some amount of domain over it, but I would freely admit that Odin was superior to me in that regard. As for the family itself, Arthur Pendragon was someone whom I respected, as far as humans went. I would have put him on the same level as my son when speaking of them objectively. While it was a little outside of my lands and in Wales, I still watched them during that era. The church sent people to investigate, but they aren't being cooperative. Michael added. The former head of the family was executed after an incident occurred. We've tried to get in contact with them again, but they've closed themselves off. Why don't you brats just bring a few of your winged ones down there, get them to talk? Odin seemed almost bored. We're hesitant to become hostile in case the forces that we all sensed is something that was harnessed by the family. Or more likely, if it was the cause of someone else. Michael shook his head. And there's the matter of the contention we've had with that family for many years now. If we simply go down and force them into anything, our other allies won't look upon us well. I've heard that it had something to do with that sword your father created. I commented. Michael, for the briefest moment, seemed to look melancholic. We've set up some magical sensors around our territory since the fragments of Excalibur had been stolen. All of them triggered at the presence of that power spike. However, there isn't a feasible way that the Excalibur fragments could have produced that phenomenon. Even when it was still whole, Excalibur was not at that level of strength. Yet, it reminded me more of my son's hammer or this brat's spear. He jerked his thumb at me. Those toys of yours couldn't even come close matching our divine weapons. No offense. I take none. Michael smiled. It was a weapon meant for humanity, not for divine hands. I'm happy that it served its purpose and continues to do so, even at a reduced capacity. Perhaps that spear of yours? Your sensors may have been triggered by a similar source of holy power. I offered an explanation. Michael shook his head. The spear is currently in Japan in the hands of Lucifer's son. He smiled bitterly. Odin erupted in laughter. That's great. The devils have your spear. Ha 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 ha. Odin, I let out a sigh. Michael didn't seem to get upset. Not that I'd seen him upset in many centuries. As the humans say, the patience of a saint. Thankfully, the one who possesses it is a half-devil and not in communication with the devil faction as a whole. Could have messed up those peace talks of yours if the devil brat holds onto it. Odin finally calmed down. Yes, the secret peace talks that shouldn't be known. Michael sighed. Odin just looked smug. Was this the same half-devil who fought Susanoo? I asked. I assumed, but I would like confirmation. Susanoo wasn't the strongest god in the world. In fact, either me or Odin could have handled him relatively easily since he didn't have his own divine weapon anymore, but he was still a notable god. But to be defeated by a half-devil, it was concerning to say the least. However, I took Odin's advice and was keeping a cautious distance and was willing to let others test the waters. Yes. Michael said simply. Which is another reason we haven't tried to communicate with him. I don't wish to send any of my family into a volatile situation until we had more information. It seems you brats have gotten smarter over the years. Would do none of your lot good to go demand the spear at this point. You all already got all that faith power, what more would the spear do for you right at this moment that you couldn't live without? It's as you say, we aren't in desperate need for it, but it would be nice to have it returned to our hands. Michael nodded. I will wait till after our peace talks before reaching out. I may join you then. I tapped my finger on the table. Oh. Odin perked up. You're taking those rumors seriously. Wouldn't you? I retorted. Meh, I'm retired. He shrugged. Are you speaking of the rumors about Skadek appearing in Japan under the Yukai faction? Michael asked. Yes, and the more I've looked into it, the more it fills me with dread. I groaned, feeling the headache of politics coming on. Would it not be beneficial if a strong figure reappeared and rejoined your pantheon? He tilted his head in confusion. Not all of us are like your heaven. I smiled bitterly. Even in times of peace, we're a warlike people. We have strong opinions, grudges, and an overall disdain for certain people within our own families that hasn't gone away after centuries. If Skadek reappeared, certain things may be dredged back up and cause a conflict when things are already teetering. I shook my head in annoyance. Not to mention the Fomorians have been more active recently and my Tuathadadanan are responding in kind. And as their king, I can't tell my people not to prepare for war against our ancient foes. Annoyingly, the frost giants are also getting a bit more aggressive too. Odin grumbled. We don't know what's happening, but it seems like a lot of different factions around the world are getting riled up. Though I feel like I know where to place the blame it. Ah. So you've heard about movements from them too. Probably the most universally reviled faction. Though if you asked them, they weren't all one faction. I believe I have heard these reports as well, but I have yet to make a response. Michael added. Those damn Fae. Odin glowered. They do nothing but cause messes and then run away into their strange lands. The Fae lands, that cursed place. Not much was known about the land's fair folk, even to us gods. They were nearly impregnable, and if by some chance you found yourself there, they were almost impossible to navigate even for gods. Time was a suggestion, space was laughed at, direction was dismissed, and distance was irrelevant. We have packs, old ones, with the courts, but you know how they are. We've noticed more of them springing up lately, and it's made some of my people anxious. The devils were hated, but the Fae, the ones that existed in their strange realms, they were absolutely despised. And it just so happened that many of their entrances into the human world were present in our little corner of the world. It didn't seem to matter to them that they were outmatched in pure strength, they would still not back down and take revenge at the smallest perceived slight. I'm going to tell those dwarves to start pumping out some iron weapons and pass them around. I'll make it so your lot can buy them at cost. Odin snorted. Damn fairies, tricked me into laying with Troll, did they? I'll get them back. While Odin's particular reason for his hatred wasn't the same as ours, we would both prepare our people. Nonetheless, weapons forged by the famous dwarves of Nidavellir were nothing to dismiss, even if they were basic iron weapons. I'm sure they'd be more valuable than anything a normal smith could create with better materials. I'll send word after this meeting to prepare for the worst. Our holy scriptures seems to have an effect and are able to combat their glamours and other abilities, so we'll start there and see what methods are still available from the old days. Michael stated. The holy scriptures of their church were all-encompassing as opposed to most magics which skirted around the Fey magics. A strange interaction that came about, but a welcomed one to have on our side. I'll let word pass down too. I'll go double-check the old pacts we have written down and see what loopholes they have available to act on. My druids are good about sensing the distortions in the world that lead to the paths of the Feylands. I'll have them keep in touch and scour the country for them. I offered up my own men as well. We weren't concerned about ourselves being threatened, but they could certainly threaten our worshippers and our lands. Or worse, they could try to be helpful. Then you have things like the Black Death come back into existence again. Chapter 260, Chapter 244 Loot included. No peeking. I'm not peeking. I laughed, holding my hands over my eyes. Just tell me when. You can open. I heard a few things fall over. Wait. And several more things were thrown about. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just, give me a moment. And open your eyes. Jin declared. It's a wall. I mustered all of my enthusiasm. Turn around, you dummy. Jin gave a cute huff. I couldn't help but chuckle as I followed her directions, looking at what she had spread across the table in front of us. A map? I questioned. Jin nodded happily. I've been working on this for a while now, it's the thing I wanted to show you. She looked very proud. I pored through nearly every book I could find, rumors and other hearsay to cross-check with myths and legends. Historical records added in from Harkin's library really came through in that regard. I have nearly every notable location of Skyrim marked here with the corresponding coordinates for you to calculate it with your magic. She explained with great enthusiasm. Jin. I looked down at the map, it wasn't just a piece of parchment. There were layers and layers of enchantments on it to fit everything on there. It was interactive. I could focus on something and information about it would unfurl. Legends, historical anecdotes, even some handwritten notes. This is amazing. You like it? Jin asked, a tone of hopefulness in her voice. I absolutely love it. I quickly moved in to sweep her up into my arms. You're so amazing, I'm lucky to have you. Praise me more. My Jin is the smartest and incredibly beautiful. She has the cutest smile, and her magical knowledge is unrivaled. She's so hard-working and is always looking out for me. Kia. She smiled brightly. I'm your Jin. She buried her face into my chest. She's always so cute. I didn't move away, and opted to run my hand through her hair. She seemed to want some affection right now, so I would indulge her all I could while I was with her. I heard you did a little shopping before I came. I finally spoke, earning a shift from her. She titled her head up, to look right at me. You're going to take me out? She looked excited at the prospect. I figured a nice walk spent on the beach, playing around. I smiled right back at her. I know of the oceans on Remnant. I know what grim infest the waters, what aquatic creatures swim beneath the dyes. I know the molecular makeup up of the sand that runs along the coasts. Jin muttered, a look of sadness flashing across her face. I don't know what the salty air feels like brushing against my face. I don't know how it feels to have the sun beat down on my skin through the cool ocean air. I don't know how it feels to have that very sand brush up against my toes. It may seem like something simple to you, but it means a lot to me. Oh, Jin. I pulled her in again, squeezing her a little bit tighter. This isn't a one-time thing. Anything, everything. I'm going to make sure you can experience it all, and I'll be right there with you. Promise? She asked under her breath. I promise. I stroked her head some more. You're stuck with me for the long run. And remember what I told you when we first met? I was going to take care of you. Let me get changed and we can go. Her expression swiftly changed into a sensual smirk. I will be the first one you get to see in a bikini, right? Oh. I hadn't thought about that. Jin in a bikini was definitely something I need more of in my life. The sun shined bright as we walked out a portal. Jin latched onto my arm as she stepped onto the sandy beach for the first time. She looked around, really looked around as she took in the surroundings. We were on a portion of the beach that was reserved for those of supernatural inclination. The people around us now, they wouldn't give a blue-skinned woman a second or rather a third look. Such a beautiful blue tone definitely deserved a second look. But not for the fact that she was out of place among all the different species here. It's warm. She giggled, wiggling her toes into the sand below her feet. It took a moment before she knelt down and took some sand into her hands, feeling it run through her fingers. I enjoyed watching her, and not just because of what she was wearing. The red bikini she got really accentuated her features, even if it was just a modest two-piece with little green polka dots on it. I'd seen her naked many times at this point, but I could still keep staring at her all day. However, the feeling of joy pushed away those kinds of thoughts as she acted like a kid, playing around in the sand. It didn't take long for her to shoot to her feet, eyes sparkling as she stared at the water before turning to me. She quickly reached for me and pulled me towards the ocean. Let's go, she cheered as we made our way through the sand. Thankfully, I was wearing my own swimwear. She practically skipped to the edge of the oncoming tide. Standing in place as the waves slowly rolled up to us, Jin held her foot over the water before lightly dipping it in. Her little giggles as she splashed a few times were simply adorable. She stood up again, she gave me a strange look, and her hands snaked around my arm again. That look of hers then turned into something I could only call mischievous. I blinked and the world around me spun as I went cartwheeling into the ocean, hitting the water with a large splash and suddenly found myself submerged. It took me a moment to reorientate myself as I hadn't expected Jin to throw me a dozen meters so suddenly. Well, well, well. I intoned after breaching the surface, staring right back at my giggling genie. It seems someone wants to play. I gathered the water around me at the tip of my index finger. Wait, let's talk about this. Jin squeaked. No mercy. I declared as little balls of water began firing off right at her. Kaya! She let out a surprised shout as the little balls of water bombarded her. Meanie, bully! She waved her hand, pulling up a curtain of water, making my little balls splash hopelessly against it. Have a taste of your own medicine. She shouted as the screen of water morphed into a large ball and flung it at me. Oh dear! I quickly gathered my own water and shot it in a condensed stream right at the ball, dispersing it, only to look back at Jin who had floated above me, large streams of water flowing around her, almost forming a throne for her to sit on. She had a smug look on her face. I reached out with my hand, and yanked her forward with a burst of telekinesis. Eee! She exclaimed as she dove headfirst into the water, her watery manipulations falling back down. It took a second for her to come back up, looking at me before spitting out a mouthful of water. Salty. She just laughed some more. Get over here, you silly girl. I swam up close, taking her back into my arms. You're not supposed to drink it, I added with a deadpan. I was curious. She pouted. Though, I prefer a different salty snack. She kissed my cheek. Lewd genie. I snorted, pinching her cheek. You're lewd genie. She smiled brightly, splashing me. All mine. Hee hee hee. She giggled some more. What? I'm swimming. She pushed at the water, moving around me happily before paddling away. I've never swam before, this is fun. It's like flying, but the resistance makes it feel funny. Gah, you're so adorable. I quickly began to chase after her. Magic is convenient, I stated as I used said mystical force to dry my hair a bit. It's strange to think that so many societies are just ignorant of its existence. Even back home, the majority don't know about it in the current era. Jin replied, fixing her own hair. I was created when magic died. When the brother gods killed the first iteration of humanity. But it still was something natural for me, something I wouldn't bat an eye at. Honestly, I don't even know the excuse for it not being known here. Back home it's a diminishing resource, but I know that's not the case for this world. I shrugged. Not my place to rock the boat, but still strange. I held my hand out to her as she happily accepted it, our fingers interlocked. We had no direction set as we began walking down the beach, the pleasant coolness of the evening tide brushing against our feet. I hadn't thought about that. Jin tilted her head. I've been focusing more on Skyrim while only learning a few things here to be helpful. You know you don't have to push yourself. I squeezed her hand a little bit. You are allowed to have your own time to enjoy and live your life how you want. Of course. She puffed up. And I choose to be helpful to the man who saved me from a prison I didn't even know I was forced to be in. She turned towards me. I truly did not think my existence would ever change past what I was doing, and you ruined me, Wilhelm. I was just supposed to answer questions every century, nothing more. Yet, here I am. She raised our hands up for emphasis. I have a lover, a man who is sweet on me and makes my heart beat quicker. This isn't what I was made for, so you have to continue to take responsibility for corrupting my purpose. Didn't I already say back in Remnant that I would take responsibility? It seemed like it's still something of a sore spot, or rather, a certain fear of going back. So if she wanted some reminders, or some reassurances, I would do so every time. I said it before, I'll say it as many times as you need me to. I'm a greedy and selfish man, I'm never going to give you up. I brought out interlocked hands to my lips as I kissed the back of hers. Her smile was always one that could brighten up the room, the sheer joy and the way she wore her heart on her sleeve, it was completely stunning. Speaking of Remnant, did you have fun? She questioned. It was interesting. I nodded. I met Pyrrha, caught up with her. And I spent a little bit of time with Salem, might have done something we could have considered a date. Oh, so Grim Lady is not focusing on destroying humanity anymore. She said dryly. I'm working on it. I sighed. I met her, minions? Subordinates? Oh, Cinder. She blinked. Ah, my restrictions, I see. Cinder, Mercury, Emerald, Tyrion. She laughed. Well, it's nice to know that the restrictions are good for something. Since it involves Remnant and you know the information, I can now speak their names. Oh, the way you worded that, it implies there were more I haven't met. Not that I cared that much. It's not like she was going to give me a rundown of every detail of her organization or whatever she called it. I cannot answer any more questions this century. Jin huffed. Really? No more questions? How unfortunate, because I had a question pertaining to one Jin that hails from Remnant. I was going to ask her if she wanted a kiss, but alas, I suppose that question shall never be answered. You bully, of course I do. She stood up on her tiptoes and gently placed her lips to mine. And the fact that I can say I did, means you know it too. She let out a cute huff again after breaking the kiss. I was joking, but it does seem like your restrictions are loosening. Maybe. She hummed. It's strange. I don't think my mechanisms were created in mind for processing such foreign information that my restrictions are going haywire. I should keep an eye on her then, just in case. I didn't think anything bad was happening, but I can't help but worry when she words it that way. Has Yasaka come to ask about aura yet? I asked. She did. We had a discussion on the nature of it after she read a few books and I could actually speak about it. Jin let out a long sigh. It's still absolutely infuriating that I can't articulate myself through certain subjects well. And I'm sure you did a wonderful job regardless. You're sweet. She smiled. And the idea of awakening a yukai's aura is fascinating. Especially after what you did to Thorum. I have no clue why his aura is reacting the way it is, even if you account for the fact that he's supposed to have a dragon soul. It should still operate somewhat normally, but I can only throw my hands up and call it godly bullshit. Well, dragons aren't the same in their existence as they are here. They're literally pieces of Akatosh, so who knows how that really affected it. It could have just brought more of the god portions to the surface and intertwined with the dragon concepts and manifested that way. A good enough explanation as any. She shrugged. And you should come by the college soon, I think the Archmage wouldn't mind seeing you. Same with Tolfdur, that old man is really nice and he speaks about you sometimes. I really do. I nodded. I'll make sure to visit Skyrim again after settling a few things. I'm finally going to reach out to my grandmother, maybe bury some past grievances and finally move on from that whole family. I sighed, lightning swinging her arm along with mine. And there's that meeting with Amaterasu, which I am not looking forward to. And it's nice that you're doing it for Yasaka. Jin replied. I don't think even Yasaka wants to meet her. In my experience, it's preferable to stay away from godly eyes, certain company excluded of course. Lucked out with Izzy and Meridia. That's being generous. I'd say you hit the divine lottery there, twice. Even in this world, I've read up on how, well, there's no polite way to say it. How crappy some of the gods here are. Considering you have the full extent of Remnant's internet in your head, I think that's very polite on your end. You have no idea. She groaned. Do you have any idea how much foot-based porn there is out there? How much? Too much. She cut me off. Even when my sex drive was non-existent, it turned me off. I blinked. When your sex drive was non-existent? Did that change since then? A small blush crept up on her cheeks. You're asking me that after filling my belly for the first time, and making me keep my lamp in my butt for so long. It's still there. I leaned back, taking a good look at her butt. Feel free to check. Well, if it's an invitation. I did reach over, getting a nice feel for the supple blue cheeks of hers before running my hand between them, feeling a little bump. Do you feel it? I followed your command, I haven't taken it out. Even though I still feel it stretching me with every step I take. A constant reminder of how you ruined me, Wilhelm. She said with a sultry tone. This date has been wonderful, but right now, I want to make good on my promise I told you before you went off to fight that war. I want something bigger inside of me. She added with a whisper. It was amazing how quickly these loose swim shorts became tight. Loot ahead. I wasted no time claiming the lips of my beautiful blue genie, pushing her against the wooden pillar supporting the pier we were under. Like all my girls, she had her own unique taste that I simply found addicting. She responded just as quickly, her tongue immediately became entangled with my own. P put a bounded field up. She breathed out as I began kissing her neck. I didn't even look up as my fingers dug into the wood, quickly bringing up a barrier around us for privacy. Her hands began running around my stomach until I felt her grip my manhood through my swim trunks. Someone's impatient. I teased. And whose fault is that? She huffed, dropping to her knees. I've had my lamp up my butt for so long, do you have any idea who horny I've been? She gave me a cute glare. I've been constantly wet because of what you did. She undid my shorts, pulling them down as my cock sprang free. She grabbed a hold of my member, giving it a few gentle tugs. I've had to masturbate almost every day to deal with it. I went from no sex drive before I met you to digging my fingers into my cunt multiple times a day just to calm myself down. If I wasn't rock hard before, that would have immediately had me standing at attention. Maybe you're just naturally a lewd genie. I offered, stuttering slightly as she squeezed me just a little tight. She puffed up, looking at me in the eyes before opening her mouth and slowly lowering herself onto my head. Her tongue wrapped up my tip, massaging all around it. I'm not a lewd genie. She pouted, my cock popping out of her mouth. You did this to me. She ran her tongue along the bottom of my length and until she got to my balls, taking one into her mouth. She made sure to keep eye contact with me as she sucked on it with just enough pressure to make my knees wobble before letting go. My creators made me to just be a keeper of knowledge, and now I'm trying to milk this cock so I can swallow your seed again. The brothers would probably die of shame if they saw me now. She said, all the while pumping my cock with her hand. Jin. I breathed out, my hands fighting to rest on her shoulders. The blue-skinned woman broke out into a grin, repositioning herself. I'm here for your pleasure. She stated, opening her mouth up wide, eyes meeting mine, an expectant look on her face. Without a second thought, her hair was gripped between my fingers as I slowly pushed her down onto my cock. She didn't resist in the slightest, my full length running along her tongue until my tip found her throat. She garbled something impossible to understand, instead, her hands grabbed me from behind and she pulled herself forward. Kluug in one swift motion, she pushed herself all the way to the base, making my toes curl in the warm sand. Jin, once more, didn't budge from her spot. She looked up at me with teary eyes, her throat contorting around my cock. She relaxed herself, slowly pulling back as every inch left her mouth. Hey. She let out a breath, staring at my erect member. You can be as aggressive as you want, she licked her lips. And I didn't need to be told twice. Kluug. Her eyes widened as I pulled her back down without any warning. Kluug. My hips rocked back and forth, slamming down her throat with reckless abandon. She made no effort to stop me, even pushing her own head forward to match my thrusts. You want it? I groaned out, continuing without pause. I'll make sure you're fully satisfied then. With a grunt, I slammed down all the way, pushing her nose right into my groin. I felt my dick twitch, holding her down. The first spurt of cum went straight down the back of her throat. There was no surprise in her actions as she began swallowing everything I gave her. I relaxed, sinking into her own movements. She adjusted herself to better milk everything out of my orgasm, sucking every last bit out of my cock. Delicious, she smirked, letting go of my member. Thank you for the meal. Taking a moment to reorientate myself, I practically yanked her to her feet. It's time to make good on your promise. Ooh. She squeaked out, as I ripped open a portal and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed of my room. Wilhelm, she giggled. I was still fully erect, looking over her lying on my bed. I wasted no time taking off the upper part of her bikini. Those perky blue breasts of hers spilling out of the top. It wasn't the first time I'd seen them, but they were still just as beautiful as every other time. I know what you want. Jin herself took off her bottoms, tossing the bikini to the side. She turned so her butt was up in the air, head turning back towards me. She was definitely not lying as she was noticeably dripping from her pussy. But that wasn't the most eye-catching thing, it was certainly the lamp-turned butt plug that was still wedged firmly into her taut blue hole. She practically twitched in anticipation once I wiggled it. Grabbing it firmly, I slowly began to pull it out, and boy did her ass not want to relinquish it. It was almost as if she unconsciously fought me every step of the way. Jin let out a whiny moan through the whole process. Her hole stretching to accommodate the full size being taken out. Setting it to the side, I focused back on her twitching anus. It's out, you pulled it out. She whined once more. Will. She cried out. Please, I feel weird, it's too empty now, I need something inside. Relax. I whispered, hovering over her back entrance. I moved slowly to prod against it. Do you feel it? Slowly and methodically, she gave way, stretching around my tip as I pushed inside. Ooh. She arched her back. It's inside, you're inside me, keep going. I followed her commands, continuing to push forward, her legs kicking behind her with each inch I pushed inside. Yes. She breathed out. It hurts so good, it's stretching me wide open. She clenched the sheets of the bed, shuddering as I slowly moved back and forth, loosening her up. Brothers. It was very different than fucking the pussy, but no less pleasurable. Fuck, it's tight. I let out a grunt, grabbing her hips to better thrust into her. She clenched down, her muscles tightening and squeezing me from every angle. Her blue ass jiggled every time I slapped against it, my speed picking up with each passing moment. This ass of yours was made for my cock, you lewd genie. Yes, use my ass as your cock sleeve. She cried out, pushing her hips back to meet my rhythm. Fuck me harder. I want to feel it all the way inside. Once more, I followed her cries and pushed all the way inside, my cock fully disappearing into her butt. She gasped at the sudden full insertion, her head thrown back as she clenched much tighter than normal, her juices nearly spraying from her cunt. It's all the way inside. You made me come by fucking my ass and shoving it all the way inside, she mewled in ecstasy. Her body twitched and shuddered in pleasure. I have every inch of your cock up my ass and it feels so good. You did this to me, Wilhelm, you turned me into a slut that likes her ass being filled with your dick. My only answer was to pull back, and thrust back inside, fully sheathing myself into her once more. She let out a throaty moan. Don't, stop. She gasped. Ruin me. Fuck me into a new purpose. I don't care about being a spirit of knowledge anymore, I just want to have your big cock slamming into my butt. I picked up my pace, her moans echoing with the sound of flesh slapping against each other. Her rear turned red from the force behind each of my movements. She never stopped her moans, her loud wails as her anus was forced to stretch and accommodate all of me inside of her. I let get of her hips, my arms wrapping around her stomach instead as I pulled her back into my embrace. Jin. I let out a groan. You wanted it. I grunted with each thrust. I'm going to make sure this tight ass of yours is full of my seed. Ooh brothers. She slurred out. Fill me up, I want it. I made no attempt to hold back, not that I could do much with her butt tightening around me like it was. With another grunt, I bottomed out inside of her, letting myself tense up and then fall back into a relaxation as I came for the second time. My seed spilled out into her insides, into a hole she'd never used before due to her nature. She went limp in my arms, a look of pure ecstasy on her face. Her stomach shuddered with each twitch of my cock as my cum filled her up. Ha, ha. She panted, rubbing her stomach. So warm, I can feel it inside. I slowly began to pull out, only to be met with a whine from her. "No, don't let it out." She was practically lifeless, her body unmoving in my arms. "Let's stay like this for a little while longer, please. My Jin is a big pervert, hey." I lightly teased her, shifting a bit to be more comfortable. "You made me this way," she grumbled, sinking into my embrace. Her breathing was still haggard, but she wore a content look on her face. "Take responsibility," she mumbled with eyes half-lidded. "Not allowed to leave me." I didn't expect to cuddle with my cock still fully inserted inside her ass, but it was oddly heartwarming. Chapter 261, Chapter 245. Ara, doesn't your daddy look good, my little fox?" It looks good on you, daddy." Kunu bounced around as I ran my hands down my current attire. "Well, my two precious girls think so, so it must be true." I gave them both a warm smile as I shifted slightly in front of the mirror. Yasaka laughed, stepping forward and helping with smoothing out a few wrinkles. Then she helped with the collar, or rather, the fabric folding that took the place of a suit collar. She fiddled with it as to make it a little bit looser around my neck. "It's rare to see you out of your normal clothes. I thought I'd have to fight you to get you into a kimono." "Why'd you think that?" I tilted my head while doing a little spin. "Well, you normally wear the same designs and generally the same look. I suppose I can see where you're coming from." I wouldn't deny that I had a particular style I tended to stick to. But that's mostly just because it's something I feel that fits me for most occasions. And I think I look good in it. It really was a big contrast to my usual clothing. A traditional formal kimono and matching haori, with all the bells and whistles that enhance the look of nobility. Yasaka went through some decent effort to get the look she wanted, and I couldn't deny that I felt quite good with how it looked on me. "Well, I can't argue with that." Yasaka placed a kiss on my cheek. "But I do love seeing you in other things." A little wink was sneaked my way when Kunu wasn't looking. Message received then. "Well, regardless of how I look, I think you completely eclipse me." I gave her a visible once-over. She wore a traditional shrine priestess set on, just as one would expect from the miko of a goddess. "What about me?" Kunu looked up, cheeks puffed out. "Well, my little fox." I leaned down, scooping her up. "You're certainly the most adorable kitsune I've ever laid my eyes on." "I don't think I can even argue with that." Yasaka laughed, joined in from behind. My little Kunu, wanting to match her mommy. Kunu wanted to join in, so Yasaka helped her dress up in a matching attire. Not that she'd be joining in the meeting with Amaterasu, but it was important to involve Kunu. Kunu absolutely drank in all the familial affection. She liked to whine and moan about being treated like a kid, but she wanted this kind of thing a lot. She's just a bit too embarrassed to voice it out loud. Not that either Yasaka or I were oblivious to this fact, so we did so whenever possible. I just wanted to make sure I enjoyed it now, because in a couple years, she'd probably grow out of this phase. Hell, if it even took that long. She's almost 11 at this point. I needed to start reading up on how to handle kids at certain age milestones. "When I'm older, I'll be coming with." Kunu pouted, though she struggled to keep it there as both Yasaka and I continued to coddle her. "Of course, you can learn all about mommy's job when you're older." Yasaka cooed. "But you don't have to follow in my footsteps, remember it's always your choice. Your daddy also has things he can teach you if you want to go a different route, sweetie." Was she trying to turn Kunu away from her position? I admit to not being too familiar with the way her position was passed down, but I assumed it was from mother to daughter in this case. Though I supposed it's impossible to force Kunu to do it, not that Yasaka would do that. Not just me either. All your aunties would love to show you everything they got too. You don't have to decide what you want to do with your life right now. I would follow Yasaka's lead on this. Thankfully, she did look thoughtful at the notion. Speaking of your aunties, I heard you're going to be having fun today. I noticed her tails start swaying a bit faster at the mention. You got Jin, Skaduk, and Rei Kao all going to spend time with you, Daddy's jealous. Yasaka shot me a thankful look as I changed the subject. Kunu laughed happily. We're going to watch a movie, then we're going shopping. Master. I heard Rei Kao's voice sound through our link. Come on in. I sent back. And speak of the devil. Yasaka noticed her too if the cute little twitch of her ears was anything to go by. My servant knocked politely before entering the room with us. Oh master. Rei Kao perked up, looking at me. My son looks so dashing. Doesn't he? Yasaka smiled. Auntie. Kunu skipped over, giving Rei Kao a hug. Are we going? And our Kunu is so quick to leave us. Yasaka snorted. Fine, go have fun while your parents play at being responsible grown-ups. Rei Kao let out a little giggle at their antics. If you're ready to go, then your auntie Rei Kao's going to take her away. She knelt down next to the little fox. Did you say goodbye? Love you mama, daddy. Kunu quickly waved at us, a clear desire to get going. Yasaka's palm found her face. Love you too, sweetheart. My little fox. I walked up, kissing her forehead. Be good for your aunties. And Rei Kao is in charge. Yasaka quickly added. If Skaduk tries to give you any weapons, Rei Kao has to agree to it. But what happened with the sword the other day, It was an accident. And we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. Yasaka crossed her arms. I will do my best to watch over her. Rei Kao stated. I know you will. Yasaka's gaze softened. Thank you again for doing this. It's my pleasure. The servant smiled brightly. I snuck a quick kiss on her lips, the little perk up she did in response was always so cute. Come on, let's go. Kunu grabbed hold of Rei Kao's hand, practically forcing her out the door. Yasaka just shook her head with a sigh as they left. That girl, I swear. It's nice to see her excited about going out and doing things. I couldn't help but smile at the notion. She's been a lot less insular lately. Have I ever said how utterly delighted I am that your other women get along so well with our daughter? Yasaka turned to me. They actually enjoy spending time with her and being her aunties. It's hard not to love her. I snorted with a chuckle. Rei Kao though, she's really been amazing. You're telling me? She's been the best babysitter for Kunu I've ever had. I never have to worry about her safety when the legendary Minamoto no Rei Kao is watching over her. Not to mention how gentle and caring she is towards our little fox. Yet, Rei Kao definitely has a way with kids. I heard about how much Kunu's class liked her as well. The days she spent acting as school guard had endeared her to Kunu's classmates. Triador. I've spoken to some other parents who wanted to steal Rei Kao away. Even Kunu's teachers had nothing but kind things to say about Rei Kao. They didn't even notice she was there as protection. Yasaka added. She'll be an amazing mother. I said lightly. So pump a few babies into her. I almost choked as I heard her say that so nonchalantly. A little far away from that. Yasaka shot me a mischievous grin. So, what was that about dissuading her from your job? I asked. Ugh. Yasaka slumped. Let's talk on the way. She gestured towards the exit. We still have a few more things we need to prepare. Yasaka led me through the estate, taking me to a portion that was a tad more deserted. Not that it had been abandoned, but it was clear that people shied away from this portion. My mother passed her position down to me. The nine-tailed fix began to recant. She was old when she had me, much older than I am now. She showed me all the love I could have asked for, but it was clear I was more of a responsibility than a desire to have children. Oh geez, I can guess where this is going. I let out a sigh, only to find a fluffy appendage sneaking around my arm. It isn't exactly an unheard of tale. Yasaka had a melancholic look on her face as she continued. I was a responsibility to the continued line that was to inherit her position. Since as long as I could remember, I was taught, trained, or otherwise shown how to properly take over for when my mother finally passed. Nearly every day for my entire childhood and into my later life. I was her replacement, which often took precedence over other bonds. And you don't want that for Kunu. I pointed out. Correct. She said firmly. I've tried my best, but so many people seem to inherently believe that Kunu is destined to take over my role. I've heard it spouted so many times as a foregone conclusion that she even thinks it's her role. If she truly wants to take over, I would happily help her and show her the correct path. But I refuse to force her to take over my burdens like my mother did to me. I agree wholeheartedly. I want our daughter to be happy regardless of what she does. I'm glad I didn't read the situation wrong. I'll make sure to try and open her up to other possibilities when I can. Thank you, that's all I can ask. Yasaka smiled as we stepped into the final room. It was clearly of different styling than the other parts of the mansion. There were large braziers along the sides of the room, stone pillars that held up the ceiling, and it all led to an altar that was elevated off the ground with several steps. So, what should I expect? We had talked about this many times, but I wasn't told explicitly of Amaterasu's personality. Yasaka twitched slightly. Be prepared for the unexpected. Whatever notions you have of her built in your mind, don't hold on to them too tightly. Foreboding. Not in the way you would expect. Yasaka sighed. Make no mistake, she is one of the most powerful gods in the world. While she isn't ranked up on the top list, she isn't far behind. And she is certainly the strongest in the Shinto pantheon. She just has a few quirks. Any elaboration? Her myths are accurate in certain regards. Yasaka's hand ignited with her species' famed fox fire as she threw it at the braziers, lighting them all up. And I feel like I'm not going to get anything better than that. I made sure there were no wrinkles in my clothes as I gave myself another once-over. Just remember what we've talked about. She's a stickler for tradition and requires a certain degree of pomp. Yasaka glanced around the room, nodding to herself. But that's mostly just to compensate. I blinked. What? Compensate? Did you say something? What did you mean by compensate? I didn't say that. Yasaka hummed. I certainly didn't say anything that would put my patron goddess in a bad light. Well, alrighty then. Now, you remember what to do? She asked me. Follow your lead. I offered. You've learned well. She nodded happily, finding a spot in front of the altar, and went to her knees. I mimicked her actions, setting myself down right beside her. I could care less about Amaterasu normally, but she was Yasaka's patron, so I would show the proper respect and defer to her authority. Yasaka held out her hands. O great goddess of the sun! She raised her voice. The sun that lights up every corner of the land. I beg of you, hear the words of your sworn priestess. Please, grace us with your presence and descend upon this mortal world. She placed her forehead against the floor and I followed her movements. The fires from the braziers flickered, and the room's temperature noticeably increased at each passing moment. As if in an eruption of flames, the room shuddered as a spark ignited and a new presence was felt in front of us. My faithful follower. A melodical voice rang out. It was extremely pleasant to listen to. Raise your head, as well as your companion. Her voice practically exuded a tone of superiority. Yasaka didn't utter a word. She told me that she would wait for this very situation. Proper decorum was for Amaterasu to allow us to gaze upon her. My goddess! Yasaka greeted with an obvious tone of respect. Amaterasu seemed pleased, though I didn't dwell on that as I truly looked at her for the first time. She had long black hair that flowed down her back. golden eyes that seemed to be made of a simmering flame. Intense fires flickered around her, her mere presence caused them to float around. She wore a beautifully adorned dress that only exuberated her elegance and majesty. She had an otherworldly presence to her that just screamed God as I'd come to recognize. Amaterasu looked at me, gazing as if trying to peer through my depths. Her flames danced around her at the slightest of gestures, a merely twitch of her finger, and they would easily engulf the entire estate. She took a step forward, and the flames accompanied her, paradoxically, not burning where she previously stood. My faithful follower, Iwaya. Both Yasaka and I could only stare in shock as the noble and elegant goddess stepped on her own dress, tripped, falling onto her face, and proceeded to roll down the steps. Yasaka was right. I was definitely not expecting this. Chapter 262, Chapter 246. There were many things I expected from this meeting. I had thought I would have to act subservient to please Yasaka's goddess. I wouldn't mind, I don't tend to bow to anyone, but I would do it without a second thought if it made Yasaka happy. Actually give respect and reverence to Amaterasu? That was a long shot, and chances were that I would be leaving with a lower opinion of the goddess. Gods tend to disappoint when you really got to know them. The rare exceptions among them not included. What I didn't expect, was for this prim and proper goddess, who dressed out in an elegant dress, and exuded an air of regality, to fall down in front of us. If that were the end of it, I would not have been as utterly baffled as I was right at that moment. When she tried push herself up after tumbling down, both Yasaka and I noticed a large new tear that split her dress open. Facing away from us, on her knees, and she pushed herself off the ground, both Yasaka and I were greeted with a very pasty butt with a bright red thong between those ample cheeks, nearly right in front of our faces. There was a split second where she paused, hand reaching behind herself to feel that there was nothing blocking the sight of her pale white ass in our eyes. Nee. She let out a noise I could only describe as a mix of embarrassment and crying. Flames enveloped her, bursting out and completely covering her for a moment, and then she disappeared. I slowly turned to look at Yasaka. Did that just happen? I'll tell you when I'm done processing. Yasaka replied without missing a beat. Bold choice though. I didn't take her for a thong girl. I agreed with my fox. Red seemed appropriate, however. If I wasn't in a wonderful relationship, I may have taken that as an invitation. She said almost blankly. Might have helped her get that stick out of her. She trailed off. If she weren't Izzy's daughter, I may have spoken up. I once again agreed with her, only blinking a moment later in realization. You like girls too? Less than men, but yes. She replied, a small shrug to accompany it. Does that concern you? She tilted her head. Not at all, was just curious. I just mimicked her action with a shrug of my own. Makes it less awkward to talk about her butt in front of you, I suppose. Yasaka let out a snort in amusement. If that enticed you so much, I'll be more specific on what I pick out of my underwear drawer then. If you want to flash me while wearing a thong, I won't say anything to persuade you otherwise. I responded with a rather even tone. However, we both just stared at each other in silence for several seconds before breaking down in laughter. The sheer ridiculousness of the whole thing finally washed over us. I think we would have continued laughing had the temperature not drastically increased again. We both abruptly stopped just as quickly as we began. The familiar flames burst out at the altar, accompanied by a familiar face. And she was wearing a different dress this time, acting as if the previous incident had never happened. Yasaka, my Maiko. She intoned. It's been several years since the last time we've met. Yes, several years. Yasaka forced a smile. Guess we were pretending that never happened, neat. Thankfully, that stiffness in the air was gone from when she first came. You can't really hold on to that kind of atmosphere after flashing your audience. Amaterasu just nodded happily towards her Maiko. Then her gaze turned towards me, her eyes locking with mine. And you must be the one who fought my brother. Her tone shifted ever so slightly. It took restraint not to say something snarky. Yes, Lady Amaterasu. I responded with a polite acknowledgement. She didn't outwardly react to my deference, but I felt like she was pleased with how I acted. You are strange. Her eyes narrowed, truly getting a good look at me. Why do you possess divinity that feels so similar to my brother's? If I had not seen him a few days pass, I would have thought you were him in disguise. I respectfully submitted myself to your summons, Lady Amaterasu. I continued my polite tone. Despite the teasing I did towards Yasaka, I did know proper decorum and etiquette for situations like this. Perhaps some nuance was lost between certain cultures, but the general idea remained the same. And with all the respect you are due, my matters are my own. And thus, I would choose not to speak of my personal circumstances. Amaterasu didn't react visibly, but the braziers around the room flared briefly. If there's one thing the majority of gods don't like, it's being told no, or some variation thereof. You would deny me answers. She remonstrated. A clear indication of her dislike for my answer. I believe that I have a right to my own privacy. I am not part of your faction. I pointed out, leaving me a little wiggle room in her demands. Part of my faction. She snorted, the temperature in the room increasing by the second. Wafts of flames flowed out from her standing position as her gaze bore down on both myself and Yasaka. I could easily shoulder the pressure she was putting off, but Yasaka clenched her teeth. She wasn't quite struggling, but I knew she felt it. I know you. I know all the children born under my Sunday. Shimoda Takao, you are a child of the land of the rising sun, no other claims are valid before mine. I reached over, placing my hand on Yasaka's shoulder, letting my aura sweep over her. Be that as it may, I am a mortal living in the mortal world. I have no dealings with the gods of Takamagahara. Yasaka relaxed slightly in my grasp. That point is arguable. She said dryly. You sound as if I cannot sense that you are chaining the majority of your divinity within yourself, along with that unpleasant sensation you are exuding. She gently raised a hand, pointing her finger towards my chest. Do not mistake me for my oaf of a brother who has more brains than brains. I can see it, even through your attempts to hide your nature, as admirable they may be. Hey, did she backhandedly compliment me? Well, I guess I can't get upset about being found out. It's not like I'm experienced with dealing in divinity and the relation matters. I thought I hid it pretty well, but she's had literal thousands of years to understand the concept. I shrugged. There's also the fact that I'm a half-devil. Irrelevant. She waved her hand through the air, dismissing my comment. You are also half-human, thus you are under my Sunday. I was about to respond, but Yasaka spoke up instead. I believe this will continue to go back and forth without any conclusion. She said evenly, recovered from Amaterasu flexing her power earlier. Wilhelm is not in any meaningful relationship with the Shinto faction. The status of his birth does not change this fact. Amaterasu snapped her head towards her Miko, her eyes narrowing. You disagree with me. The goddess didn't raise her voice, but there was a certain daring tone in her words towards her Miko. As if to tell Yasaka that she didn't appreciate the fox going contrary to her intent. Yasaka, to her benefit, didn't back down. I had expected complete and utter subservience to her goddess, but Yasaka was being a bit prickly. I merely speak the truth of the matter. Yasaka navigated around the blunt denial of Amaterasu's claim. It was obvious that Yasaka was sitting in my corner here and I don't think the goddess liked that very much. Amaterasu's expression shifted into a scowl as she crossed her arms. I believe it's time to forego the formalities and speak more candidly. She spoke in a surprisingly casual manner. If that is your desire. Yasaka stiffened at the request. The reaction of my fox was an indication that this was not a normal occurrence. What do you wish to speak about, Lady Amaterasu? I think that's obvious at this point. She frowned, taking a measured step down the small bit of stairs. Her gaze shifted between us, measuring for something only known to herself. Your lover is the talk of many of us. She continued her steady steps until she stood only a few feet away from us. My brother's defeat was not something easily brushed aside. Ah, it's making you guys look weak. I voiced out loud. Yes. Amaterasu looked annoyed, but forced out the response. There have been whispers about us, started from those lesser gods who wished to stir trouble. Yasaka shot me a look, but seemed helpless at the turn of events. What exactly is it that you want from me? She's the one who wanted us to speak more plainly, so I would oblige. If you're looking for answers, I can tell you what happened. If you're trying to dig into my own matters, then I'm afraid we won't have much to talk about. Amaterasu scowled again. Not many beings in this world can deny me answers I demand. And we're just going in circles at this point. I crossed my arms. I thought you wanted to be more candid. You are an enigma. You are barely a man even by mortal standard, yet you battled a god such as my brother and won. You should not have been capable of such a feat, yet you stand before me as you are now. She sunk into a deep frown before grumbling. Be honored, for the gods of Takamagahara are extending you an invitation. A formal declaration of intent to have you join among our number. When you accept, you will receive a position in my court that. She was actually inviting me into her faction. That's a little surprising in of itself. I will respectfully decline. Amaterasu's expression darkened considerably. Many a god would kneel and kiss my feet should I utter a single word in accordance. I have personally come down to this mortal world to invite you and you still decline. With each word spoken, the fires around the room flickered in an ominous movement. Yes, that's what I just said. I mustered the driest voice I could. And before you go off, I believe I have valid reasons to do so. I would rather she not implicate Yasaka by association of my declining her invitation to join her faction. I will be the judge of that. She glowered. Speak your words, if I find them unsatisfactory, you will become intimately familiar with how hot the sun burns. I rolled my eyes at her threat. First, I'm a half-devil. Tell me that I wouldn't have to endure a ridiculous amount of discrimination in your court due to my heritage. I looked at her waiting for an answer. She looked like she wanted to respond, but held her tongue. I decided to ignore her and keep going. Second, I'm technically associated with your faction already. As you said, Yasaka and I are together, she is your Miko after all. Sophistry, no one important would assume that based on such a relation. And third, I held up my fingers. It would make my relationship with Izzy weird if I became your subordinate. Izzy? Amaterasu questioned. Oh, it's the nickname I have for Izanami, your mother. I couldn't help but let the corners of my lips curl up. What? Amaterasu squeaked out. My mother. Oh yes, we're very good friends. Yasaka had a mischievous smile form on her face. She comes over often. Yasaka. Amaterasu snapped her head towards her Miko. You would allow my mother here? Why not? She tilted her head. If it wasn't for Lady Izanami, my daughter would have died. I prayed and prayed for help when my dear Kunu was kidnapped, and thankfully Lady Izanami answered my prayers. She's always welcome in my home, and she even comes to visit sometimes. Well, we mostly go down to Yomi to visit her. Speaking of, Kunu's been wanting to go see her too. We should schedule a get-together, maybe dinner or something. Izzy sure does love to play host with all of us. I shared a knowing look with Yasaka as Amaterasu appeared to be frozen in shock. Amaterasu opened her mouth and closed it a few times. I wonder if she's around right now? You know how she likes to come up at random times. I remarked. I must depart. I have many duties to fulfill and I cannot waste more time here. Amaterasu quickly sputtered out. Of course, you are a busy goddess. Yasaka nodded. We wouldn't want to keep you. Amaterasu ascended the small staircase back to her altar, which acted as a sort of bridge to Takamagahara. The flames wrapped around her as she was about to depart. Oh, and red is a good color on you. I shot her a thumbs up right before she disappeared. The flush of red that covered her cheeks were brighter than the flames that surrounded her, only matched by the color of her panties. And an embarrassed sound filled the halls for the briefest of moments. Chapter 263, Chapter 247. Yasaka and I sat there, staring off into space for an inordinate amount of time. There was a silence that filled the room, only broken by the small crackles of fire in the burning braziers. Is that? No. She cut me off. You didn't know what I was going to ask. You were going to ask me if that was a normal occurrence when meeting her. Taking into consideration the very sporadic meetings I've had over my life, that was most certainly not normal. She said blandly, eyes never discarding that distant gaze. Hey! Yet! Simultaneously, we slowly turned to each other and broke out into a fit of giggles. I don't think the absurdity of the initial meeting ever wore off, simply pushed back. She's always been clumsy. Yasaka let out a long sigh. I've always pretended not to notice when she does something especially embarrassing. Not to mention her tendency to lock herself in her room and the other nonsense that propagates her legends. Yasaka shook her head. She compensates by trying to act all prim and proper in official settings. And now I'm never not going to picture her ass when she's brought up. Throughout the whole meeting, I couldn't help but keep seeing that perky rear whenever she opened her mouth. Ugh, tell me about it. Yasaka groaned. It was so, what's the word? Spankable. Yasaka blinked, the corners of her lips curling up. That is surprisingly apt. And now it's even worse. She huffed, one of her tails whacking me softly on the back of the head. I let out a laugh as I tried to grab it, only for her to pull it back out of my grasp. In all seriousness, I didn't expect a recruitment attempt. Took me by surprise too. Yasaka acknowledged. I thought she would just come to flex her authority a bit, ask some questions and maybe poke fun at Susanoo. For her to actually consider recruiting you. Yasaka paused, looking thoughtful. Well, I suppose it isn't too strange. Takamagahara is rather close to the celestial bureaucracy, perhaps they took a page out of the Jade Emperor's book. Disregard race and origin, and seek competency and value. I just shrugged. You would know more than me. However, I doubt I'd be all that welcomed. Oh, no, most certainly not. You definitely made the right choice, you would have been a pariah at best, and a lapdog at worse. Yasaka snorted, a hint of disdain on her face. Even us yokai are looked down by most of them. But, that's most gods for you. She let out a helpless sigh. How long until she comes for round 2 after calming down about Izzy? I questioned. A few months probably. That or she'll send someone else in her place. Their lot don't usually work quickly on things of unimportance. If their lives or reputation isn't in danger, they'll sit on it for a while. Yasaka stood up, brushing herself off. But keep this as a reminder, that you are on everyone's radar now. You aren't simply some bastard of Lucifer running around, but a legitimate threat to most entities on the planet. I slowly climbed to my feet, copying her actions. Yeah, I get it, I really do. I don't see myself doing something like that whole Susanoo mess again. I'm happy to just be here and help you out with everything. I flashed her a warm smile. And I appreciate every moment of it. She grinned, stepping forward to give me a kiss on the cheek. And again, thank you for doing this. It didn't go quite as planned, but I don't see how it could have ended on a better note. So I did good. I chuckled. Amusingly, yes. You were respectful when you needed to and didn't break any major rules of etiquette. You denied her, but you did so in a polite manner and she has no ability to speak out against that. The fact that she decided to drop all pretense was just a point in our favor. Yasaka nodded to herself rather happily. All in all, I suddenly have a lot less stress. She accentuated that with a yawn and a stretch. Can I ask a more sensitive question? I had one thing weighing on my mind. Yasaka blinked, her demeanor shifting. Wilhelm, there really isn't anything you could ask me with a sincere curiosity that I would get upset about. What? 108 centimeters. She interjected with a mischievous grin on her face. I blinked in confusion until she bounced her chest for an obvious hint. Well, that is important information to have. I fully acknowledged. Yasaka let out her laugh. Sorry, I couldn't help it. All right, serious time, what do you want to ask? I just wanted to understand why you were accepting Amaterasu still even though she didn't help with Kunu. There really was no need to sugarcoat my question. It's not like I was demanding her to remove herself, nor even asking her to question her relationship with her goddess. I simply wanted to understand her better. Ah! Yasaka's expression turned bitter. You may not like my answer. I know you love Kunu more than life itself, your answer won't offend me. She just developed a melancholic smile. The simplest answer is that, it's not her job. We have a, let's say, agreement, with Takamagahara. By that, I mean my faction, and by extension, the old man's half as well. I rule over half the yokai in Japan, that is not something insubstantial even if our faction as a whole isn't front and center on the world stage. Let me guess, Takamagahara essentially makes you legitimate. More or less. She acknowledged. But it isn't just that. I'm sure the old man and I could have corralled the majority of the yokai in these parts of the world by ourselves if needed. No, what we owe them is the creation of this dimension. For that, we entered a more substantiated agreement. They gave us a home, and we gave them our worship. That's smart. The Shinto gods essentially had their own small world that continued to worship them, essentially ensuring their continued survival even from the passing years that humanity became more and more divorced from them. And you're a bridge, so to speak. You have duties as taken up by your status as a Miko to Amaterasu. But at the end of the day, you are just a link between each side. It's nice when my man is so smart. She let out a content sigh. It's as you say. Besides also watching over the ley lines that is. That is an actual duty entrusted by Amaterasu as they're rather important to Japan's prosperity. Even if it wasn't her responsibility. Don't get me wrong. Yasaka's expression darkened. I'm still furious, but what can I do? Get angry at her for not doing something she had no obligation to and potentially jeopardizing our arrangement? Suffice to say my general attitude towards her has dropped. All that remains is our professional arrangement, with a small admittance of sexual attraction after that little debacle. I couldn't fault her for that in any capacity. There was no denying that having an exalted goddess, bent over, fully exposed, was anything but sexy. I see, thanks for answering. I reached out, squeezing her hand. Always. She brightened up, seemingly pushing those thoughts away. So, I took the whole day off. I actually have an important excuse to use that I was meeting with our. She waved her hand flippantly. Esteemed goddess. She accompanied it with an eye roll. I have no work today. She threw her hands up happily. Oh, anything planned? I'm gonna nap. She said immediately. That sounds amazing and I'm jealous. You can join me. As much as I'd love to fall asleep between those fluffy tails again, I wanted to go visit Izzy after this. I admitted with no small amount of reluctance. And Artoria, I haven't seen her in a few days and I want to make sure she's doing okay. OPOO. Well, I expected as much. Maybe I'll bring Izzy to see Artoria too? I wanted that goddess to socialize more and I knew for a fact that they're friends. Not to mention, I felt like Izzy deserved an update knowing I had just met with her daughter, especially after everything that happened with Susanoo. Well, in any case, suit yourself. She hummed. The girls were kind enough to watch after Kunu, so I'm going to make use of my free time. As you rightfully should. I agreed complete. Naps should be a mandatory part of the day. Feel free to come join in whenever you want. You're not the only one who enjoyed cuddling, you know. She shot me a warm smile. Oh, and before I forget. Yasaka held her hand out. It became more foxy than her normal humanish appearance. It was a claw, which she swiped down her own clothing with. Her kimono fell to the floor, merely scraps of cloth at this point. She stood there, a proud look on her face, only wearing a bra and panties. I want you to be thinking of me, not her. And I truly couldn't pull my eyes away, only managing to hold a shaky thumbs up. Mission accomplished. She gave a smug smirk as she turned around and swayed her hips, her tails flickering in a way that I got a full view of her butt bouncing as she walked. That woman. I could only laugh as I shook my head. She was something else. Izzy was already waiting at the threshold of her door the moment I stepped foot into Yomi. Hey there, neighbor. I called out with a wave. I'm fairly sure we don't count as neighbors. She deadpanned. Well, Skathik is the queen of the land of shadows, that by extension makes me her king consort, thus I am your neighbor. I said proudly. And I can't argue with the logic. She shook her head in exasperation. Want to come in? Nat, I just came to say that, CYA. Stop being a brat. She huffed. Get over here. She didn't even give me an opportunity to respond, instead walking into her house, door left wide open. I casually strode up, shutting the door behind me. I only paused when standing at the door, I noticed Izzy wasn't alone. Hello, Wilhelm. Artoria smiled at me. You look very handsome in that clothing. Well, there went my initial plans. Artoria, I missed you. I quickly slid into a seat on the couch next to her. And thanks, I was wearing due to the thing with Yasaka. It has only been a few days. She puffed up cutely. I have missed you as well. Not that I'm not happy to see you. In fact, I was going to find you right after I visited Izzy and spent some time with her. I flashed the goddess a smile. Anything specific bring you around these parts, or just hanging out? She wished to come visit. Izzy explained. We have been chatting about various things. Yes, now that she knows the finer details about us, we were recanting stories for each other. I had finished the time that Lancelot had dressed up like a woman and seduced the king of an invading army, binding him to our cause. Artoria barely held back a chuckle. I am both intrigued and horrified. That was my immediate response as well. Izzy snorted. As well as telling me about other things, like her son. I did speak of Mordred. Artoria nodded. How are you doing with her? I questioned. Artoria let out a sigh. I do not know how to be a proper parent, so I don't know how to answer that question. Join the club. Izzy sighed. At least your child wants to spend time with you. Did you not say that Susanoo left happy the last time he was here? Artoria countered. You give yourself too little credit, Izzy. Bah, of course he would, he was finally getting away from me. Hey, none of that. I joined in with Artoria. He's lucky to have an amazing woman like you for a mom. Izzy just grumbled, and turned away. For some reason, it looked like she had a faint blush on her cheeks. Oh, Wilhelm. Artoria muttered. What? I blinked in confusion. Nothing. She giggled, lightly pushing her shoulder into me. You are sweet. She merely said without adding anything else. But yes, Mordred and I have been doing okay. As morbid it is to think about, the problems that arose with this Pendragon family seem to have brought us closer at an accelerated rate. I believe a problem such as this that we were required to jointly work on has allowed a bond to form. Speaking of them, I haven't heard anything yet, even though you apparently put on quite the light show. Not that I speak with many people, but there should be some sort of rumors floating around. Izzy leaned back, hand resting on her chin. It makes me think that someone is suppressing such things. I have resolved myself for when my existence becoming public knowledge. Artoria said calmly. I will resign myself to whatever fate manifests. While I care not for such spotlight to be shined upon me, I will accept the consequences of my actions. If only we could get Wilhelm to develop the same mindset. Hey! I believe that an effort in futility. Artoria's lips curled up. I'm not that bad. I grumbled. My son would beg to differ. Izzy deadpanned. One time. Didn't you fight another version of my son in another world? He did. Artoria confirmed. Shit, I got nothing. Humph. Izzy crossed her arms, a look of smugness on her face. One time my ass. Yes, well, speaking of rears, I just got back from seeing Amaterasu. I crossed my legs, looking at her with a smirk of my own. Izzy blinked, her expression changing significantly. The way you phrased that, I feel a headache coming on. She slumped in her seat. Please tell me you didn't fight her. Artoria asked. Why does everyone think I was going to fight her? I threw my arms up in exasperation. One undeserved time. I made sure to iterate. Just, rip the band-aid off. Tell me how disastrous your meeting was. Apparently, Amaterasu is a thong girl. I said bluntly. Izzy opened her mouth then closed it again. Context, Wilhelm. Lots of context to fill in. Context hey. I leaned back, playing with my nails. I don't know, my feelings are pretty hurt right now. You're really doing this? Izzy said dryly. What do I need to do? I want a hug. I said with all seriousness. Izzy let out a sigh. You're a dork, you know that. She got up from her seat as I held my arms open. This is your boyfriend. She groaned, glancing at Artoria. Artoria adopted an amused look as she watched. Yes, yes it is. You didn't have to blackmail me for a hug. She rolled her eyes, sliding into my arms. I would have done so regardless. It makes me feel powerful to blackmail a goddess. You're ridiculous. Hug. I wrapped my arms around her. You've had your hug, now tell me what you meant when you spoke about my daughter. She huffed, scooting over to the opposite side of me. All right, but be warned, you will feel embarrassment by proxy. Damn it Amaterasu, what did you do? Izzy already was face-palming. All right, so, let me set the scene. I gestured with my hands, earning their full attention. Yasaka and I were there, performing a sort of ceremonial welcome for Amaterasu, braziers all around us, elevated platform for Amaterasu to lord herself over us. This is going exactly where I think it is, isn't it? Izzy let out a small whine. She appears, regal, noble, exalted. She takes a single step forward. No. Steps on her own dress. Kill me now. It rips, she falls on her face and tumbles down the steps. Oh my! Artoria blinked in surprise. Her dress torn in a way that her ass is facing us, completely visible, with a bright red thong. I have no words. Izzy dropped her head into her hands. She's always been a klutz, but she flashed my friend and her Maiko, damn it Amaterasu. Pardon, but what is a thong? Artoria asked. I cleared my throat. It's a very skimpy variety of panties. Oh. Artoria's face flushed. I believe I have seen such types of undergarments when I have gone shopping with Rin. Yup, so that was fun. I said with a little bit of chipper in my tone. I'm sure it was. Izzy drawled. Let me guess, she tried to pretend it never happened. Yup, disappeared, and then came back in a new dress. Acted like it was our first time meeting. I nodded. Not that I didn't make a comment at the end. Of course, I expected nothing different. She ran a hand down her face. Do you like? Artoria started quietly before cutting herself off. Ahem. I mean, was that all there was with the meeting? Nope, she tried to recruit me. I shook my head. You turned her down, yes? Izzy asked. Of course, it'd make things weird if I become a subordinate to your daughter. I told her as much and she didn't really argue after that. You shouldn't have mentioned me. Izzy grumbled. It will bring you nothing but trouble. Izzy. I poked her. I am in no way, shape or form ashamed of the relationship we have. I refuse to deny that you're my friend. The death goddess just crossed her arms, letting out a cute huff. It's not like I can stop you from continuously doing foolish things. And you continue to be infuriatingly wholesome. It is one of his points that I quite like. Artoria smiled warmly at the goddess. I feel like I need to open another bottle of wine. Izzy got up from her seat. Why do I always have to do this when you come over, Wilhelm? She shook her head as she disappeared into the kitchen. Oh, you love me. I hollered back to her. I bring excitement. You bring me tales of my daughter flashing you and you beating up my son. This does foretell a pattern. Artoria commented. I fear what would happen should you meet any more of her children. I'll need more wine, that's what will happen. Izzy grumbled, sitting back down with several glasses and a bottle with her. At least recant everything from the beginning. I want to understand what my daughter spoke about in detail. It was. And please leave out the in-depth descriptions of my daughter's rear. Just because she married my son, it doesn't mean I'm into that sort of thing. Boo. Hush, you. Continue with your story. Ruin my fun, fine. I huffed. All right. I guess it started with Kuna being her adorable self, wanting to dress up like Yasaka. I groggily opened my eyes, adjusting to the darkness that enveloped the house. I was sleeping on Izzy's couch as I remembered I drank a bit too much and just wanted to crash. Izzy, being the amazing person she was, offered me to sleep here, so I did just that. Artoria, went to Skirim with Rin for something? I don't think she went in depth on that. And I woke up because of an incessant buzzing in my ear. I waved my hand, producing my kaleidophone. The magical device that could bug me even when stored away. Yasaka. I blinked, looking at her face that appeared on it. What? I'm glad I got a hold of you, Wilhelm. And I apologize for calling you so late, but I heard some news and I believe it would be important to you. She replied with a bit of urgency in her voice. Is everything okay? Are you okay? I woke up pretty quickly at this point. I'm fine, however, you were going to seek out a meeting with your grandmother soon, yes? In the next couple of days, yet. That may have to be put on hold. Yasaka sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. The underworld is in an uproar right now. Their leaders have been knocking down many different places that their enemies reside and I just now got an update on the situation. From what my people have told me, Lady Gremory and her grandson had gone missing. I opened my mouth only to close it again. Missing? Probably taken in some capacity, people like them don't simply go missing. Do they know who? I'm told that fingers are being pointed at the old Satan faction if you know who they are. Yeah, I vaguely remember them. Idiots who want to start waging war again for some stupid reasons. They go on about the old ways or some other nonsense. I said, closing my eyes. I couldn't help but run a hand down my face. My half-brother had most likely gotten kidnapped. I've never met him before, he's around Kunu's age. I held no blame on him for how I was treated, even if I didn't particularly want to associate with them. Yet, why did I have this pit form in my stomach? A little brother, perhaps this was the first true moment that the actual concept weighed on me in any meaningful way. I felt myself clench my fists without a conscious effort. Tell me, everything. I growled out. Chapter 264, Chapter 248. I immediately tore open a hole in reality and walked right to where Yasaka was. She didn't even flinch or react to my actions, clearly she expected my sudden intrusion. What happened? I skipped the small talk, the banter, and the flirting and jumped straight to the point. I had this bout of anxiety in my chest that demanded an answer. Yasaka grimaced slightly, letting out a sigh. I don't know much. The only official response from the devils is that Lady Gremory and Mil-Ica's Lucifer's son, had gone missing. There are lots of rumors and hearsay that accompany it. And that's a complete bullshit answer. I snorted. Without a doubt. Yasaka didn't deny it. It makes them sound more in control than saying that they were kidnapped or taken. There are several rumors, some ranging wildly from Hades being the one who ordered it, to the angels. The more sane ones tend to point towards the old Satan faction like I said before. I couldn't help myself and started pacing around the room. Wilhelm, are you okay? There was a hint of concern in her voice. You seem oddly invested for not even knowing them, especially after everything. I know it's weird. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. It's just, for the first time I've really thought about the fact that I have a half-brother. I knew about him, even when Okada mentioned him before, but I guess it really sunk in at this point. He simply existed before, now, it's like he's real to me and... I stopped my pacing, looking at her. He's Kunu's age. I's probably projecting Kunu's own situation onto him as well, which didn't help matters. Her eyes softened considerably. The rumors about the old Satan faction are more or less verified in my eyes. The fact that many of their holdings have been utterly demolished in the last few hours speaks volumes on how the Satans are seeing things. Should I even do anything? I asked, wanting some advice. Was it appropriate for me to meddle in this mess again? Politically, probably not. Morally and realistically, well, I think you're a good man and will help out just because you can. Yasaka replied with a smile. You're the same man who saved our Kunu, who helped out my people when they were in trouble. So, what do we know? I pulled up a seat on the other side of her desk. Surprisingly, much more than the devils do. Yasaka smirked. I've gotten quite a bit of information out of our prisoners. The hero faction was a sub-faction under the umbrella of a faction known as the Cows Brigade. And that's cows with a K. I ran my hand down my face. So stupid. I know. Yasaka sighed. I think I remember a few things about them. A mix of devils and others that wanted war or something. I was thinking about my inherited memories. While fractured in some places, they did provide some context for a surprising amount of things. Which means the old Satan faction. Right on the money. Yasaka nodded. Old Satan faction is one of the pillars of the group, or so I'm told. And the devils should be more or less in the dark about them currently, so they're looking in all the wrong places. The dimensional gap. I breathed out. I vaguely remember their bases being located there. You're right once again. The hero faction also had their base in the dimensional gap, and they knew the location of one of the other faction's bases that they interacted with. Unlikely that this specific base will be the one out of many that they tossed their prisoners in. I leaned back in my seat. And despite how idiotic they seem on the surface, the fact that the hero faction only knows collectively about one other base means there's likely a suppression on information even among their own numbers. I tapped on her desk, thinking about my best course of action. All valid concerns. But there's a simple method that's presenting itself. The corners of Yasaka's lips curled up. I've always subscribed to the idea that the simplest methods are usually the correct ones. I matched her smirk. There has to be someone at the base who knows something, or another base somewhere else. So that leaves me with the most direct and simplest method of all. Keep knocking them down until you find Lady Gremory and her grandson. Bingo! I snapped my fingers. I don't think I need to say it, but I will just because I care and worry about you. Please be careful of that dragon that has made the dimensional gap its home. Yet. I grimaced. Going to stay away from the big fuck-off dragon that is conceptually made up of humanity's dreams. As interesting as it would be to meet such an entity, I'd rather stay far away, unless Meridia is in slapping distance. That dragon was fucking terrifying, even as reality-defying amalgamation of fuck you I am now. I could maybe survive a hostile encounter with it if I didn't depend on my magic to run away immediately. And even then, to what extent could its abilities reach? Does its dream aspect mean it can access the kaleidoscope if it wished? That's not a question I want answered when a dragon that can destroy the planet is chasing after me. Definitely staying far away from that thing. Thankfully, it seemed content to just keep to its own little part of the dimensional gap. The space that exists around all dimensions tied to this world. Sorta like a buffer for all the attached realms like Olympus, Takamagahara, Asgard, and even the various underworlds. It could be looked at like the ocean with each realm acting as a land mass to put it into perspective. So you have the coordinates? I finally asked. Of course. She replied instantly. I didn't think I would have any use for this information so soon. I was keeping it for some potential negotiations at some point, but I think this is a more productive use. She began to rummage around in her desk until she took out a little booklet. Let's see, I wrote down the teleportation coordinates here, will these suffice? She pushed it towards me. These are perfect. I quickly memorized them. Are you going to go alone? She asked, there was a hint of concern that flashed across her face. I think everyone else is busy at the moment. I tapped my chin. Jin, Skathuk, and Raikau should still be playing with Kunu still and I don't want her fun to be interrupted. Artoria was with Rin over in Skyrim, as was Meridia. And for obvious reasons, neither Yasaka nor Merida would be coming along for something like this. I could ask Mordred or one of the others, but I don't think I'd need it, besides. I won't be alone. I smiled brightly, taking out my hat, letting my companion jump out. I have all the backup I need. Yasaka lowered herself to look at my familiar in the eyes. I'm counting on you to take care of my man, Sir Wiggles. My rabbit just twitched its nose in response. Oh, and Wilhelm. Yasaka sat back up, her expression shifted from amusement to something resembling disgust. These people are the worst sort. There's no need to hold back on your methods. Don't worry. I waved my hand to the side, a cascade of a myriad colors filled the room. I never intended to. I flashed her one last smile before leaping through with my familiar on my head. I landed softly on a floating chunk of earth. This place was disorientating for the uninitiated. There was a reason it looked similar to applications of my magic. A regular person would die within moments of stepping in here. The concepts intertwined with this place made it the antithesis of life. The nothingness that enveloped every inconceivable corner of this strange space. To just persist in his environment, you needed to ward away the concepts with some manner of mystical power. Be it Toki, demonic power, or even magical energy. They could all stave off the consumption and destruction that clamps down on every living being. My aura flared around me protectively. I had other methods, but I was fine to let my aura shoulder the burden as it were. Sir Wiggles, as befitted his position, didn't even notice the effects as his aura flared instinctively. I looked down upon the target of my ire. I tweaked the calculations a little bit so I wouldn't fall literally right on top of the base. I could see a large barrier around it, anchored to another, larger, floating rock. There was the thought to just unleash a full-power ether cannon right into it, but I needed information. So, it looked like I would be getting my hands dirty. Sir Wiggles. I patted his head. Your job is to destroy any teleportation arrays around the base, and not their counterparts' coordinates. I also sent my thoughts through our mental link to better help him understand. Even if they were destroyed, I was confident I would able to trace them to their designated target in case they lead to another base. Otherwise, it was to stop people from running away. I doubted anyone here was like me and could navigate this place with the same ease my magic granted me. I could only image the intense calculations needed to set up permanent teleportation points in this place. Letting my wings come out, I glided down to the edge of the barrier. I hovered my hand over it, getting a good look at what I was working with. While I would normally just say fuck it and blow my way inside, I didn't want any runners too soon, so, slightly stealthy it was. Theme. I whispered the dragon language as my body became ethereal and was enveloped in lightning. With ease, I passed through the barrier without any warnings going off. Shoddy work. I muttered, shaking my head. It didn't even ward off intangible enemies. Frankly, that's just bad foresight. That was standard practice back home where such things were nearly non-existent in the greater world, much less here where you can literally call up a ghost if you wanted. Sir Wiggles, you're up. I looked up at him. Without another thought, he rocketed off my head with a crackle of lightning, disappearing towards the building. I had confidence he would find a way inside easily with his size. After all, it was clear that this barrier was mostly used to make this place habitable in this strange place. Well, may as well go knock on the front door. It was only a small walk to the other side of the large building. There were even guards, though they looked like they were about to go asleep. I didn't even make myself scarce when they jumped to their feet as they saw me approach. Halt! One of them shouted, a spear in his hands. He leveled it at me. Who are you? How did you get here? Did you guys not get the update? I questioned as I took a few more steps forward. Come on, I'm the new guys. I pointed at myself. They glanced at each other. We weren't told about a new person coming. I saw his hands tighten around his spear. For fuck's sake! I face-palmed. How else would I know how to get here and walk right through the barrier? I made my eye roll visible to them. They relaxed slightly, as they seemingly thought that over. The spear wielder scratched his head. Yeah? I guess that makes sense. Stay here, I'll go get the boss. Wait. I called out. You need something. He eyed me. Yeah, you forgot my sword. I smiled towards him as Dawnbreaker flew out of my ring and pierced right into his heart. The other one, the one who had been silent nearby, his eyes widened as he tried to gather his demonic power to actualize a spell. Don't worry, I got plenty to share. My other swords flashed out at all angles, running him through. The one through the lung caused a spray of blood out of his mouth when he gave a half-cough half-death rattle. Never even heard a single word from start to finish. Now let's see. I walked up to the spear wielder's now lifeless body and rummaged through his clothes. Aha! I took out a little talisman-like device and crushed it. Figured they'd have some way to remotely trigger any magical alarms. I didn't spare the two devils I just killed a second glance. Stepping over their bodies, I entered the building that could be mistaken for a fortress. And lucky for me, it was big enough that they labeled where each hallway went to. Labs sounded like an important place, let's start there. There was a noticeable lack of bodies left in my wake. I was almost disappointed as I reached the labs. While extremely large and robust, this building was sparsely populated, and I thought there wasn't much emphasis put on this specific one. At this point, I didn't care if any alarm sounded as enough time had passed. I could feel through the link that Sir Wiggles had performed his job admirably, so no one was running away anymore. Regardless, I pushed open the doors and walked inside. A single man turned towards me, a white lab coat on him. He turned his nose up, looking down on me immediately. Finally, he threw his hands up. I've been calling for an assistant for an hour. Do you Neanderthals not understand that I'm at a critical point in my research? No, of course you don't. He scoffed. Well, did you bring my next batch of test materials or not? I looked around his lab, and there were a significant amount of body parts propped up everywhere. And most noticeable were a few large tubes that looked to be growing some sort of creatures inside. Great, an idiot. He groaned. Do you not understand my words? He repeated with a scowl on his face. Interesting work you're doing. I rubbed my chin. Creating chimeras using the process to make homunculi. But it seems like you haven't figured out the conceptual repulsion between various species yet. Though you're on the right path using humans. I pointed at a specific one in a test tube. What? He blinked. Something wrong? I asked. You understand my work? He still seemed surprised. Of course, it's not that difficult. I rolled my eyes. Not that difficult. His face turned red. Do you not see what I'm trying to achieve here? Oh, I see. I nodded. However, I noticed one particular problem. Please, as if I would create any mistakes. Admittedly, it's not a problem others may see. But it's certainly one I find issue with. And enlighten me, what problem have you discovered? Well, I raised my hand up, pointing back towards one of his tests. That one right there, about the size of an infant, yet. Yes, what about it? Body parts need to be removed from living beings for them to be most effective. I hummed, looking around the room once more. And I absolutely despise when people use children for things like this. My face darkened considerably. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but my hand clamped over it. I never did catch your name. MMMMFFMMMFM. He garbled something. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I flicked my hand, lightning discharging towards the various devices around the room, causing them to short out or otherwise rupture. Don't worry, I just want to have a little chat. Chapter 265, Chapter 249. A quick portal, and we were now standing a few meters outside of the barrier. I tossed the devil onto the ground outside of the building. Pretty easy to tell he was a devil, something I could notice from just touching him. Why you, how did you? The devil doctor, scientist, whatever he was, started pointing at me with a shaking hand. Those barriers should be able to withstand a barrage from a group of high-class devils. How did you bring us out of there without triggering the defenses? Really? That's the question you want to ask? Not hey, why'd you take me outside here, and why does it feel like my life is hanging by a thread? I rolled my eyes at his antics. Oh well, final requests and all that. I was able to overcome your defenses, because your defenses are absolute garbage. The devil opened his mouth and closed it again, his legs shook as he stood up. Do you have any idea who I am? Who I work for? No, I came here completely by chance and decided to do all of this for shits and giggles. I said dryly. I'm surprised you don't know who I am. I went to straighten my tie and realized I was still in the kimono. I have become a little famous recently. Then again, he'd probably been here for a while, with little to no contact with the outside world. You ignorant buffoon! I bet you're one of those fake Satan's lapdogs! He shouted with a snarl. I work for the true Satans, the ones that will take back their thrones. Oh really? Ha! Do you see now? You're doomed. Once everyone knows I'm missing, they'll come for you. I'm too important, too critical. Ahoy! I scoffed, rolling my eyes again. This base was in the middle of nowhere, and I barely saw it manned. Critical was not a word I would use to describe this person. Oh well, delusions of grandeur weren't exactly rare among devils, especially those who toted the pure blood motto of the old Satan faction. How about, you answer some of my questions, and then we can talk about if you get to live or not. Cretin. Do you think I'm scared of you? He began laughing. An ignorant dog like you has no idea about the powers backing me. Ah, he's in need of a little demonstration then. Hey there, boy. I held out my arm as Sir Wiggles jumped right into it. You finished scouring the base? I rubbed his little head. He sent me images of everything I needed to know. All the teleportation circles were destroyed, and he ran around nearly every corner of the base looking to see if there were any prisoners. Besides a cold storage, there was nothing to note here. Just the normal grunts of the old Satan faction. A rabbit. The devil began to laugh louder, clutching his gut as he hunched over. Is that you're familiar? Oh, Satan's below, this was worth the delay in my work. It looks like you're out of lightning after doing the other thing I asked of you. I zapped Sir Wiggles, refilling his semblance a tad. I looked back towards the devil, who seemed a bit more casual towards me even though I was technically holding him hostage. Well then, nameless mook. It's about time to answer my question. My time and patience is running thin. Did you not hear a word I spoke before, you ignoramus? As if I would tell a dog like you anything. My backers. I held my hand up as lightning crackled above us. Pop quiz, when's the last time that storm clouds appeared in the dimensional gap? I shot him a smirk. He blinked, tilting his head upwards. Sir Wiggles had done a good job helping me to create them overhead. It was a bit annoying since the dimensional gap didn't naturally produce storm clouds, but it's not like they couldn't exist. On a side note, I needed to have a talk with Sir Wiggles due to the fact that he can use divine lightning now. What is that? A demonstration, I said evenly, followed by a snap of my fingers. Thor's hammer. The clouds swirled together, the massive amounts of divine lightning woven into them all gathered together and took the shape of a humanoid silhouette holding a hammer. It wasted no time, this towering behemoth of lightning swung down its hammer onto the building, discharging all the accumulated power. A gigantic pillar of lighting exploded upward from the impact, blinding everyone looking directly at it. The force of it blew away all the floating land masses, the very air around the area was warped and chaotic. The devil would have been blown away had I not created a barrier around us at the last moment. The devil, for whom I had yet to hear a name from, forced himself back to his feet as the dust settled. He was silent, his mouth opened as he surveyed the surroundings. That's impossible! He squeaked out, looking at the crater that had once been the base he worked in. Why you're an ultimate class devil? I couldn't help but grin viciously towards him. Now, I believe it's time to answer some of my questions. His eyes widened, a clear sense of fear washed over him as he now realized I wasn't some young upstart, but a genuine, threatening entity that had my sights narrowed down on him. I don't know anything. He fell back on his butt. I just experiment. I haven't even talked to my bosses in months. He cowered before me. How quickly the arrogance was dismantled. So, you haven't heard about any kidnappings lately? Kidnappings? I only get people to give me more materials, I haven't heard about any kidnappings. He quickly blurted out. As I thought, but I had other things I needed to know. The whole reason I was wasting time with this show was to get an honest answer. It was better to waste time now, than to be led on a wild goose chase. Bob, can I call you Bob? I'm going to call you Bob. I tapped my finger on the armrest of my chair. My name is Bob. I punctuated. I'm going to be honest, the more you talk, the more I don't want to let you live. I know many other things, please. Other things? You don't seem like you mattered much, Bob. Some no-name researching in this backwater place with barely a goon to answer your calls. I waved my hands around. What exactly could you know, when you were shoved all the way out here? I know things. He raised his voice as I played on both his fear and arrogance. Haha, I wasn't always forced out into the middle of nowhere. My research was stolen once upon a time and my treacherous assistant got all the credit that I was due. When I complained, they forced me out here to continue my work in shame. But I know where he's at. Impressive, so you know the coordinates to their base. Of course, I do. He puffed up proudly. If you let me go, I would be willing to hand them over. How do I know you're telling the truth? Look, I'll even show you. He created a spell circle, a miniaturization of a teleportation circle. They worked by connecting to another that was anchored at another location. It was clear to see that it did in fact connect, meaning that something was on the other side. I'll give you the coordinates if you let me go. He dismissed the spell, looking rather proud of himself. I tapped my chin. My counter-offer. I waved my hand through the air, following the path of distorted space that he had just created a moment prior. My portal opened up, another base in full view. What? He looked confused again. Mirage appeared in my hand, and I swiped it to the side, and his head rolled across the ground. Goodbye, Bob. Know that the world is a much better place without you in it. There was no reality where he left my sight with his life intact after finding out he experimented on infants. I was starting to get annoyed. Today has been a strange day. I let out a sigh, feeling a little warm as the fires raging on around me. I saw a goddess's panties, then I heard about a kidnapping of people I am interested in. Talk about emotional whiplash. Fuck you. Quite. I nodded towards the tied-up man as he spit on the ground in defiance. So, as I was saying, there are some people I'm looking for. Hear anything about that? I swept my gaze across the little crowd I had gathered. 6 people, all bound up tight with several magical bindings on them. Behind me, another base of the Cows Brigade was on fire and reduced mostly to rubble at this point. I felt like I was getting close because this was the first base out of the several I had worked through so far that had non-devils running around. Fuck you, and fuck your fox bitch. Speaking of, my head slowly turned to land on the single yokai among the bunch. A kitsune of all things, a 6-tailed, so rather strong in his own right. These lot had recognized me, and knew who I was. Which included my relationship with Yasaka, and he had a few choice words to say about her. I hear you, and here's my response. I jerked my hand forward, and whisper impaled him through the knee. Motherfucker! He screamed out, writhing in pain. Fucking slut, whore of a yokai leader. Spreading her legs for another of my swords swept down and cut off one of his tails. He actually shrieked at that one, tears falling down his face as he contorted in pain. I slapped a talisman on his face, stopping him from letting out any more noise. Don't know why he had such a hate-on for Yasaka, but at this point, I really didn't care. Alrightly, so, kidnapped people, anyone got anything to say? Because I've been through 5 bases before this one already, and I'm still not hearing what I want. Are you guys going to make me push for 7? I looked around and no one met my gaze, yet they still didn't speak. Alright. I stood up fully. I guess I'm forced to more barbaric means. I started pacing back and forth in front of them. And if no one wants to speak up, I guess I'll have to pick someone and go from there. Let's see, eeny meeny miny, you. I stopped in front of a devil, he looked a bit more timid than the others. I held my hand up as it crackled with my divine lightning. Ever wonder what it's like to have your brain cooked? Well, you're about to find out. I grinned. No. I'll talk, I'll talk. He cried out as my hand got closer. Little bitch! The one next him shouted as he fought against his bindings. We should have killed you years ago. Cowardly little fuck! Another growled. Quiet in the peanut gallery. I flicked my wrist, hitting them both with bolts of lightning, making the others cower. Now! I turned back towards the one who begged for mercy. Do you know something that'll make me happy? I know where they're at. He whimpered. The Nilrem have the Gremory woman and Lucifer's son. Bastard! A shout reverberated. My head snapped to the side to see a larger-built devil break through the bindings I had on him. His demonic energy exploded out and I didn't know where he got that sudden burst of power from. You dare betray Lord Lucifuge! He swung his fist at the devil who had spoken up. I yanked the crying devil back, raising my hand up and flared my aura. His fist covered in his demonic energy slammed against it, to no avail. Not to say it didn't dip a little, but I didn't feel the force in the slightest. Even that wasn't enough. The devil who had attacked me looked shocked. Not even close. I snorted, Dawnbreaker flying into my grip. I gathered my magical energy and swung through his torso. I wasn't quite sure what his durability was like after powering up all of the sudden, so I figured I'd not waste unnecessary time. The two halves of him fell to the ground. I was about to turn back around to the devil who was going to give me information, but I abruptly stopped, staring at the two halves of the devil I had just killed. I saw a black snake-like creature wiggle free from its inside. I slammed down Dawnbreaker on its body. It let out a silent hiss before it stopped moving. I knelt down, getting a closer look. It wasn't an actual living creature, but a conglomeration of energy. An energy I didn't recognize. Curious. I muttered, watching it dissipate. Even more curious was the fact that it looked extremely similar to the tattoo that Uther had on his arm, which was used to facilitate the resurrection of that snake monster. Oi, what was that? I looked back towards my new friend. I don't know, I've never seen that before, I swear. I pursed my lips, giving him a once-over. Then I swept my gaze around the others. They looked confused as well. I didn't think they were hiding it either. Oh well, something to mull over later. So, what's this Nilrem you spoke of? I walked over and leaned against him, playing with lightning as it jumped between my fingers. Nilrem is the magician's faction of the Cow's Brigade. He stuttered as a stray arc of lightning barely missed him. It's mostly made up of H-humans and run by L Lord Euclid Lucifuge. Yeah, that other guy mentioned him. Lucifuge, that name did annoy me. I couldn't help but picture a scowling maid with silver hair whenever I heard that name. And you would know the location. I felt a tug at the corner of my lips. I was finally making genuine progress. I wondered how long I had been here, considering that time wasn't really a solidified factor in the dimensional gap. More so something that bled through from Earth and the other connected realms. Why yes, I know the coordinates. He blurted out. If you let me live, I'll give them to you. Very well. I withdrew the staff of Magnus from my ring and held it, pointing towards what remained of the structure I had procured these individuals from. Sir Wiggles, realizing what I was about to do, jumped onto my head as he liked. Fires of Muspelheim! I called out as a massive torrent of fire was unleashed towards the remains, washing over everything with an unbearable flame. The pillars and walls that held it up were reduced to slag, and everything else was but ash drifting in the ensuing winds. Would you kindly hand them over? I smiled innocently, taking away his bindings, allowing him to act freely. Without another word, he created a magic circle, linked to another unknown location. I threw a few more talismans on the other prisoners, causing them to convulse and fall to the ground, eyes rolled back, hearts no longer beating. I glanced back at the one cooperative one. If I see you again, I won't say anything and immediately sever your head. I'll be good, I promise. He cried out, I'll leave and disappear. See that you do. I nodded before tearing open another path through space and time and jumped through. Either I'd been played, or this is some kind of karma. I certainly found another target, but it was not quite what I had expected. All around me were dozens of people who were in the middle of eating their meals. The layout was reminiscent of a generic cafeteria with various tables and people scattered about. I admit I had been a little impatient, but I think that was understandable at this point. 7 bases I had been to, counting this one, and 6 of them were nothing but scrap heaps or craters when I was finished with them. There was a deathly silence that filled the previously noisy room. People who were right in the middle of eating, dared not even swallow or chew. I cleared my throat. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior? Every single person in the cafeteria moved. Some slower than others, but they all moved with precision and experience. Spells actualized at the slightest movement of hands, barely flashing a spell circle upon their casting. Others had jumped away, pushing tables up and cast defensive spells. I could have let them all hit me, all these spells that fill my vision. My aura could easily defend against these cantrips that were thrown out in a rush. Hell, my magic resistance would no-sell anything of this level with ease. However, I knew if I started getting into that habit, Skadek would kick my ass. I ducked and rolled to the side, letting a large fireball pass by and a massive spike of earth shot up from my previous position. A blood-like rain suddenly surrounded me as it latched onto my aura, trying to dig its way through to no avail. It wasn't a normal spell, not something that could be traditionally dodged. I jerked my head to the side to see a hooded magician wielding a wand with a skull on the end, a baleful aura surrounding it. Did you just try to curse me? I expected no answer, instead I cast my own spell in response. Lightning arrows. Divine lightning coalesced and fired off towards the hooded magician. The arrows slash spells pierced right through him, only for his figure to shatter like glass. But the effect didn't end there. The entire room suddenly filled with cracks that worked their way through every surface. The entire room shattered, illusionary shards falling down everywhere. It wasn't hard to guess that someone cast a massive illusion over the large room. Funnily enough, it wasn't directed at me, but the surroundings, so my magic resistance did squat against it. Immediately, a magic circle filled the space in front of me, 3 magicians extending their hands to actualize it. An ethereal dragon's head emerged, and its massive jaw opened up with a torrent of fire spraying out. Raising my staff of Magnus, I cast a greater ward, absorbing the brunt of the damage, and I continued. Shatter. I cast, creating dozens of illusionary copies of myself at every magician in the room. They all attacked and the magicians reacted accordingly, though one in particular grabbed my attention as the space in the room visibly fluctuated. A woman held an orb-like catalyst in her hands. With her direction, the various magicians began teleporting out of harm's way. A sacred gear? I couldn't only assume so, but it could be one I hadn't heard about before, which wasn't that surprising. It provided nearly unlimited short-range teleportation. It might seem rather unimpressive on the surface, but this group of people were utilizing it to be a very effective weapon. Their teamwork was astounding. They had a large variety of schools all crammed together, yet they weren't stepping on each other's toes. It wasn't perfect by any means, but it easily told a history of experience and preparation between them. They were all at least high class and worked extremely well to the point where they could most likely threaten the lower end of the ultimate class. With enough preparation, possibly extend further than that. I glanced to the side to see an older man with a bear. An actual bear? Bear hat? Bear pelt? Start casting a runic spell. I flicked my finger, inserting an Ans's rune into his sequence at just the right moment, causing his spell to fail catastrophically. That part of the room erupted in a burst of ice, freezing everything. Bindings of Gaia. I slid my staff against the ground, drawing the runes for my spell. The large roots burst out of the floor, whipping and launching at anyone nearby. The downside of the girl's sacred gear was revealed. she needed line of sight. One of the roots blocked her vision of an ally, and he got impaled on its tip. I snapped my fingers, a dozen runic circles appeared around me, my divine lightning charged within before a volley of lightning bolts shot off towards my foes. The majority of them dodged or blocked the bolts, if with a bit of effort. A couple couldn't react in time and fell to the ground, hearts no longer beating. My swords burst out of my ring once more, flying to intercept more spells shot my way, and to attack again. Behind me, a magician was stabbed through the heart, to the side, another was impaled to the wall by Mirage. The Sacred Gear girl started teleporting every second she had the time to process, which began to annoy me. I reached out with my hand, and pulled on the spatial fluctuations she was causing. I reverberated them throughout the room, and the next time she teleported, she fell to the ground, coughing up blood. She was whole on the surface, but I basically tripped up her teleportation, making her lose something along the way. I swiped my staff across the air, and a torrent of lightning whipped out along the path, taking everything along with it and turned all to ash at the crackle of my divine lightning. The commotion died down again as the magicians were rooted. Some were impaled onto the wall, others didn't even have a whole corpse. And some, they were trying their best not to die at this specific moment. And there's no need to speak about the piles of ash that now filled various places. I walked towards the woman with the sacred gear or whatever the ord was. She looked up at me, a hint of fear in her eyes, blood flowing out of her mouth. I dangled a healing potion in front of her, and I could see her face light up in understanding, even if she didn't know the specifics. Lady Gremory and Mill ICAs, where are they? She looked hesitant. Her eyes flickered around the room and a sense of defeat clearly washed over here. Down hallway, right, left, boy. Same hallway, left, right, left. Second right, woman. She barely managed to get out, coughing up more blood as she finished. Separating them, hey? A smart move. This place was already several steps above the others. I set the healing potion down, and picked up the orb she was using, her sacred gear or foci, something for later study. I didn't bother to even register her emotions anymore, the defeated had no right to question the winner. Letting her live was more than she deserved, along with those that would walk away from here. Call it my token of appreciation for a direct answer, or just my uninterest in caring about them. I didn't have any doubt that whatever alarms were present had already been rung, so I set off to find my half-brother, and my biological grandmother. No. Stay away from Hugh. My Ascalon slammed into one of another dozen roaming guards and or magicians of this place. There were many more here than the other places, probably more than all of them combined. And the quality was much higher. Having followed the directions, I arrived at a very sturdy door with an absurd amount of protections woven around it. It would take me quite a while to merely unravel them, if I were so inclined. However, my sword of destruction became coated in my power of destruction and slashed into it, eating away at the protections. Inside, I saw a red-haired boy, laying down on a cot. He was motionless, and I even paused for a moment, looking at him. My brother. I eventually regathered my thoughts and walked up to him. He still wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling as he was still breathing. However, there was a little bit of sweat dripping down his forehead. I quickly grabbed his hand, taking a measure of his heartbeat and cast my diagnostic spells. "The fuck is this?" I muttered, looking at his body. He'd been drugged by a concoction of things I had no point of reference for. In a horrific way, I suppose it was a smart thing to do? A kid like him might make irrational decisions, combined with the mystical powers at his disposal, that could actually do harm to himself or his captors. And he's being used as a hostage towards Lady Gremory, so if he's not doing anything, that's the best case scenario. I lifted up his shirt, and began to draw a primordial rune on his chest with a runic circle around it to help focus the effects. I was going to detox him, flush everything out of his system in the safest method I had available. It's not like Avalon was within reach at the moment, but give it a few hours and he should be good. Thankfully, it didn't seem to be as persistent as the taint from Yomi that Kunu suffered. He looked peaceful, all things considered. I picked him up, holding him to my chest, being as gentle as I could in the situation. My swords hovered around us protectively, and even Sir Wiggles perked up, on guard. His grandmother should be a fair distance away, so it was a brisk walk to her cell. I wasted no time leaving the room, but it looked like some people were prepared for us. However, Sir Wiggles moved first. He jumped off my head, and turned into a streak of lightning, slamming into a magician at the front, shattering his spell sequence. There were two others that turned to look in utter befuddlement, which gave the rabbit enough time to erupt into another burst of lightning that surrounded him, burning the other two with ease. Good boy. I smiled, sending my gratitude through our link. Retracing our steps wasn't hard, and even finding the other cell wasn't difficult either. There were a few dozen enemies that stood in our way, but they were nowhere near the level of that group I met earlier in the cafeteria. They tried to fire off their own spells, some of them even decent, the others clearly needed work. It was enough that I could respond with just one hand, casting a greater ward, and absorbed them all. With a mental command, my swords all shored out, tearing into their lines, magicians screaming as body parts were lopped off. I paid them no more heed, they wouldn't get any continued mercy after finding my half-brother like this. Regardless of my current feelings for his family, I wished no harm upon him. I didn't know what my current feelings towards him were, but I would make sure he was okay. Once more, I kicked open the cell door to see the person waiting on the other side. A woman with brown hair sat calmly on her little cot. She looked back, and her eyes widened as she properly processed who I was. So, I got your letter. So, a warning, I made some insinuations regarding Venelana several times. I was not at all subtle about it before, so I'm not going to say anything else after this. Also, just a heads up to everyone, I'm under a hurricane warning right now. It should be coming about midday tomorrow, Wednesday for me, which is a day I don't post, but it's supposed to be here through Friday. And this is advanced warning in the entirely likely chance I lose power and can't post. I apologize in advance if that happens. Chapter 266, Chapter 250. I met the gaze of the woman in front of me. I hadn't really intended to say that sad excuse of a one-liner I just blurted out, but I knew it's a habit for me to make a joke when I felt awkward. She did not look amazing. Her clothes had been torn up to the point I could see her undergarments. Possibly from cuts that healed since then? However, it didn't look like anything worse happened to her. There were no discernible bruises, or wounds I could see from a cursory glance. I forced myself to stop staring after a moment. It was the first time I'd seen her in person, and she was, frankly, beautiful. Of all people I expected to come, it wasn't you. She stood up, also giving me a once-over. I was in the neighborhood. I said dismissively. The dimensional gap. She quirked an eyebrow, walking towards me. She held her arms out as I loosened my grip on Mil-Ica's and allowed her to take him from me. She cradled him protectively, checking him for any injuries. What's wrong with him? She immediately found my runic array on his chest. She looked like she wanted to say much more, but held it back and prioritized her grandson. They must have forced some cocktail of drugs into him. I don't recognize much of it, but I could only do a preliminary check and saw that he wasn't exactly in danger. And what's this on his chest? She looked at me expecting an answer. I don't believe they did this. That's mine. I confirmed, and I couldn't really blame her for being thorough. Since I didn't recognize everything they pumped into him, I went with the safest method of detoxing the foreign drugs. Unfortunately, the safest just happens to be the slowest. She looked me over, trying to find any trace of deceit. And he isn't in danger. Not any immediate danger. I looked thoughtful for a moment. Give it a few weeks with this stuff inside him? It might start having visible side effects. I shrugged as it didn't really matter at this point and I was doing a lot of guesswork. It wasn't really my area of expertise or anything. Feel free to check yourself. I waved my hand flippantly. I can wake him up if you prefer. I offered as well. She glanced at me and back down at Millicas. You can wake him up. Most likely. I just thought it would be preferable if he slept through this. And I pushed the door open wider. I figured it was probably best he didn't see what happened. Venelana tilted her head to better peek outside the door. There were bodies thrown about, limbs hacked off, and others impaled or even embedded into the walls. I believe that is a wise decision. She blinked a few times staring at the scene. Thankfully, she didn't look disturbed, more so surprised. Good riddance. She added, turning her nose up at the corpses. Well, I wouldn't exactly have any goodwill towards my kidnappers as well. Replace Millicas with Kunu, and I'd be out for all the blood I could get. Believing me so easily, I could be stringing you along. I trust you, she said with a rather casual tone. It honestly took me by surprise with how easily the words rolled off her tongue. I didn't know how to respond to that. Do you need any healing before we head out? I offered, not wanting to simply open a portal. For now, I'd rather they not know I could bypass barriers of the quality surrounding this place. I'm fine, she replied with a simple smile. I only received a few cuts when they tried to intimidate me and they only made the threat of procuring their own Bale bloodline. The sharp edge to her words made it clear how she really felt even if she wasn't outwardly reacting. That made my thoughts come to a grinding halt. And you're fine? Perhaps anyone you would like to have a personal talk with before we leave? I still didn't know how to feel about this woman, yet I was disgusted by the implication. Oh no, they were too afraid to do anything, besides. She glanced down at herself with her clothing torn up here and there. If it weren't for them having Millicas, they would have found out quickly why I survived both the Great War and the Civil War. She smiled innocently. I did forget how old she actually was. She should be pretty strong herself, even if she wasn't in the public eye anymore. And the power of destruction to the dick was probably one of the biggest deterrents there ever was. There was an awkward silence as we walked through the building, heading towards the exit. Credit where it's due, they once more did a good job labeling and giving directions everywhere so no one got lost. Really, the only issue was that we hadn't run into any more people on the entire trek. And it wasn't like this was a small facility, not to mention the commotion I had already caused and the inevitable tripping of defenses caused by my actions. Sir Wiggles! I called out. I could tell that Venelana was confused at my words, until my familiar came bolting down the hallway and jumped onto my head. Adorable! Venelana seemed to genuinely smile. Nothing about me having a rabbit as a familiar. I questioned. I learned when I was younger that it's not the size, but how you use it. Once more I just blinked, looking at her in surprise. What? She asked. Just, surprised by the joke. I replied. I'm stressed beyond my limit, carrying my drugged-up grandson after being threatened to become a broodmare for a faction of devils that want to kick off another great war. I'll cope however I can. She deadpanned, still not giving anything away on the surface. Fair. I could only just nod. Hey, I did that in stressful situations too. Well, I doubted it could become any more awkward after that. The remainder of the walk was silent, though the closer we got to the entrance, the more I felt a feeling of discomfort. I think Venelana picked up on my unease, because she adopted a pensive look as we neared the end. I pushed the large metal doors open, and I wasn't even surprised by what I saw. Quite the little gathering. I whistled, sweeping my gaze all around. There were probably hundreds of magicians encircling the entrance of the building. Haha, well, good company requires the best presentation. A man stood in front. He had a shade of silver hair that I found annoying, similar to a certain maid. He also carried a tone of perceived superiority right from the start. Euclid. Venelana practically growled from behind me. Everyone thought you were dead. I'm overcome with enthusiasm at the exaggeration of your untimely death. I do believe certain parties will be just ecstatic at this revelation. The venom dripped off her words. Ah, I had known his name was familiar. He's that maid's brother. The idiot that those other devils talked about before I sieged this place. And it sounded like there's a bit of a history there. Lady Gremory, were the accommodations not to your liking? He chuckled at her expense. I would be more than happy to discuss your next room. Perhaps in the stables where you can be among your peers. And I would be more than happy to discuss with you thoroughly as well. She snorted with disdain. Why don't you come and test me without my grandson being held hostage? Tempting, but we both know you're not my match. He didn't react to her provocation. Besides, it's not like I would actually put my dear nephew in danger. Even if he has that same red hair as the usurper, he's still my sister's son. I narrowed my eyes as I saw his hand twitch. Immediately, my sword slammed down right behind Venelana, shattering several ice spears that manifested. So much for not harming your nephew. I crossed my arms, meeting his eyes. He would have been unarmed, just enough to remove the filth from around him. He smiled brightly, turning his focus fully on me. And you must be Wilhelm. Nope. I saw his eye twitch slightly. I've heard a lot about you. He clasped his hands behind his back. Some of it rumors, and some of it was from the footage and accounts of my men as you made your way through several of our bases. In the neighborhood. Venelana repeated with a dry tone. Doesn't ring a bell. I smiled innocently. He didn't react this time. Have you considered which side you want to be on? He waved his arms around. I've been interested in you since the first time I heard that the usurper had a child he never spoke about. Lo and behold, that child was discovered fighting a god, a god. I was surprised to see you here, going after Lady Gremory. But it does present a wonderful opportunity. He clapped his hands. I don't believe you've joined up with the usurpers, and you've handled yourself well in the eyes of the common rabble. Why, I believe you represent exactly what it means to be a devil. Was he trying to recruit me? I guess I'd play along. And what exactly does being a devil represent? I raised an eyebrow. Some think it means to be evil, manipulative, and dastardly in all measures. Well, I couldn't agree more in the past, but I've pondered it and think I've come to a slightly different conclusion. Devils simply do whatever their whims carry them to do without any nonsense like morality. If you want a woman, you take her. If you want to kill someone, you kill them. If you want something, you steal it. He gestured towards Venelana and Mil-Icas for added effect. Devils are the most brutal species, simply because we do what we want, how we want, whenever we want. Bold of him to spout that nonsense when the majority of his current followers were in fact humans. However, they didn't seem perturbed in the slightest. And how do I fit into this world view? How do you not? You fought a god, just because. You caused havoc, just because you felt like it. Perhaps you need a guiding hand on certain matters, but you've done simply wonderful thus far. He had an almost gentle look about him. You showed those Shinto gods what a devil truly is capable of. I turned to glance at Venelana, who just silently gave me a look that screamed I don't know as I turned back to this crazy guy. You recognize that I fought a god, yet you're sitting here trying to put a gun to my head with your entourage. I swept my arm around, gesturing towards the rows of magicians behind him. Haha, well, don't count me out. I'm pretty strong myself, a match for my sister if I do say so myself. And she's Satan class as it is. He didn't look at all perturbed by my insinuation. Not to mention I have, as you observed, my magicians with me. While not individually strong, surely someone of your magical ability knows that enough of them gathered together can do some amazing things. That's not untrue. Gather enough magicians together, and you'd have basically the equivalent of a holy grail in magical output. I believe I've overstayed my welcome at this point. I raised my hand up but paused when he snapped his fingers. Every single magician raised their staves, wands, or other magical foci towards us. It's rude for a guest to leave after the host provides such a warm reception. His expression shifted to a little frown. Especially after the mess you caused me. It's going to take a long time to rebuild what you destroyed. I glanced back at Venelana and Mil-Icas, then turned back, narrowing my eyes at him. You think you can threaten me with them? Maybe, or maybe not. He shrugged. Maybe I can seek you out to compare notes in Kyoto. A knowing smirk appeared on his face. I've heard some interesting things, especially about the Yukai's leader, and even about her daughter. Well then, caution to the wind. You want to compare notes? I grit my teeth at the thought of him threatening my daughter. I do think myself quite capable in the realm of magic. He fixed his collar, looking rather proud of himself. Dare you compete with me? If you're not up to it, then you can leave. Even after all the damage you caused, I'll overlook it. He added with a nonchalant shrug. However, they're going to be staying. He raised his hand, pointing towards the two behind me. I know what it's like to be abandoned by family. But that brat is still my sister's pride and joy, so I think I'll be keeping him and raise him properly for now on, away from the usurper's grasp. As for the Gremory bitch, my men could use a good moral boost after losing so many of our number. Dude had some serious inferiority issues with my biological father. I could just tell by the tone he mentioned the usurper. Regardless, he threatened my daughter. I raised my hand, summoning my staff of Magnus. All right then, let me show you, my strongest spell. Runes filled the air around me. Talismans shot out to their positions with little thought as I had become more familiar with casting this spell at this point. Though, it was slightly different than the last time I called upon it. Yes, just a slight difference, because now, I had divinity. If that's how you want to play it, then so be it. He raised his hand up and the magicians all around him began to cast in tandem. This is a spell of my own creation. He declared, a maniacal grin on his face as several massive spell circles appeared overhead. I call it Lucifer's descent. Out of the magic circles, a humanoid silhouette weaved out of demonic power burst out, shattering through space like glass as its form solidified. It looked like a cliché devil, horns and all, a baleful aura flowed out at its mere presence, and a killing intent that could make lesser men shudder. Specifically created to battle armies. He sounded proud as he looked overhead. It was impressive. The solidification of shape and concepts into a coherent whole even with the inclusion of so many different magicians in the spell casting. And he obviously used his own demonic energy as the catalyst since the vast majority of the magicians were human. It didn't do much, but it had a ridiculous amount of magical energy sustaining it. Pretty much any normal damage would probably be mended immediately. However, it lacked a certain weight to it. I had no doubt it had some impressive destructive power, maybe enough to even trade a few dozen blows with Susanoo before being destroyed. But it was still far from my own strongest. The pentagram formed, my runes lit up around their primordial brethren. Come! I declared, and the large piece of rock we were standing on shook. The air around us shifted, massive roots burst out of the soil and into the ground, completely enveloping the large structure behind us before they shot upwards, climbing higher and higher until it dwarfed even the massive construct that this Euclid created. Behold, the beginning of creation. I held my arms out, my staff glowing bright. Blessings of the world tree Yggdrasil. My tree exploded with life, fully bloomed and ascending over everything high up into the colorful sky that was the dimensional gap. Funnily enough, it wasn't as large as it usually was. This realm was fighting against me. The concepts intertwined in my tree were the opposite of those that existed in the dimensional gap. Oh my! Venelana blurted out, gazing up towards the peak of my spell. What is this? Euclid looked shocked. Confused even, as I was using concepts that were mostly foreign to this realm. So many different things added to make this spell a reality. The tree from the Norse religion. From one birthed 9. I responded, the corners of my lips tugging upwards. My sword of destruction shot up, taking its place as it had several times before. Let the fires of Muspelheim rage once more across all creation. The god-burning flames enveloped my sword, transforming it into its pseudo-phantasm form. The sword enlarged, large enough to be wielded by a giant. And no. Send it in. Euclid yelled as the magicians channeled their magics and commanded the construct to move forward. It took a single step, then tried to swipe its massive hand. I raised my arm up high in response, then swung it down, putting a significant amount of power into this blow. Enough that I probably wouldn't have enough of a follow-up with the drain on the magical energy that went into the casting to support the entire tree. Twilight of the Gods Leviatine. The massive fiery sword swung down, and the ground was sundered in an explosion of heat and flames. The construct was seared down the center, burnt away as quickly as the demonic energy met the flames of my sword. Frankly, this iteration of my spell was an absolute counter to the magics that created that thing. The magicians immediately fell into a panic, a good portion of them were eviscerated by the swing, and another good chunk scattered and tried to run away. I didn't follow up, waiting for the dust to settle, so to speak. I gestured with my hand, removing the shield I placed around us so the other two wouldn't be affected too much. The ground still rumbled, the floating chunks of rock falling off into the abyss, and molten slag drifted off into the distance. My sword returned to the sky, hovering over the area. I took bated steps forward towards the target of my ire, having escaped death from the first attack. He looked haggard, hand held out as he threw up several defensive spells. Half his body was completely scorched, and part of his arm was missing. Even if my attack was mostly aimed at the construct, he had been caught up in the main blow and suffered heavily. Could he have defended better? I would say so if he was boasting about being a Satan-class devil, but for some reason he just seemed to have his head so far up his own ass. That or he wasn't quite at the level he was boasting about. How? He stuttered, out, his throat seemed to have been burned quite heavily. Summon that thing. Yeah, the people in this world seemed to emphasize pure strength in almost everything. Intertwining concepts closer to the surface wasn't something most people would bother with when you can just pump something up further. Why create a spell that can apply some kind of conceptual destruction to a mountain when you can just train up to punch said mountain out of existence? A crude explanation, but for some reason it's a logic that's normalized here. The true monsters were those who combine both. But I digress. Shouldn't have threatened my daughter. I was about to command my sword once more to finish him, but another idea popped up into my head. Instead, I threw a handful of sealing talismans at him, binding him up nice and tight before dragging him back to where Venelana stood. She seemed to be in a stupor of some sort, still staring at the tree above us. It was only when I tossed him at her feet did she break from it. So, quick question. I grabbed her attention. This guy, you seem to know him. I only knew vague details. He is the brother of my daughter-in-law. She confirmed. Hates your son with a passion, I assume. The intensity matches the Sunday. Bit of a siscon. In the same way that the ocean is a bit wet. She deadpanned. Ah, good, I wasn't misinterpreting his words when speaking of his sister. So that just makes it even worse then. I tapped my chin. And I assume being handed over to the one he refers as the usurper would be a fate worse than death. She beamed happily. Well, my day just got a lot better. I perked up, opening a portal to my home. The tree above us dissipated at a visible speed, returning to its base composition of magical energy and scattering to the void. "Shall we go?" I offered, retrieving all my effects as Sir Wiggles clamped down tightly on my head. She took one last look around, still somewhat shocked at what she had just witnessed before turning back to me. "We shall." She stepped through without a second thought. I followed behind within the same breath, pulling the idiot along with me. I detested the idea of taking him into my home, but I had nowhere to store a living person. My only consolation was that he must be in excruciating pain. "Are we in Japan?" Venelana questioned. "Kyoto," I replied without much fuss. "The sub-dimension that houses the yokai under Yasaka. I opened a path. You can teleport to the underworld now, should be much easier than trying to teleport out of the dimensional gap." A spell circle appeared under her feet and I raised an eyebrow at the speed in which she actualized it. She quirked a smile when she noticed my expression. "You don't survive the Great War without being able to run away on short notice." A small laugh escaped her lips before she calmed down. "On behalf of the Gremory family, I sincerely thank you for what you've done." "I didn't do it for the Gremory family." I waved my hand flippantly. "I could guess as much." She nodded. "However, I thank you regardless. I don't know what I would do if something happened to my grandson. He's my half-brother, you know. It's not like I'd want to see him in that kind of situation." I let out a sigh, rubbing my eyes. I still don't know how to feel about everything, but I couldn't just leave him to that kind of fate. You should probably head back. Regardless of anything I feel I have towards them, I doubt his parents want to be without him for any extra length of time. If there was anything I could sympathize with them for, it would be their love for their son. I know how frantic I would be if it was Kunu in the same situation. By no means do I have any desire to associate with them, but as a new parent, I couldn't help but feel bad. But that's pretty much as far as my feeling extended. "Oh, and take this thing with you." I kicked the idiot into her teleportation circle. She appeared to ponder something. "After I settle matters, will you allow me to return?" she asked. "You want to come back? You said you got my letter, is it wrong that I want to speak to my other grandson?" She had a warm smile on her face. "I have many things I want to say to you, things I think you deserve to hear." "Whatever." I shrugged. I already came this far, and I intended to meet with her before the whole kidnapping thing. I'll leave a path for you to teleport back. Anyone else and I'll consider them an intruder. I placed a hand on Milicia's, removing the runes. I'm sure they'd be able to handle something like this with their own resources. The teleportation circle under her lit up as I stepped back. "I'll settle some things and be back in a few hours." She once more smiled towards me as the teleportation actualized. "At the very least, I think you deserve a special reward." And with that, she disappeared with the idiot and my half-brother. Wondered what she meant by that. I didn't really care to get anything. Chapter 267, Interlude 14. Venelana Gremory POV. I held Milicia's tightly as the teleportation circle enveloped us. I had memorized the coordinates to the manor many centuries ago and sent us there immediately. I had much unfinished business with my wayward grandson, but priority was with Milicia's right now and reuniting him with his parents. As much as I wanted to reward Wilhelm and perhaps relieve a little bit of this stress I had accumulated, I was too worried about my little man to continue that train of thought, for now. "Mother! Venelana! Milicia's!" The shouts filled the room and I was set upon before the lights even faded from my vision, surrounded by my family. Rias, Grafia, and Zoe were all here waiting, and I believe I saw Akeno waiting in the corner as she looked on. "My baby!" Grafia swooped in, tossing aside all semblance of her usual demeanor as a maid to grab hold of her son. I couldn't fault her nor would I even make a noise in complaint, Satans know I would act exactly the same way had I not been kidnapped as well. Mom, are you okay? Rias came up, hugging me tightly as she had tears run down her face. Rias, I'm okay. I pulled her in, gently soothing her as I ran a hand through her hair. I could only imagine how she and the others had been worried. Venelana, what's wrong with Milicias? Grafia began to frantically cast various spells on him. I was told he has been drugged. I did some scans of my own, and admittedly it's not an area of expertise for me, however he didn't look like he was in danger. Though erring on the side of caution is perhaps the best move forward. I explained my thoughts on the matter as well as what I had been told by Wilhelm. While I didn't doubt his words, it's also something you can't simply leave to chance. Breathing is steady, no linger effects presented through his organs. Grafia muttered, spells encircling him and passing over every inch of his body. No physical damage, some unidentifiable chemicals running through his blood. Is Milicias going to be okay? Rias looked worried, removing herself from my arms as she knelt next to him and Grafia. It doesn't look like it's a malevolent substance, just a very strong drug that's keeping him subdued. However, it looks like it's started clearing up on its own somewhat, which is strange due to the power needed to work on a devil. I'm worried that it's seeping into other parts of his body and going inert. Grafia's lips thinned as she furrowed her brow in concentration. She was perhaps the most skilled in medical procedures among us. Something she picked up during the Civil War. Someone already started detoxifying him. I interjected before she got too lost into her own thoughts. It may be important for her to know. I can't pretend to understand the mechanisms, but Milicias was much paler when I first got him back. It had looked like runes, but that wasn't something I had knowledge in. It's okay, sweetie. Mommy's here. Grafia cradled Milicias as her own spells took hold. Should I go get some phoenix tears? Rias offered, trying to help in her own way. I don't think they'll be helpful in this kind of situation. I shook my head. Phoenix tears are more for physical conditions, not drugs running through his body. It's possible the excess energy flowing through him would flare up and run counter to the drugs and cause some kind of negative effect. The room was suddenly filled with another burst of power as the teleportation circle lit up once more and 2 more people joined us. Mom, Milicias. Sertsk bolted towards us, a red blur as he quickly ascertained the status of his son and then me. Venelana, I'm happy to see that you're well. Ajuka also greeted as he watched the 2 parents fuss over Milicias. Is he? Strong suppressant in the form of drugs, shouldn't be life-threatening. He's currently unconscious, which is probably for the best as we flush his system properly. I replied, earning a nod of approval from the other Satan. Honey, what happened? Zoe walked up, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. You're fine, right? I'm fine, Zoe. I put my own on his. A little roughed up and stressed, but nothing beyond a few cuts and bruises that already healed. Does this whole thing have anything to do with him? Ajuka narrowed his eyes at the third person I brought along, who seemed to have been ignored in favor of Milicias and I. Why, yes. Yes it does. I said with no lack of disdain in my tone, earning everyone's full attention. Euclid. Grafia's volume shot up upon realizing who it was. I thought you were dead. There was a gentleness in her words, even if they sounded a bit frantic. A sort of happiness at the realization that her brother was still alive. That was until she quickly put 2 and 2 together and deduced the reason he was in that half-dead state. You! She screeched. You kidnapped my son. You kidnapped my mother-in-law. The bound man grunted and groaned, his eyes darting back and forth, but the bindings were stopping him from truly moving or shifting in any meaningful way. However, I didn't know if his actions were because he wanted to say something or he was simply in pain. I hoped it was the latter. Ajuka quickly cast his own spells, sending many more different kinds of seals and bindings over the man. the magic circles around his hands flickering a dozen times in a few moments before he finished. That should do for now. He glanced at Surtsk, who looked like he was about to murder the man. Frankly, I doubted anyone could blame him, nor would I make a move to stop him if he wanted to. I will be having a thorough talk with him after. Surtsk all but growled, fists clenched tight. I think the only reason he didn't blow up was because Milicas and Grafia were in need of the moral support to have him calm and nearby. My son was not quick to anger, but once it happened, it was like a volcano. It wasn't a simple matter of a disaster striking, but anything that was involved that was related to the source of his anger would feel his continuous wrath until naught but ash and salted earth remained. Vene, what happened? Where did you go? Zoe squeezed my hand. Mom. Rias spoke up as well, probably also wanting to know. Surtsk held Milicas in his arms as both her and Grafia looked at me expectantly. I take it you've been looking all over for me? I asked. We turned over every old Satan faction base we knew of, and none of them knew anything. Grafia scoffed, glaring down at her brother. Lady Venelana, we couldn't find you anywhere. Thankfully, we now have evidence of who was behind everything. Ajuka glanced at Euclid as well. Even if they deny knowing about him, it's enough to shut up any dissent. I'll have to thank Wilhelm once more for not killing him then. I was in the dimensional gap. I said plainly, as there was no need to be coy about it. They had several bases there from what I've been able to glean. What? The dimensional gap. Rias's eyes widened, blurting out her thoughts. How? I thought that place was uninhabitable. Not exactly. Ajuka let out a sigh, lips thinning. That's just something we say to keep younger devils from trying to go there. It's technically habitable, but it's not a good idea to go there for long periods of time. To set up permanent bases isn't something to do on a whim. It doesn't bode well that they've thought it a good idea to do so, and have apparently been operating that way for a significant amount of time. Ajuka met eyes with Surtsk's. Clearly, we've been underestimating them. Seraphil's still out there, turning over any rock she can find. Surtsk's shifted in place. Let's hold off on announcing their returns, gives an excuse to keep going. Then we can use this. He glanced at Euclid again. Dash rebel, as a scapegoat. And there's my smart son. We should tell Zekram at least. Ajuka crossed his arms. Even if he's publicly the leader of the Great King faction, he still has ties with the old Coots. And I'm sure he isn't thrilled about Venelana and Milicas being in the crossfire. At the very least, he'd be willing to play along if we give him time to set things up to his advantage. Surtsk let out a sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Fine, I just want to strike a blow against these guys. We can discuss things more thoroughly with Zekram after the dust settles. For now, it's open season on any old Satan faction bases we come across. That means I'll need to make an appearance of two. Grafia huffed, pushing a few strands of hair out of Milicas's eyes. Sorry, honey. Surtsk apologized. Don't worry, all my anger is focused on others due to this. She glowered, making sure her brother saw her murderous gaze. I'll be sure to make my time count before spending it all with our son. For now. Surtsk turned back to me. Mother, how did you escape? It should be nearly impossible to actually find anything there if you're going in blind. It's only slightly easier if you're trying to actually leave. Your son saved me. I replied with all honesty. There was no point in holding it back when Euclid knew the truth. And Wilhelm didn't deign to keep it a secret, so I figured it was fair game. My son Surtsk froze in place, realization dawning on him. Wilhelm. Rias spoke up again, having gone silent when everyone was talking about the political mess. He saved you and Milicas. He did. I couldn't help but smile. He was quite dashing. Swooping in and taking them all out. From what I heard when Euclid was trying to recruit Wilhelm, though he was mostly talking to himself, he had torn through several other of their bases before he came to us. Who knew that sending him that letter would be the difference between nearly dying or not? Or whatever plans they had in store for me. I had no doubt that Euclid would keep Millicas alive for whatever twisted idea of love he had for my grandson, but I would not have fared as well. And Wilhelm cut a similar figure to a young Zoe, and just as handsome. I glanced at Zero, who gave me a knowing look. I pretended not to notice, even if I had to hold back a small laugh. Venelana, can you please recount everything from the beginning? Ajulka took charge as Sertsk just looked lost at the newfound information. Very well. I may as well get this over with. As you know, I was out with Millicas, spending the day with him. We had our normal guards that stayed out of sight, and I didn't notice anything wrong until we were suddenly attacked. A dozen or so human magicians surrounded us, and I wasn't able to fight back while protecting Millicas. We were quickly teleported away and forced through several more checkpoints before finally being forced to the dimensional gap, making it nigh untraceable. Ajulka sighed. I tried, I really did. And I appreciate it, Ajulka. I hold no blame for you for not being able to provide a miracle. This boy, I could still remember him running around with Sertsks when they were kids. Being able to trace several teleports around the world, then tracking through one of them to another destination. I couldn't hold that against him in the slightest. Millicas and I were separated. He was apparently drugged up to keep him docile. Whereas I was kept on another side of the facility, and he was used to keep me in line as a hostage. Is there anything you found out? Any important information you could tell us? Ajulka asked. It wasn't just the old Satan faction, the vast majority of the people at that base were humans, of which Euclid led. I have no idea how far their reach has gotten, I didn't want to linger to find out. I shook my head. I can ask Wilhelm when I see him again. Again? Grafia spoke up. You are going to see him again. He accepted my offer to speak with me. The whole reason he turned up was because he had gotten my letter previously. Grafia was the only person who knew about that, her eyes flashing in realization. I see. My daughter-in-law looked down, a hint of shame appearing on her face. It must be hard for her, having that misplaced displeasure towards the boy, yet he had just saved her son. And I stayed there for that period of time. I continued, wanting to push past the awkward atmosphere. Any other time, I would let her stew in those feelings, but this wasn't a normal circumstance. Nothing changed until Wilhelm tore open my cell door, with Millicas in his arms. You said that Euclid had a lot of magicians with him. Ajulka spoke up again. Not counting the bodies left in the wake of my emancipation, there were a few hundred waiting outside. Again, it wasn't anything they couldn't get from the idiot. A few hundred. Rias squeaked out. I agree. While I doubt most of them were high class, that isn't an insubstantial amount. Zoe, who had been listening intently, also commented. I am aware of the rumors about him fighting a god, but to hear something like that firsthand. It was quite spectacular. I began to recount the tale. Euclid ordered the magicians to help him cast a spell, creating a massive creature out of demonic energy. He called it Lucifer's Descent. I rolled my eyes at the naming sense. He also called it an army killer or some other nonsense. Blowing hot air. Ajulka quirked an eyebrow. Oh no, it was certainly impressive. I had no doubt I would have died without even being able to put up a proper fight against it. I admitted. I wasn't exactly weak, but I hadn't really kept up with my training in so many years. Perhaps this was a wake-up call? I should get back into fighting shape. And Wilhelm fought it. Rias looked eager for the details. Sertsks. I turned towards my son. Yes. Your rook, his namesake. He still possesses his sword, yes? I asked. I believe so. I wouldn't think Serger to give up such a powerful weapon. It's something that even I'm not confident taking head-on without injures. My son scratched his head. Why the sudden question? Because your son summoned the world tree from the Norse cosmology, then somehow summoned Surtr's sword and slashed apart the construct, sundering the earth, killing the majority of the magicians and causing the remainder to flee. What? A reaction shared by all of them. Well, I can't say I didn't feel something similar when I saw it in person. Well, that and a need to change my panties before heading back to see him. Chapter 268, Chapter 251. I sat on my couch, mindlessly staring off into space. I didn't remember how long I sat here, but I felt like time was passing slowly as I waited for someone to appear. I don't know if I was lucky or not to have no one around. All my girls had something to do right now, so none were at the house. Even Yasaka was busy with her own matters and I didn't want to disturb her. Well, I also wanted a little bit of privacy. My secrets were known to my girls, but that didn't mean I wasn't embarrassed by certain things. I didn't know how I was going to react to the information I received, and I didn't like showing that side of me. I took a deep breath as I felt the spatial fluctuations, similar ones to how devils used their teleportation circles. I could tell that only one person was coming, so I wasn't on high alert. She appeared at the side, and I spared her a glance before gesturing to a seat across from mine. She didn't speak as she took her seat, sitting rather properly, looking at me for how to proceed. Would you like a drink? I offered in the spirit of hospitality. No thank you. Venelana shook her head as we fell into silence again. That awkward silence continued as neither of us knew where/how to start. I had things I wanted to ask, and I'm pretty sure she had things she wanted to ask, but forming the words was just excruciatingly difficult. I see I'm not the only one who got a change of clothes. She mused, flashing a little smile. I glanced down at myself, clad once more in my normal attire, tie and all. Then I looked back at her. She was something similar to what she wore before but without all the tears. How is Mil-Icas? I asked. It's as you said. And he's in good hands, at this point, we're just letting him sleep everything off. She replied with a warm look. Any other issues that arose? Nothing of importance. However, please don't reveal that we were rescued so soon. I quirked an eyebrow at that. Ah, I get it. I nodded after a second of thought. Rooting out all the undesirables, The corners of her lips curled up. You catch on quickly. Well, I didn't know the specifics, but they're using this as an excuse to purge some of their opposition. I'm not part of their faction, so I didn't really care. And how have you been? She asked, in an effort to continue the small talk. As well as I can be. I didn't really know how to elaborate. I heard that you and Yasaka, the leader of the yokai here, are in a relationship. I suppose that's not really a secret. I crossed my legs, propping my chin up with one arm. She's my woman, yes. And she has a daughter. Kunu. I nodded. My little girl as well. I couldn't help but smile. So young and you already have a daughter of your own. She giggled. How old are you now? Just over 18. Closer to 21, actually. I shrugged. I didn't actually know my exact age anymore. Pardon. Time is relative. I smirked. She blinked, looking surprised by my admission. It's not like it's actually a big secret or anything. And for some reason, I would prefer if people knew I was older when it came to being a parent for Kunu. Before anything else, do you mind if I ask you some questions about the people that kidnapped me? Unless that idiot was incinerated immediately, he should be able to tell you everything you want to know. That Euclid idiot really pissed me off. And it only made matters worse than I felt like he would follow through on his threat. He was clearly not right in the head. I didn't believe any amount of deterrent would have stopped him. One of the reasons we're being somewhat quiet with Yasaka's faction. Idiots like that, who wouldn't be dissuaded by any show of power, even on Meridia's level. I'm certain he'll talk. She smiled brightly, almost in anticipation. But I would like to hear it from you so we can verify. If you don't mind, that is. I let out a sigh, running a hand through my hair. There's not much to tell. You heard about the attack on Kyoto, I assume. Yes, the news reached me and I have kept abreast of everything here once I found out you were involved. Her words sounded genuine. They were a bunch of kids who called themselves. I waved my hand flippantly. The hero faction. Descendants of heroes, spirit inheritors, or just sacred gear users. They had some stupid plan about killing Great Red or something, to prove that humans were superior. I have many questions regarding them specifically. But for now, how do they relate to Euclid and his lot? They were in another faction within the same hierarchy as Euclid's people. They call themselves the Cows Brigade. That's with AK, mind you, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the Greeks. Oh Satans! She sighed. I got captured by people going around and calling themselves that. Really? I looked at her incredulously. You a devil is going to criticize another's naming conventions. We're not that bad. Crimson-haired ruin princess. I said dryly. She twitched slightly. Kids these days. She shook her head. It's a variation on my epithet back in the day. They called me the ruin princess. Hey, that didn't sound nearly as bad. Even a bit cool if I were to be honest. Yeah, so hero faction worked as another branch, so to speak, of the brigade. They're basically all autonomous and do their own things. I shrugged. I'm pretty sure they have members from every corner of the world. Ran into a decently strong yokai when I was up and about. When you were in the neighborhood. She quirked a smile, letting out a small giggle. To go through so much effort to save us, I'm surprised. I could have sworn you wouldn't even respond to my letter, much less come to my rescue. Ah, I guess we're moving on to the heavy stuff now. I wasn't originally. I confessed. Yasaka talked me into not throwing it away right away. Another friend talked me into reading it at least. I decided to settle things once and for all. If it were anyone else, I may have not even given it a second thought as I burned it up. Do you really hate us that much? She looked a bit melancholic at the question. Hate. I let the word roll of my tongue, feeling my temper begin to flare. Years of suppressed anger making their way to the surface. I lost my childhood because your son couldn't be arsed to be halfway competent in how he handled me. I was 8 fucking years old, I had just lost the only family I had ever known. I could feel myself shift into a sneer. What does the moron do? He shoves me into an empty house to cope by myself. I threw my hands up. Oh wait, that might have been better. No, instead he sends his maid-fetish wife to check up on me, a grieving 8-year-old. This scary woman who just scowls and shows obvious disgust towards me. So I basically learn how to take care of myself, and thankfully her visits became much more infrequent when I showed I wasn't going to starve to death. I have no excuses for how you were treated. She said quietly. I would apologize, but I don't believe you want that right now. She wasn't wrong. To answer your question, I don't hate you. Nor do I hate anyone in your family. I let out a long sigh. I never actually let it all out before, it felt oddly refreshing. I refocused and saw her looking at me with a questioning gaze. When I first left, I convinced myself that I simply was above it. It didn't matter to me, and it held no sway over me. I was pretty messed up for those first couple weeks. I can't even fault my younger self for how I acted, I coped the best way I could. I feel like I've been through a lot recently, and my perspective has broadened and changed many times. I believe I'm allowed to be upset at my treatment, but I'm no longer holding it so tightly inside of me. So, no. I don't hate you all anymore, I can't bring myself to care that much unless forced to. Come mess with me though and those feelings can easily re-emerge. As it stood, I didn't want to waste the effort anymore thinking about them. It was my first time really voicing it all. I probably didn't do a good job of articulating my thoughts as I hadn't mentally planned this, but it still expressed my sentiments. There was another moment of silence, as if she processed my words. I see. She finally muttered. I guess that's the best I can hope for considering everything. She let out a sigh herself. Thank you for agreeing to see me at least. I can understand better how much it must have weighed on you after receiving my letter. And I suppose that me saying that I had nothing to do with your predicament would alleviate your feelings. I'm not a child, I said dryly. I can understand blame and fault for where it lies. You had no obligation to do anything. Venelana shook her head. No, I had no hand in it, but I was still aware on some level. I closed my eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. How exactly did it happen? I might as well rip this band-aid off. As much as I told myself I didn't care, there was still a part of me that wanted answers. Very well, I knew this would be a topic we discuss. She straightened herself. We only found out about you once your mother passed away. She looked at me as if expecting an outburst. I felt like I could read her thoughts here. I don't blame any of you for her death, if that's what you're wondering. I breathed out once more. It's not like I expected him to become some kind of figure in her and my life in hindsight. I already guessed that he wasn't aware of us at that point. Nor that I thought he had some kind of obligation to either of us. Can you tell me about your mother? She suddenly asked. I only know, well, that she was a prostitute. I offered with a snort. I wasn't going to say it like that. I'm not ashamed of it. I crossed my arms with an eye roll. My mom sold her body every day and worked any job she could to provide for me. She literally sacrificed her life, worked herself to the bone to the point where she got weak and sick. My mom was a prostitute, and I am damn proud of her. She sounds like a wonderful woman. Venelana smiled towards me. I could tell what she was doing, trying to lighten the atmosphere, and I couldn't find it in me to reject it. I always felt a little bit happier when I thought of my mom. She's the reason I was in the theater club at school. We didn't have money for anything, so she'd take me to those free productions that popped up every now and then. That sounds so cute. She cooed. Ah, I wish I could have seen you performing. Unfortunately, that life is far gone. My lips thin thinking about those days. I doubt I'd be welcome back at QA anyways. I think Sana is still a bit upset. Venelana looked amused. I think I'm the one who should be upset. I snorted again. You know, I understand the use of things like hypnosis when it comes to memory alteration. I can understand the need for it in such a world as this. Hell, I've admittedly used it for my own selfish ends before. But I think that straddles a very thin line. What I don't accept is someone trying to use those same concepts to alter someone's thinking ability. She should count herself lucky. If I had been as I am now, if she tried, I would have lopped her head off. I did feel kind of bad for stealing the boosted gear from Issei. I should see about making it up to him if that ever became relevant. Maybe put him through college or something. Help him succeed in life. At least if he stopped being such an annoying pervert. Venelana shifted awkwardly at my declaration. I don't think she knew what happened, perhaps only the barest of details. I will have a talk with some people when I get back. She frowned. Whatever, it was a lifetime ago. Can you continue where you left off? I didn't want to continue down this little path of conversation. Yes. As I was saying, we didn't know about you until your mother passed away. My son goes out into the human world under one of several identities. The only reason we found out was that a certain one got flagged and the message eventually reached him. It was at this point that we become aware of everything. And how did that transition to me living in that house? We tested you for obvious reasons. Your demonic energy was minuscule. She added the last part with a hushed tone. I'm aware of that. I waved it off. What else? You had no sacred gear, something we checked since you were half human. And, well, you didn't show any signs of being a devil on the surface. It would have taken years of training to even be able to bring out your wings, which isn't that uncommon. There are many half-human half-devils that never find out their devil heritage due to similar circumstances, at least until they start aging significantly. She explained with a rather even expression, though it was sounding like she was trying to convince herself more than us. So I was tossed aside because it was inconvenient. What a surprise! I drawled with a bored tone. That wasn't the intent. She frowned slightly. Sertsk's argued that it wouldn't be productive to bring you into our world, in our society as you were. He said that the best thing to do would be to make sure you lived safely in the human world away from our politics and everything that came with that. And you agreed. I could understand the sentiment, I suppose. If all things went well, I would have lived my life in ignorance and been rather successful with a secret backing. Devil politics are cutthroat. I could only imagine the kind of scrutiny I would bring to the leader of the devils, the strongest devil in existence, if I were some weakling and barely better than a normal human. Not that I'm at all sympathizing with his plight, but understanding was a means for me to finally get over it for good. I offered to take you in, for me and Zoe to raise you. She looked right into my eyes. However, he made a convincing argument and I decided to go along with his plan. I thought you would live out your life happily and without worry. Us interfering would have only brought problems if others found out. Well, it sounds like things didn't go as planned. I snapped, perhaps a tiny bit too harshly. I could feel my own sarcasm being more prevalent in my tone than I meant it to be. I hope he isn't as shit a ruler and father as he was at providing for me. He's not. She didn't even deny it. Surprisingly, he is very intelligent and resourceful in handling his positions. I still don't fully understand why he treated you the way he did. My son has controlling issues. Controlling issues. I quirked an eyebrow. We're devils, we all have our sins that we align with. Even you must be aware that you lean on certain ones a bit more, yes. I'm greedy and to a lesser extent, prideful. Perhaps lustful considering I have a harem, but that might go back to greed. I idly spoke my thoughts. Though the greed portion could have been amplified due to drag in my soul. Sub. And speak of the dragon. Well, he liked to be a silent watcher most of the time. You have a harem? She asked in surprise. Is that strange? Don't a lot of high-class devils have harems? I gave her an inquisitive look. Well, yes. I'm just surprised you managed it at your age. She trailed off at the end, pursing her lips as she most likely recalled my previous statement. How many, if you don't mind me asking? 6, maybe 7 in the future. Depends on how my relationship with Salem went. And you have no trouble managing them? I blinked at her question. No? I mean, they're all adults, and the most important thing in a relationship is communication. If they're upset, I trust them to come and talk to me about it. Likewise, I try to talk to all of them to make sure they're all happy. She blinked this time, adopting a stunned look. That's impressive. It's common sense. I deadpanned. Not so common down below. She said dryly. But I digress. You're familiar with our sinful nature, it manifests in different ways. My son has a need to be in control. When he was younger, he joined a music group. They were very prestigious and often played at some high-end parties. In 4 months, he worked his way up to be in charge because he didn't like some of the music pieces they played. That's how most of his life had played out. Joining the war with the old Satan faction, he became one of the leaders extremely quickly. Once the war was settled, he assumed the top spot, becoming the next Lucifer. There are many more examples of this throughout his life. And how does this relate back to me? If I had to guess, my son felt out of control, and it wasn't a problem he could simply make disappear through more dubious means. I believe he reacted negatively because he didn't know how to react to your sudden appearance. He reaffirmed his control by locking me away in the little box he made for me, yet I get it now. I finished for her with a scowl. I hope you don't expect me to forgive him even knowing the reason my childhood was filled depression and loneliness. I wouldn't expect you to. I just think you deserve to understand the reason. She replied calmly. I let out a sigh, releasing all the tension I built up. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for meeting with me. Her eyes softened. I hope this has been helpful to you. Yeah, I suppose I do feel good after getting some things off my chest. I leaned back, allowing myself to relax. It had been surprisingly welcome to talk with her. I thought there were going to be more games that she played, maybe try to dig certain things out of me. No, she genuinely just wanted to talk about everything and learn some other things about me. I'm glad. She replied with a smile. Now, I want to reward you for rescuing Mil-Icas and I, so how about I make you feel even better? She bounced her chest in the most obvious way that I couldn't pretend to not know what she was insinuating. And suddenly I'm speechless. Chapter 269, Chapter 252. I heard the words she said, but I think my brain refused to properly process them. She had a little coy smile on her face, most likely taking amusement in my reaction or rather my complete mental shutdown. It's not like I had any familial connection with her beyond the physical. I never knew her, never even remembering meeting her in my life. To say that I was attracted would be accurate, she was a gorgeous woman who hit all my buttons. And I was definitely not lying to myself at this point, I most assuredly preferred older women. However, aren't you married? I finally managed to eke out. I don't know why that's what I went with, but it was the first thing that popped up into my head. Venelana let out a little giggle. That's the first question you ask? How cute, are you worried about such a thing? Isn't it more exciting to know that you're stealing someone's wife? I'm no homewrecker. I crossed my arms in mild annoyance. And that's a trash fetish. I made sure to point out. That only served to increase her giggles as she covered her mouth before calming down. You don't have to worry about that, Zoe knows. We aren't exactly what you would call intimate. Wait, he knows? As in you planned this? Well, no, but yes. Context, please. I sighed, realizing I was on the other side of this for once. I thought I'd give it a shot after seeing your gaze linger a bit on me when my clothes were ripped. She smiled coquettishly. You're a handsome young man, and I thought why not? She shrugged. There was no drawback. That's flattering. But what's this about your husband? Oh, that. She hummed, getting up from her seat. She slowly walked over, sliding right next to me. My first thought was how good she smelled before quickly squashing it. Well, there's not really much to say. As far as love goes, that died years ago. We're still together for political reasons and the kids, but at this point we don't even sleep in the same bed anymore. Oh. I just blinked again, not really knowing what to say. I'm sorry. I offered. Again, she let out that enchanting giggle of hers. Oh, you're sweet. There's nothing to be sorry about, it's not like either of us are upset about it. I suppose at the beginning it was hard to accept after being together for so many centuries, but we both realized the love wasn't there anymore, so it was an amicable split. Even still, I found it strange that he's seemingly okay with this. And he's not upset that you're trying to seduce me. On the contrary. While I didn't specify you in particular, he's tried to help me in the past when I mentioned finding a lover. Zoe and I were childhood friends, we married when the Great War was still going on, even now, we're inseparable. There's no longer romantic feelings, but he's someone that I'll always think of as family. He would be happy if I found someone to spend the night with. That's actually kind of sweet. I admitted, even if the whole situation was weird. A friendship that transcends a romantic relationship dying out. Maybe that's one of the reasons I was willing to try this. She crossed her legs, her dress riding up just a couple inches, showing off her legs some more. I noticed she caught my gaze, looking a little happy about that tidbit. You do remind me of a young Zoe, and I can say for sure that I have a certain type. It's not like I had any room to call someone out on having a type. And you're not put off by the fact that I'm your grandson. Sweetie, I'm a devil. She looked amused by the question. I was alive when the original Lucifer was still ruling over us. I have seen and been a part of much worse things than having sex with my grandson. Really? Does that mean you're waiting for the day that Mil-Icas turns the right age? I raised an eyebrow. Oh Satans! She chortled, covering her mouth again. As cute as my other grandson is, I could never think of him that way. I changed his diapers, I could never unsee that. Yeah, that's fair. I couldn't argue with her logic. So you have no trouble seeing me that way since I was tossed away. If you want to be pedantic about it. She huffed. That kind of bond never formed, so I can still see you as a potential partner without any of the other feelings. What do the humans call it? She waved her hand, looking as if she was trying to remember something. Watson, Wember, Westermark effect, that's the one. I think it was the early 20th century. The idea that growing up together and all the entails puts individuals off of sexual attraction. Wait, what? I blinked in confusion. That's a really random piece of knowledge to just know. Especially when you're coming here without supposedly planning this out in any capacity. I eyed her suspiciously. She was trying kinda hard to convince me. I was starting to get a little suspicious. I learned it in school. She tilted her head. Devil school is much weirder than I thought. Don't be ridiculous. She lightly swatted at my shoulder with a little pout. I learned it in human school, or rather college. I have a degree in child psychology. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Pardon? What, is that so strange? She chuckled. I do like to keep myself busy over the centuries. Can we go back to the degree in child psychology? I was processing that still. It's random to be a thing. You just decided to one day get a degree in child psychology. Something like that. She shrugged. It was before Rias was born, and before you were born, now that I think about it. She tapped her finger against her chin. Should be about 20-ish years ago? I doubt any of my certifications are valid anymore. That's actually really neat. I perked up upon hearing that. Especially under the idea of that time period, there had been many advances over the years, and the insights and things she learned as opposed to today. Why child psychology? There are many different branches, why specifically that one? Is it weird that learning about this made her seem more interesting in my eyes? Actually, it was because Sana's parents were talking about trying for another child. We had a long talk about how the times changed since our older children were born. They would be the first generation that wouldn't be involved in an active war. She smiled brightly as she began explaining. Sure, the factions are technically warring still, but we generally don't start any conflicts. And we also discussed the changes that human culture were having in the underworld, and it was about the time I usually go out and explore the human world, as I like to do every so often. Overall, I thought it would be an interesting experience and might even help in the future. Hey, that's pretty neat. I rubbed my chin. The sheer cultural shift must have been jarring for the older folks as things finally settled down. It certainly was. She laughed. There's a reason that the old Satan faction exists and isn't laughed out of the underworld. While I'm thoroughly in my son's camp, I do disagree with some things that come about with this new influx. That's to be expected, and I doubt anyone would fault you. Traditions can be just as important as advancement. It's ideal to strike a balance between the two of them, but it seems like the old Satan faction is too keen on latching onto old ideals and not letting go even if it's objectively for the better. I pondered the situation a bit and realized that it mirrored quite a few human-based conflicts in the past. Don't get me started, we could sit here and have this discussion for days. She nodded along. Ugh, politics. I visibly choked at the thought. I get enough by association with Yasaka. Not to mention the clock tower. Clock tower. She blinked, looking at me expectantly. It's the Magicians Association I'm part of. I answered rather poorly, realizing the slip of my tongue. Is that so? She gave me a look like she knew I wasn't being entirely truthful. At this point, I've chalked it up to a fact of life. Even in college, there were so many different political games going on, it was annoying to say the least. Oh, what school did you go to? Harvard. That pretentious place. She snorted, relaxing her posture. No, I went to Yale. Really? Harvard is the pretentious one. Don't go telling me you're a Harvard boy. She wagged her finger. We might have a little bit of an issue then. Hey, I got no dog in that fight. I put my hands up in surrender. Besides, I'm more of an Oxford or Cambridge kind of guy. I technically went to both in my previous life and have a few fond memories of them here and there. Oh, so that's how it is. She eyed me with a strange look. Oi, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all. She hummed. Though there is one fact that puts Yale over all of those schools. And what's that? Their sweaters hug my big boobs in all the right ways. She pushed up her chest for added effect, an added smirk as she noticed my eyes glued to them. I kinda forgot she was seducing me until that moment, and I think I may have actually blushed a little. You mentioned that you come up to the human world periodically. I tried to change the subject. Have you done similar things? At the very least, I was a little curious about my grandmother. As far as going to school, I've done it a few times. Other times, I've just explored and enjoyed certain things that were popular at the time. She brushed her hand against mine, not even missing a step as she continued. I'm also a marine biologist, though that was a couple decades before even my psychology degree. I guess I was on a bit of learning streak. Again, that was pretty interesting, and not at all what I would expect from a woman such as her. Was that just a whim or was there some greater meaning? Well, that was admittedly more whimsical in the beginning. It was when people started getting a lot more upset about the state of pollution and all that. Oh, I remember those days, the hippie culture was so fun. She cupped her cheek, reminiscing about the past. The clothing was awful, but there was a certain charm to it as well. I got swept up in all that nonsense and ended up spending several months afterwards on a ship tracking dolphin migrations to earn my degree. To be honest, I could not see you getting down and dirty on a ship for several months. She was the epitome of nobility. Everything about her screamed elegance and sophistication, not slumming it on a rusty boat. It had its moment, but you're right. I hated a significant portion of it to the point where I had to convince myself on many days not to just teleport away. But, it was an experience I would have never had otherwise, memories I'll cherish even if they weren't fond ones. She smiled wistfully. But we eventually succeed and graduated without issue. You cheated with magic, didn't you? Without an ounce of remorse. We stared at each other for a moment before breaking out in a laugh. And for some reason, her laugh sounded much cuter than before. Hoo! She let out a couple more soft chuckles before calming down. I have one more degree as well. Oh, let me guess. Psychologist and biologist. I honestly had no idea what else she could have gone for. Astronaut. Oh, that's a good one. She looked thoughtful. But nope. Engineer. Cold. Pilot. Another fun one, but still really cold. She shook her head. Definitely making a note of that one though. Do you want a hint? Maybe I can warm you up. She winked at me. And I was starting to feel a little hot under the collar. I give up. What is it? Mixologist. She beamed proudly. I gaped at her. What? She looked at me in confusion. It's not that strange. That's amazing, I exclaimed. You're a certified mixologist. I take it you're a drinker then. She laughed at my reaction. I admit a particular interest. People who word it that way usually do so because they have a problem. She pointed out. I'm a half-devil, there isn't a problem unless I run out. I countered. A healthy mindset to have. She deadpanned, before shifting into an amused smile. But yes, I'm a certified mixologist. I even have a bar I had built back home where I play around making different cocktails and whatnot. I'm jealous, that sounds like such a cool hobby. I could totally see myself going to school for that. It's always fun to entertain people at my little bar. She agreed. And I have to say, it's been a much more fun experience than my other degrees. While I don't regret them in the least, I haven't had much use for what I've learned from those other ones. Ugh, I really wanted to see it. I stiffened as I felt a hand rest on my leg. You know, it's getting so late and I've yet to hear a response from you. She looked at me expectantly. As amusing as it is to be the one doing the convincing in this scenario, I won't be upset if you say no. I opened my mouth and closed it again, pausing to try and find the right words to say and found it rather hard. Was it weird that I was open to the idea, even more so than before? I think if we hadn't had the little heart-to-heart, I would have respectfully declined. But after talking with her for a bit, I can't help but look at her with a different perspective. Can I hear your reasons why? I finally asked, wanting some kind of reassurance as this was not a normal situation at all. Maybe I was trying to convince myself one way or another. Well, the most obvious reason is that I think you're a handsome young man and it's difficult for me to find someone I like that's not going to cause trouble for me due to political reasons. Did she mean because of her son's position as their leader? I could see how that would be an issue. And I think you're underestimating how much we devils admire strength. She added. Am I? I always knew that, but it didn't seem so significant on the surface. I had to change my panties when I got back after seeing what you did. She replied with a hint of shame and her hand gripped a little tighter on my inner thigh. Not to mention you are hitting almost all of my buttons. I'm having trouble thinking of something I can't find on my list that you either don't have or aren't capable of getting. And the fact that I'm your grandson doesn't turn you off in the slightest. Because it's not for me and I was still trying to process that. I'm an old devil. She retorted, almost flippantly. It's actually a little arousing. And honestly, shouldn't I be asking you that? She raised an eyebrow as her hand brushed across my groin and I could feel myself twitch at her slight touch. I don't like one-night stands. I finally admitted with a sigh. I don't want that kind of thing. I get too attached easily and I don't know if I can handle those kinds of feelings only for the source to just up and leave for good. Was it weird that I was feeling sad that I wouldn't be banging my grandmother? Who am I kidding? Of course it's fucking weird. Still though, I couldn't help but feel like I was missing out on something. Venelana looked at me for what felt like a long time. Then let's be lovers. Wah! What's so surprising about that? She quirked an eyebrow. You said you don't want a one-night stand, so let's make something more permanent. But, you? That's simple. I just gaped at her. Sweetie, once again, I'm a devil. I see something I want, I go for it. She lightly patted my cheek. I can't say I'm at all against the idea either, it's been too long since I've had someone like this. So far you've proven yourself to be quite the charming man. I'm not against trying for something a bit more formal than a casual roll under the sheets. But, you want a relationship? I believe I can't be any more clear than I already am. She giggled once more, her hand grasping at me quite thoroughly through my pants. Is this what it feels like to be on the other side? And I really can't think of a reason not to accept at this point. Usually, I've always started with dating and building up the relationship, but she seems to want to do things in reverse. Though there was still one last thought in the back of my head holding me back. This isn't some weird attempt to apologizing for everything that's happened to me, is it? Or some way to get me more attached to your faction? Not at all. She said without missing a beat, and I believed her. Oh good, otherwise that'd just be a massive turn-off. Without another word, I leaned in and captured her lips. Chapter 270, Chapter 253. Author's note. Alright, I'm not blind or ignoring the criticism and feedback, nor am I going to shy away from it. First off, I'm not going to apologize for Venelana being in the harem, but I will apologize for how I went about it. I can accept that I made an oopsie in how I decided to add her. I could explain my mindset, give my reasoning, but at the end of the day, it just fell flat and came off as out of character for him. I get it, and I apologize. My knee-jerk reaction was to rewrite a bunch of things, but cooler heads prevailed after the initial reaction. So here's where we're at, I'm going to leave it and treat it as a learning experience as new writer. I made a mistake, I'm sorry, I won't do it again in the future. It's not the first time I've made a mistake, nor is it going to be the last, but I'm happy that I don't keep on making the same mistakes as I go. Luda had Venelana Gremory. Venelana leaned into the kiss, her tongue made its way past my lips where our tongues danced for a brief moment. There was a second where we broke off and just processed that we had kissed. And I would admit, it felt exciting and did not want to stop. I just accepted that I was a pervert at this point and didn't care to mentally debate with myself anymore. I was going to bang my grandmother and I was going to love every moment of it. I've been waiting for this, she said as she reached down and started to undo my belt. Her hands expertly undid the latch, and unbuttoned my pants, reaching inside and withdrawing my cock. A good size. She admired, lightly running her hand up and down my length. I reached over, taking one of her rather massive boobs into my hand, and gave it a squeeze. These had been teasing me for way too long and they were as heavenly as I thought they would be. I love having my tits being played with, she smiled, before opening her mouth and lowered her head down onto my member. I sucked in a breath of air as I felt myself pass through her lips, her tongue greeting my tip. Ooh! I breathed out, relaxing in my seat as her head began to bob up and down. She was very good at this, her tongue was hitting every one of my sensitive spots as her hand pumped up and down on my shaft. I finally let go of her breast and reached behind her, she even shifted to give me better access. Her ass perked up in the air and I couldn't resist giving it a light slap. HNN. She stopped her sucking, my cock popping out of her mouth as she looked up at me. Your grandmother's been naughty, she giggled before getting back to work, shaking her ass, inviting me to continue. I began balling up her dress, pulling it up over her hips. Slowly, her big round ass was revealed, those perfect cheeks hidden behind some black lace panties. I couldn't help but take a handful into my hand before giving her another crisp slap. Venelana didn't stop her motions, taking me into her mouth with practiced ease. Only after a few more moments, did she stop again and shift in her spot, wiggling out of my grasp and stood up. She looked at me coquettishly, the straps of her dress slowly moving down her arms before the entire dress fell down onto the floor. She stepped forward, her bare breasts on full display, and her nipples nice and perky. No bra? I questioned. I wanted you to look at my tits. She pushed them up, letting them fall down with a nice bounce. It's been a while since I've seen Yasaka in person, but I think mine might be just a tad bigger. She smiled, moving to her knees right between my legs. But to be sure, let's test it. She took her breasts into her hands and pushed them around my cock until I was fully buried between her cleavage. I practically melted between her boobs as she started massaging me with them. I unconsciously started to move my hips, Venelana matching my movements and pumped me thoroughly with those massive melons. Fuck! I groaned out, steadying myself by grabbing her shoulders. She took that as a cue to go faster and I could feel my orgasm building up inside of me with my breathing hitching. "Come for your grandmother!" she cooed as the first spurt burst out from her cleavage. She didn't stop, continuously pumping along my cock with more of my seed spraying out onto her breasts and even a little bit landing on her face. "Oh my, look at this mess!" She finally stopped, letting her giant tits fall down. "Did you enjoy your grandmother's boobyob that much?" She licked her fingers, never breaking eye contact. "Did you enjoy tasting your grandson's cock?" I replied, seeing how she was noticeably getting off on the idea of us being related if the growing wet spot on her panties was any indication. "Absolutely." She didn't miss a beat, opening her mouth as she leaned back down and took me back in, seemingly to clean me off. Her eyes met mine for a moment before she went all the way down. Glug. She held her new position, unmoving. My fingers made their way into her hair, grabbing hold and keeping her there. I began to thrust at my own pace, enjoying the feeling of her throat contorting around me. Ha! She let out panted breaths, my cock springing free. "It's been too long since I've had a nice stiff cock." She pulled back and I let go, and she began tugging on my cock lightly to keep me erect before standing up again and moving to the point where she was hovering over my member. "Are you ready to really step past that line?" She pulled her panties to the side, showing her very wet pussy. I could feel my dick twitch in anticipation. "I've already come this far, I don't think I could stop even if I wanted." I breathed out, taking hold of her hips as I helped guide her down. "Ooh, that's good." She let out a soft moan as her hips lowered, my cock spreading and sliding into her. Inch by inch my member disappeared inside of my grandmother. "I want to savor this." She sighed in content, her ass resting completely against my legs, my cock fully sheathed inside her cunt. "Tight." I couldn't help but mutter. I could feel her folds squeezing me from every direction. "You've never had a devil before." She slowly moved up and went back down. "We're made to be fucked, to make sure we drain every last bit out of these balls, HNN." She picked up the pace, letting out a soft moan. "This pussy of mine is going to wring you dry." I could only groan some more as she bounced up and down on my cock. I matched each of my thrusts to her timing. The sound of flesh slapping spread throughout the empty house, followed shortly by moans that were quickly picking up in intensity. Venelana's breasts bounced right in my face, her hands on my shoulders to support herself. "This cock, is perfect, it's hitting me just right." I pushed my face between her tits as she slammed down once more and stopped. I felt her back arch a little and her breathing pick up. "Ooh." She let out a throaty moan, her hips slowly rocking back and forth and clamped down hard. "HNNN, ah." She melted in my embrace, a look of ecstasy overcoming her. "You made me come," she said quietly, her hips started to move again. "It's been far too long," she added, lifting her ass up and fully dropping back down. "Now I want your second load right into my womb." I grabbed hold of her rear, my fingers sinking into that soft flesh of hers as they bounced up and down on my member. "We, HNN, devils don't use contraceptives," she moaned out. "I might, get pregnant," she whispered into my ear. "I'll have to tell everyone that my grandson took his big fat cock and relentlessly fucked my tight cunt, pumping his warm cum right into me." That was enough to push me over the edge. I increased my own pace, slamming into her with everything I had. I lasted only seconds longer, and my second organism came with full force as I burst into her deepest parts. My seed flooded inside of her with each additional thrust of my hips. We finally came to a rest, both breathing heavily, sweaty bodies pressed against one another. Venelana started giggled softly, her head resting on my shoulder. I wasn't lying. What do you think will happen if I get pregnant? The odds are low, but there's still a chance. You were so rough there, do you really want me to bear my grandson's baby? Ooh! Her head perked up, a visible shudder ran through her body. Someone just got nice and hard again. You're the one who put those ideas in my head. I growled sitting up, her legs quickly wrapping around me as I held her tight in my arms, never separating. Don't worry, I'll do my best to breed my grandmother. Maybe I got too caught up in the moment, but I couldn't focus on that wayward thought. I was too enamored with my grandmother, who was doing all she could to continue wringing me dry, even as I carried her upstairs and into my bedroom. Lude over. It was once again strange to find myself in this particular situation. I was cuddling with my grandmother after having sex with her. There was no sugarcoating it, I banged her as many times as we could physically achieve in the time frame available to us. And she wouldn't lose out in voraciousness even against Skaduk. My grandmother was a very lustful woman who had apparently been very pent up. Regardless, I felt peaceful with my head buried in her chest as we laid on the bed. Unfortunately, post-nut clarity came rolling in and I realized I may have jumped the gun a little bit. We need to talk. I mumbled from between those big breasts before finally freeing myself to look her in the eyes. I suppose we do. She hummed, running her fingers through my hair. I like you. I admitted with a simple statement. Venelana giggled. And hearing you say that makes me feel all warm inside. She smiled brightly. Or maybe that's all the semen you let out inside of me. I couldn't help but blush at that, which took me be surprised. However, it still brought a smile to my face. And I enjoy your sense of humor. I decided to continue, reaching for her hand, taking it in mine. I didn't expect this to happen. Yet I thought you were attractive and maybe looked a little too long than I should have when we first met, but I didn't harbor those thoughts before. Even after meeting, I still didn't particularly have these thoughts, but as we started talking, I realized there was more about you that piqued my interest and it just went from there. You're making me feel like a young girl again. Her expression softened considerably. I wasn't expecting something like this either. That's bullshit, you were wanting to get fucked right from the beginning. I deadpanned. I meant becoming lovers, you silly boy. She flicked my forehead. When I saw that look of yours when you were going to decline my advances, well, I can't say that my heart didn't flutter. Maybe I was a little jealous, at that moment I wanted to be more than just a roll in the sheets. Jealousy, really? That seemed unlikely from this woman. She exuded a constant air of confidence. I never did tell you which sins I align with, did I? You didn't. I am a prideful woman. I take pride in my status as a Gremari and a Baal, regardless of my relationship with Zoe at this point. I take pride in my son's accomplishments, even if we're having a rough patch due to everything that's been going on. Even Rias, I can't help but be proud of her, she's growing up to be a wonderful young woman, faults and all. I could keep going about all the small things to the big things, but I think you get the point. Pride then? I can relate, I can be rather proud of myself at points. And lustful. She said almost absent-mindedly. But I doubt I need to give you any more examples of that. My mind says no. But I feel you start poking me again. She giggled. It's a natural reaction to a beautiful woman saying something so provocative. I huffed. This cute side of yours is hard to resist. She led it forward, kissing my cheek. But to get back on point, I felt my pride take a hit, admittedly. And I was understandably horny, so I made a rash comment, however, I don't regret saying it. I guess not all relationships need to start from some point of romance. I sighed, leaning back onto my pillow. It's not how I wanted things of this nature to go. I felt like too many important things had been ignored. Glossed over in my horny state of mind. There was undeniably a spark between us. Sure, it got started with some sex and probably the incorrect reasons, but it's there all the same. If you're fine with it, then I'm fine with it. She just gave a warm smile. Since we're skipping many critical points, should we talk about expectations? I offered, fully accepting of our strange relationship at this point. My grandmother was going to be my woman, and I had no regrets about that point. And it was important to set boundaries or know what we need from each other if this was going to work out at all. Oh my, a young man showing me such concern. She sounded amused by the sentiment, with an undertone of warmness to her. What I want, is for you to keep doing what you're doing. I want you to keep looking at me like that, with affection in your gaze. I want to feel it every time we meet. Is that something you can do for me, Wilhelm? Yeah, that's something I can do. I leaned in myself, placing my lips against hers for a quick kiss. Good. She snuggled into my arms. I miss being loved in that way. She added on quietly. I don't expect that any time soon, but I want you to understand my desire. There are other things, but I think we can work through most of our quirks and oddities as we go. However, there's one thing, I will absolutely not forgive. One taboo that I will not accept and will end this relationship if it comes to that point. That serious look on her face made me gulp, and I just nodded silently. Please, don't ever make it so I have to choose between you and my family. I know this isn't the most normal of circumstances, but I'm asking you not to find trouble with them. You told me you didn't want to see them, and I'll respect your decision. So you won't ever try to force us to be together, to meet or anything like that? I questioned, as it was an important topic to cover. Just as you say you don't want me to come between you and them by my hand, I don't want to be forced to interact with them due to our relationship. That's completely fair. She nodded. Just more things that we should have been talked about before fucking. So, where do we go from here? I was honestly a bit lost. That's a good question. I can honestly say I've never been in this situation before. She laid back, her head resting against mine. We need a way to keep in touch. I assume you have a phone that connects to the Devil Net. Yeah, exchange numbers. I'll give you mine when I leave. Fair warning, I often go places where you won't be able to reach me. I wasn't quite ready to reveal my secrets yet. Some things just came in time, even if the whole process had been jumbled. How ambiguous, she laughed. I assume there's more to it, but I won't press. Thank you for telling me. And now I need to go tell my other girls that my grandmother is my lover. I sighed. I can be there if you want. She offered. I believe I can soften the blow if they aren't inclined towards the concept. No. I pursed my lips. It's my mess, I'll clean it up. If I can't sit down and talk to them about things like this, then our relationship wasn't built on a solid foundation. I can't wait to meet them then. It's been so long since I've been part of a harem. That's right. I blinked in realization. You were part of a harem before, you actually have experience with this. Oh yes, I was the head. She looked thoughtful. If you want to use that terminology. I made sure Zoe's harem ran smoothly, and let me tell you, it wasn't an easy job. Really? I tilted my head. Do you not have any problems? Not really. I shook my head. All my girls get along well, not to mention they all adore Kunu and dote on her. I haven't seen or heard anything negative. Venelana looked at me, mouth opening then closed again. I don't know if you're just lucky or you somehow figured out the right things to do on your own. By your tone, I take it this is rare. To have absolutely no problems between harem members, it is. There's always going to be tension or the like even if they all get along. But by the sounds of it, you really haven't had any issues. She sounded genuinely surprised. Maybe it's because all my girls are older. Older, how so? I believe you would be the second youngest, technically. Just right above Yasaka. I rubbed my chin, trying to think of their actual ages. Artoria was born in the 5th century, thereabouts. Technically, she was born before Venelana. Oh, so you have a type then? Venelana snorted, barely holding back a laugh. Shamelessly. I didn't deny it. I have many more questions now, but I suppose they'll have to wait until I meet your other harem members. Venelana let out a contented sigh, her head lowering back onto my shoulder. Thank the Satans I don't have to deal with Zo-grabbing girls barely legal even of human standards anymore. He had a fetish for teaching younger girls all about sex. By younger. Younger by our standards. She made sure to clarify. At least adults, we're not that bad. You fucked your grandson. I pointed out. And I'm going to do it again. She grinned. Later. I can only go so much and you have an absurd amount of stamina. I'm wondering if you have a harem by desire or need at this point. I do enjoy this ache between my legs after so long, but I do need some rest to get back into the groove of things. Well, you're not the first to say that. I smiled, thinking about how Skathik said the exact same things. However, should you be telling me about your husband's proclivities? You can say ex-husband if it's more comfortable. She kissed my cheek. And believe me when I tell you, he would happily talk about them if you brought it up. Hell, he would give you a high five after finding out how I rocked your world. Well then. I just blinked at that. And rocked my world. I quirked an eyebrow. Go ahead and deny it. She laughed. And I can't. It's not that the sex had been better than with my other girls, but certain differences did give rise to some intense feelings. Thought so. She pulled me in for a deep kiss, and I enjoyed the taste of my newest woman. I didn't know what was going to happen with Venelana, but I was excited to find out. But I was truthful that I wasn't looking forward to explaining this to everyone else. Oh well, I made my bed. I would be remiss to tell others not to sleep in theirs when I didn't do the same. Besides, I don't think any of my relationships would change based on this. Chapter 271, Pokemon Side Story Part 2. Alright, it's time to begin my Pokemon journey. I clapped my hands, staring to the horizon, or rather the forest I was supposed to trek through. Magikarp. Magikarp floated next to me. I was using a basic spell to keep a ball of water around him and he could move around in. It was just a small setback, but you look dapper as fuck, so it's worth it. I admired my newest Pokemon. Sure, it took a week to find a tailor willing to make some clothes for a Magikarp, especially because you're a water Pokemon. But that doesn't matter. What matters is, you look good, you feel good, and you're ready to kick some ass. Magikarp. My Pokemon's eyes lit up, a noticeable fire in them. Awesome, so it's time to begin your training. I nodded, happy with his enthusiasm. Sir Wiggles, I called out, my familiar came bolting out of the forest. My Magikarp and Sir Wiggles stared each other down. They still weren't exactly friends yet. If anything, I think my Magikarp felt a sense of inferiority, so it was projecting that in this sort of rivalry that developed. Sir Wiggles, show off some of your skills. I gave Sir Wiggles free rein. He jutted off into the sky, a streak of lightning left in its wake. Magikarp. The fish Pokemon exclaimed, trying to follow his movements. Sir Wiggles landed on the ground, ice raining down from the sky. Before it could hit the ground, it turned into water and began to take on different shapes, floating around us like his water bubble. As you can see, Sir Wiggles is versatile. I held my arms out, and my rabbit jumped into them. You might think that he's simply a powerful Pokemon, right? Magi. He reluctantly nodded. Wrong. I shook my head. When I first got him, he couldn't do any of that. When I first got him, you would have beaten him. The Magikarp's eyes widened. I'll tell you a secret, I taught him those moves because they aren't moves. I leaned in a little closer. It's magic. Carp, Magikarp. It seemed confused. I made your bubble. I pointed out, then held my finger towards the sky, unleashing a lightning bolt. And remember what I did when we first met. I'm a magus, I practice magecraft, in layman's terms I use magic. I paused, letting that sink in. And you're going to learn from me. Magikarp. His eyes shined brilliantly again, like hope finally returning to him fully. It's not going to be easy, even painful at some times, but if you stay true, I'll make true on my promise. You'll have all the Gyrodoses in the world bowing to you when we're done. Magikarp. Here's the thing, Pokemon naturally have what we in the business call magical energy. You lot call it something else around here, like aura. I waved my hand, not caring about terminology all that much. Though technically different, it's more or less the same in application and it'll fit our purposes. And it's slightly different from my own aura, but that doesn't really matter. So. I clapped my hands. I want you to get a feel for the water orb around you, truly feel how it's held together. Then I want you to remember the feeling of using your own moves. With me so far. Magikarp. He nodded. I know it sounds mundane, but we gotta work on the basics. So, see if you can compare the two, then your first task is going to be creating this water bubble all on your own. I snapped my fingers, making it pop. He fell to the ground and started flopping around. Recreate it, I said sternly. Magikarp. It flailed around looking scared as it lost its method of breathing. Despite being a Pokemon, it was still a fish and needed to breathe through its gills. Are you going to die a worthless Magikarp, or are you going to show the world that you're more than some fish? Magikarp did the fish equivalent of gritting its teeth. Water shot out of its mouth in all directions. It was a powerful torrent, then a mediocre spray, then a wide shower as it kept finagling about its own moveset. He got more erratic, his water going in every direction, in directions it shouldn't be going as it sort of coiled around him before splashing helplessly on the ground. His flopping began to lessen, and I realized he reached his limit. I snapped my fingers, a new ball of water enveloping him. Well done. I praised him as he reorientated himself. Magi. He said meekly. Pokemon thrive on hardship. I said simply. I would never let you die, but I wanted you to have that fire in your belly. You were close there, your water was moving in ways it normally wouldn't. I pointed out. Once you get comfortable with this, with harnessing your aura, we can start learning spells properly. I gave him a smile. Magikarp didn't look disheartened in the slightest, nor even angry at me for doing that. He was resolved and looking eager to continue. Giving him another moment, I snapped my fingers again, his body hitting the ground. And I watched with pride as he struggled resolutely. I held my hands behind my head as we walked through the humid forest. Thankfully I could offset any unsightly sweating with my magic, but did I mention, it's fucking humid. Because it is. Oh, and Pokemon is a fucking lie. The game and/or shows, not the actual creatures. We've been walking for days and nothing's happened. No wild Pokemon wanting to come and take me on, hopeful that I could be that special person to make them special. Unless you count Snorlax. How are you following me? I kicked the big lard of a Pokemon as he lay sleeping in the middle of the path. It of course didn't react at all. Peacefully sleeping. It was amusing the first time. And the second. Even the third. Now I'm wondering if I'm being trolled, because this Snorlax had randomly appeared in my path 11 times now. And I know it's the same damn Snorlax because I drew on its face with a marker. A dick. I drew a dick. Peace, Wilhelm. This is your vacation, your Pokemon adventure. I said to myself, finding my zen. I just needed to remind myself that not all Pokemon are assholes like that Guaidud. On the plus side, Magikarp was rocking his new ability. He floated next to me in his own water bubble. Proud of you, little big dude. So, aura isn't quite like magical energy, so we were working through these muddy waters together. However, we were making progress and I felt confident in bringing him to PAR soon. Just doing this, floating with me as I walked, was intense training for him as he had to learn how to manipulate his own water to keep himself enclosed. Gah, this was much more interesting when Ash and his idiot friends did it in the show. Wait, didn't he have like super bullshit luck? Methinks I was basing my adventure off the wrong person. At the very least, could Team Rocket maybe come by? Not for the action or anything like that, I just really wanna flirt with Jessie. Them legs don't lie and neither do I. I only perked up when I saw someone else walking down the path. The first person I've seen in forever. Hey, you. The kid stopped, pointing at me, shouting when he could have just walked a few more steps forward. Sup? I greeted. You're a Pokemon trainer, right? He was several octaves above the volume he needed to be. Well, you're kinda old, but it doesn't matter. Let's have a Pokemon battle. He didn't even give me a moment to answer his question, and insulted me within the same breath. I am indeed a Pokemon trainer. My lips thinned. I would love to have a Pokemon battle. How many Pokemon you got? He sort of leaned out a little to emphasize the 3 Pokeballs on his belt. A little smugness on his face when I looked at them as if he was showing off. 2. I said emotionlessly. Haha, well. He tweaked his nose with his thumb. I guess I could use my 2 weakest. It's not like your Magikarp can handle any of my Pokemon anyways. Hey! Is he not going to question my floating Magikarp? And what's that Pokemon on your head? He obviously pointed to Sir Wiggles. Sir Wiggles! I said plainly. He's the Jackalope Pokemon. Whatever, never heard of it. Must not be very impressive. His confidence was shining if nothing else. Alright, boys. I turned towards my Pokemon. Regardless on the opponent, I considered this my first real battle, so I was going to treat it with all the respect it deserved. Which wasn't much, but I digress. We're going to do this clean and by the books. He's a bug Pokemon trainer, so you should know what to expect. How did you know I was a bug Pokemon trainer? The kid exclaimed, shock appearing on his face. I looked at the bug catching net he was holding, the plastic container full of bugs that hung around his shoulder, and the hat that literally said Bug's Life on it. Honestly, just a complete shot in the dark. Humph, you must have planned this. He declared, rather proudly. I guess I'm getting famous enough for people to keep tabs on me. Sure, why not? I said dryly. Anyways, I think it's etiquette to summon your first Pokemon since mine are in plain view. Of course. He shouted, for some reason. I don't know why he felt the need to keep shouting everything. Come out, Caterpie. He threw his Pokeball, the caterpillar Pokemon emerged onto the ground. Caterpie. It looked happy to be out. Magikarp, you're up. I glanced towards my large fishy. Ha, Magikarp. The bug catcher bellowed out. I ignored him for now. So how you wanna do this? A coin flip, and start when it hits the ground. I offered as a start to the match. You can have the first move. He waved me off, not even bother to pay attention. I opened my mouth then closed it again. Okay. I just said evenly. Magikarp, use headbutt. Magikarp can't use. Magikarp. My Pokemon roared, the water around him exploded out from behind as it propelled him forward at blinding speed. He slammed right into the little bug Pokemon, sending it rocketing into a tree. The kid stared there, trying to process what he just saw. My Magikarp locked eyes with him, menacingly. And I fully believe it would have been an intimidating sight, had Magikarp not been flopping around and wheezing due to not being able to breathe. Our return, Caterpie. The trainer hesitantly held out his Pokeball. The red light shot out from it, enveloping his Pokemon as it was returned to its home. Why, you got lucky, I was going easy on you. I'll be trying this time for sure. Amazing, 3 excuses in one breath. Magikarp, come on back. I gestured with my head. Magi. He, through a decent amount of effort, enveloped himself in water again, slowly floating back to me. Sir Wiggles, you're up. He jumped off my head, landing on the ground. Go, Metapod! The kid shouted with gusto, throwing his Pokeball again. Metapod! The Pokemon declared as it appeared. And it had a surprisingly posh tone to it. Alright, so, coin flip or Metapod, use Harden. The kid screeched. I blinked, staring at Metapod then at the kid. Seriously? He crossed his arms, a smug smile on his face. Ha, this strategy was one I came up with after months of planning. You're going to spam Harden to tire my Pokemon out? I asked. His eyes widened. How did you know? Sir Wiggles, use Headbutt. I let out a sigh, realizing that this was my first Pokemon battle, officially. Sir Wiggles didn't use his lightning nor any magic. I wanted him to stick with normal means just to get in the groove of things. Not to say he was weak by any means, he could casually knock down a tree with a wave of his paw. Metapod, use Iron Defense. Wait, what? I blinked as the Metapod's body turned slightly silver with a noticeable sheen to him, more so than a normal Harden. Sir Wiggles smacked into the Metapod, and the Metapod didn't move. Seriously, Iron Defense? I resisted the urge to facepalm. How the fuck does his Metapod even know that move? Isn't it only something it can get from a trademark? Does he know any moves other than Harden and Iron Defense? Metapod, Harden. He seemed to respond to my question in the most annoying way possible. Sir Wiggles stood there, looking just as annoyed as I was. I could tell he was frustrated. Pod. His opponent intoned, and it sounded insulting. And if the smirk it held was to reveal anything, it was meant to be. Are you actually going to battle or not? I sighed, rubbing the bridge of my nose. If you can't handle it, then surrender. This will be my 4th consecutive win. He pumped his fist into the air. I looked around, catching something out of the corner of my eyes. Sir Wiggles! I called out as my familiar followed my gaze. Use Waterboard. What kind of move is he? Didn't have a chance to finish as Sir Wiggles began dragging his Metapod to a nearby pond. Which, might I add, was completely within the rules. Uses of terrain was encouraged. Sir Wiggles, with its cute little paws, pushed the Metapod into the water. Fun fact, Metapods need to breathe still. Meta gurgle. That continued for several moments, until the trainer was finally broken from his stupor. No. Metapod, return. He screeched out again. Except, Sir Wiggles slapped away the red beam of light that was trying to grab hold of Metapod. The kid gaped at the scene he just witnessed. Sir Wiggles, showing he isn't a cruel bunny, dragged the half-drowned Metapod back to the trainer and deposited it right in front of him before happily returning to my head. He silently recalled his Pokemon again. And where's my prize money? I held my hand out. Funnily enough, you do win money for winning Pokemon matches. It's a law or something between training, I don't know. I was barely listening to Nurse Joy's explanation, mostly just trying to guess what color panties she wore. My money is on pink. Why you cheater? He screeched once more. You're not allowed to do that. He held his finger out accursedly. Well, let's check, shall we? I took out the literal Pokemon rule book. Feel free to point out what rule I broke, assuming you can read. I said dryly. He snarled in anger, grabbing at his last Pokeball. I'll show you, come out, Butterfree. Really? We agreed on a 2-on-2. Now this is breaking the rules. I crossed my arms. I'm pretty sure this is considered assault with a Pokemon. Since I didn't agree to this battle, he was assaulting me, or so I think. The last one doesn't count. He screeched in his annoying voice. You cheated, and I'll show you this time. I just sighed again. Sir Wiggles, use headbutt. Ha, like I'd fall for that. Butterfree, take to the skies. I never said towards your Butterfree. I pointed out. What are you? His eyes bugged out of his head. He let out an extremely high-pitched noise, Sir Wiggled slamming right into his groin. He fell over, eyes rolled back. I looked at his Butterfree looked at me, at his trainer, then at Sir Wiggles. It casually flew down, pressed its Pokeball and returned itself. KO. I deadpanned, walking over to his twitching form. I reached into his pocket, taking out his wallet and pilfering all his cash. I stood there, looking at the sunset in the distance. I stretched my arms, Magikarp floating to my side, and Sir Wiggles hopping back onto my head. And this is the start of our Pokemon journey, I declared as we attained our first true victory. Oh, Mommy! Quiet! I hissed back towards the idiot bug trainer. You're ruining the moment. Chapter 272, Chapter 254. I tied my hair up with the same hair tie that I'd always used. Regardless of what outfit I wore, I couldn't seem to be without this little piece of fabric that Scathach gave me all those years ago. So, you had a fun night? Oh, here we go. I let out a long sigh. Just, let me have it, get it out of your system. Like you did to your grandmother. Yup, there it is. I'll save the rest for the right moment. I groaned. Don't worry, I did already. Like how your dad's going to do when he finds out you plowed his mom. I dropped my head into my hands. You done? For now. Drake said with ill-concealed amusement in his tone. Great. I said dryly, taking out Mirage and split the space in front of me. I walked through the newly formed portal right into Yasaka's office. The beautiful Kitsune greeted me with a warm smile. You're back. Got back last night? I nodded. Interesting, I assume you succeeded. She asked, but the look on her face said that she already knew the answer to that question. Yup, had to destroy a few Chaos Brigade bases to find the right one, but I found them relatively unharmed. I nodded lazily. They're keeping it hush-hush while they keep turning over some more of those old Satan faction people's bases. Yasaka had an almost feral grin form on her face. Well, that certainly brightens my mood. Even if they weren't part of this Chaos Brigade, those old Satan lot are detestable in their own right. No sane person would look at the original demons and the deceiver himself as role models. You'll hear no argument from me. I shrugged, remembering the idiots I dealt with. I had to listen to the shit they spout firsthand. And did you get to have a chat with her after the rescue? She set her pen down, waiting for me to answer. Yes. I scratched my cheek. What happened? I added a new member to my harem. I said rather bluntly. Yasaka blinked. Oh. She stood up with a little giggle. So who's the new girl? Are you going to bring her around to introduce us? How did you meet? Do I know her? You're not upset? I didn't think she'd be, but I wanted to gauge her feelings better. No, why would I be? She tilted her head. It's not like you're going around and sleeping with anyone that's just got a pair of boobs. If you're interested enough to bring them into your harem, then I trust your judgment. As I said before, I was well aware of what I was getting into. And I know for a fact that you're picky in that regard. That's true, I know many women who are extremely attractive and haven't tried for anything with them. Maybe you should save that for after tell you who. I walked up, pulling her into a hug. Is it someone I don't like? She pushed my head into her bosom. And you smell like you just had sex, a lot of it. I coughed awkwardly. I don't think you hate her. Then who? She paused, head slowly turning to look down at me. Wilhelm, did you fuck your grandmother? Yes, yes I did. She slowly raised her hand, and pinched my cheek. You shameless little pervert, she broke out into a laugh. And I thought I was the horny one. I was seduced. Oh, lies and excuses. She snorted between giggles. We both know you wouldn't let yourself be seduced unless you wanted to. Yeah, that's accurate. I guess I did want it and was swept up in her momentum. She came in hard and I just went along with it. I'm pretty sure you were the one who came in hard. The corners of her lips curled up, clearly proud of herself on that one. I reached up and fluffed her ears. That was bad, and you should feel bad. She playfully swatted at my hands. So how'd that happen? Rescued her, one thing led to another, she offered sexy times. I said I don't like one-night stands, and she went a step further and offered to be lovers. I summarized. Hey, yeah I can see that. I've met Venelana once or twice in the past, she's a very direct woman, doesn't like playing coy unless she's on someone's case. Yasaka nodded at my explanation. So it doesn't bother you? I asked the important question. That you're in a relationship with your grandmother? She grinned. Not particularly, no. Hey. I just stared blankly at her. Sweetie. She cupped my cheek. I'm a yukai. It's going to take more than that to faze me. Funnily enough, Venelana said the same thing as a devil. I think you're too used at looking at things as a human. Which isn't surprising considering how long you lived in ignorance for the first part of your life. Yasaka reasoned. On a side note, Mil-ICAs should be right around Kunu's age, are you thinking about being a part of his life? Maybe? I don't know, I'm still wrapping my head around everything. I finally pulled away from her chest. I'm still a little high-strung after attacking the Cows Brigade. I think I'll just not think about it right now and maybe take a day off to relax. I idly voiced my thoughts before looking at her and stopping. I'm sorry. You're sorry, for what? I said I don't mind Venelana, or even new people becoming my sisters. She looked confused. Admittedly, it is a conversation we're going to need to have about the future with everyone. I don't recall anyone saying anything about when you take in a new woman. Yeah, that's something we need to talk about now that it's sorta an established harem and not just like a group of women I had together. Yasaka didn't really seem concerned with it, but I can't assume the others won't be different. I feel like I stepped over your spot to be with Venelana. I didn't quite know how to explain it. I don't want you to feel like you were pushed down, I guess. Oh, Wilhelm. She reached out, pulling me back into a hug. I've never felt that. I know our first interactions left a little hesitance on you, but I know you're not keeping me at arm's length. I do have context, it was just after Skadek died, you hadn't had time to cope with that and I was being very flirty, I don't fault you at all for how you acted. I haven't pushed anything myself because now I am waiting for the right moment. Believe me, I would have dragged you kick and screaming to my bed if I wanted that. I looked up and I think her cheeks turned a faint pink, hard to tell with my face still mostly in her breasts. But I wanted to be romantic. I slid my hand into hers, giving it a little squeeze. Is this a bad time to say that I'm looking forward to our date? She looked even more bashful at that. I guess we had the same thought in mind. Her eyes darted to the side. You're too cute. I laughed. Mao, don't bully me. She puffed up. And speaking of the date, I was going to go speak with Nurarihayan since the day is drawing near. He likes to come and participate. Would you like to meet him? Meet the infamous Nurarihayan? I'd love to. I heard the stories when I was a kid, how could I not meet that infamous yokai? Wonderful, I am going to go in a couple days. She beamed. All right, I'll make sure my schedule's clear. Are we taking Kunu? Of course. That old man adores Kunu, Yasaka giggled to herself. And he's a lot more manageable when our little fox is around. Ah, so it's a strategic Kunu deployment? Yasaka looked amused by that. Our little fox is a weapon that can't be ignored. Sounds like fun. It'll be nice to get away too. Especially on official duties. She groaned. But that's in a couple days. Are you just going to relax for now? You should probably tell the others soon about our new harem sister. I will. I waved off her concerns. I'm not trying to buy time or run away or any other nonsense. Everyone is, as far as I know, busy right now and I just want to relax for a little while. I figured I'd grab some of the guys and go do something. Boy time. I shrugged. Something like that. Though, it's unlikely I would grab Thorum, since I hadn't told him yet. Speaking of, I should head back to Skyrim for a couple days and spend some time with my friend. Perhaps I'd tell him at that point. But I digressed. Need me for anything important? I asked. No, go have fun with your friends. She shooed me away. Some of us have work. I laughed, sneaking a kiss on her cheek. I'll be back later. See you then. She waved a tail at me. So, not that I'm not up for this, but, why'd you call me? I turned towards the source of the voice. I don't have many guy friends. I shrugged. And you're fun to hang out with. We tried to kill each other. Met. He looked at me and shrugged. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Gods know how many times I've fought to the death with my friends in life. Achilles relaxed in some casual clothing, a fishing rod in his hand. Many bonds are formed through combat. Another voice spoke up. Some can only be forged through the clashing of blades. Don't gotta tell me twice. Achilles agreed, reaching for a beer. I became lifetime brothers with the other students under Chiron after beating the shit out of each other every day. He grinned, a wistful look on his face. Ah, I'm jealous. Sasaki Kojiru sat beside the fastest hero. I never had such an opportunity. To perfect my swordsmanship, I rarely left the mountain I lived on. Didn't you just want to kill a swallow that was bothering you? Indeed, a worthy adversary it was. The swordsman nodded. Not the weirdest thing I've heard. Achilles wasn't even perturbed. Yet, 'cause you're Greek. That's racist. Tell me I'm wrong. I countered. I never said you're wrong. Achilles laughed. What about you, Carrie? I turned to my left, the freelancer was sporting a beer himself, fishing rod extended out. It wasn't hard to convince him to come. He was, pretty trusting of me at this point, and it seemed like he didn't have anything better to do either. You learn who you can trust with your back quickly when you're fighting for your lives. He nodded as well. Too true. Achilles responded. Enemies one day, allies the next. Friends transcend both of those. Even if you have to fight a friend, you do so with honor. He slammed his fist to his chest. Well said, Dragon Slayer. I grinned. Oh fuck you. His noble atmosphere quickly dispersed. Dragon Slayer? Sasaki questioned. Achilles groaned. This idiot kept calling me Siegfried throughout the Grail War and did it on purpose. He practically growled. It was a valid guess. I used a spear. And King Arthur is a woman. I fucking hate that I can't argue with that logic. The other just laughed at his expense. How is the little lion doing? The swordsman asked. Doing good, we attacked some of her descendants in my birth world. They were being dumbasses, so she and Mordred set them straight. I summarized the little adventure. How envious. You didn't miss much. I beat up some guy calling himself Gawain, but he wasn't a match for a servant. Achilles snorted. I have fought a few fun things though, they got some neat stuff over there. Speaking of, I got my house anchored, you can come on over whenever you want. One of my women is the leader of half of Japan's yokai, there wouldn't be an issue if you wanted to explore or do stuff. I made sure to extend an invitation. Oh, I may take you up on that offer. Sasaki looked interested. The witch has been talking about her friend recently. This, Atalanta. Yeah, they've been dancing around that shit for a while. Achilles sighed. Sis isn't one to usually let things lay like this. Thinking that I should give her a kick in the butt to get her going. We all need that sometimes. I agreed. I can pop by to see Medea and give her a heads up that Atalanta's wants to come over. That'd work. Achilles took a drink. I'll tell sis that Medea's waiting, it'd make her hurry over. God knows I have to do that with Mordred when it comes to Artoria. Carrie groaned as well. Even Artoria needs a pep talk every now and then. I chuckled at the thought of us both having to push them together. But they've been doing well. Yeah, it's been quiet. Carrie grunted, looking off into the lake we were sitting at. Shit, I want some action. Achilles leaned back, his head falling to the grass. Well, I had something come up. Apparently, my grandmother and half-brother got kidnapped by some idiots calling themselves the Cows Brigade. You need help. Achilles shot right back up. My blade is yours. Sasaki followed up immediately. Already took care of it. Dick. Achilles fell back down. Sasaki let out a sigh, setting back down. I fear my blade shall dull at this rate. Oh, stop whining. My house is also connected to another world where there's dragons causing issues. If you really want, you can head over there. Oh ho! Sasaki has a strange glint in his eyes. I've never tested my technique against a dragon before. Dragons you say? Achilles looked interested too. They were rare back in my time too. I only fought some wyverns, never a full-blown dragon. If they're causing problems, does that mean dragon materials are on the open market? Carrie asked. Oh yeah, by the droves. I even have a bunch of bones and scales in my storage. I revealed to the freelancer. And how strong are these dragons? Carrie asked again, the other two leaning in. It varies, the weakest, could blow away a guard tower made of stone with a shout. I paused. The divine words you saw me using, that's the dragon language used there. I made sure to iterate. Maybe I should bring Mordred. Carrie rubbed his chin. She'd fucking love that. I snorted. That's where Meridia's from, and I got my best friend over there. So, I can set you up if you're interested. They even have a magic college that's open for anyone to join. Really? Carrie lowered high sunglasses. And they just let anyone browse their books, learn all their spells and that crap. Yup. I popped the end of it. Rin's enrolled, and the Archmage, the leader of the place, has been very good to me. Suffice to say, you'll be able to go there without any issues. And they don't stop their students from learning necromancy, but be warned, Meridia despises the raising of the dead. So you do that, and all bets are off. I never dabbled with that aspect of necromancy. Carrie quickly replied. Yeah, I know, just wanted to make it clear. I haven't seen that little miss in quite a long time. How is Saber's master doing? Sasaki looked reminiscent. She's significantly stronger. And she's learning how to wield a spear properly, so you can bully her if you want under the guise of sparring. Sasaki blinked. How fun! His eyes twinkled. A spear, hey! Achilles rubbed his chin. Think I could get some brownie points if I taught her a thing or two? Sure, but what would you even want? That saber servant of hers, King Arthur, I'd love to fight her at least once. I shrugged. Artoria isn't as maniac about it like Mordred, but she is a knight with the inclination for battle. She enjoys fighting just as much as us, she just hides it under her regal persona. Artoria liked to hide it, but she was a battle maniac like everyone else around here was. But I think they're busy right now. Rin and Artoria are hunting down a divine construct, so I doubt you could pull their attention away right now. Achilles let out a whistle. And they are just there for the taking? I remember you had that staff. The staff of Magnus, one of their gods over there. It was in a sort of tomb labyrinth thing and I yoinked it when I had the chance. I didn't even deny it. If I wasn't interested before. Carrie muttered. And there's stuff like that available for anyone to take. If you got the luck and talent. Lots of tombs there crawling with undead and monsters that hoard treasures, that sort of thing. The culture I've experienced so far isn't much different than the Norse from the Age of Gods. Hell, Rin's gotten some other toys that many magi would salivate for. Are there perhaps metals of impressive quality there? Sasaki asked. Sure, I had some used in the forging of my sword. I withdrew Mirage, letting it impale the ground. The blade is made of a special version of an ore called glass. Ironic name, I know. But it's harder than steel, and many times more durable. That's not mentioning all the other metals I had added to the forging process. Interesting, very interesting. Sasaki looked over my blade. I remember the first time I saw it, I can't deny the quality. Are you perhaps familiar with the smith who made it? You want a sword forged? I do. He didn't hide his intent. The little miss was able to dent my sword in our fight back in the war. While it was repaired through the means of our existence, I wish for something that can withstand foes of her caliber. Can't fault a warrior for wanting a weapon that can keep up with me. Achilles chimed in. I went through way too many spears before my old man passed me his own weapon. It's never failed me since. Yeah, I can put in a word for you. The smith was a good guy, and he's really close to my friend. They're part of this mercenary band, really famous there. Bring him some money and the materials, he'd probably be interested in the unique design if nothing else. Ah, to find materials and money then. Sasaki laughed. Well, my sword should provide for me in the meantime. If things are as you described, then I may be able to wander into some work. Oh, none of that. We're friends, I can help you out. You were nice enough to help me when I was lost before. I will gladly accept the kindness. He smiled. But my honor would demand that I shall pay you back. Oh, whatever. I rolled my eyes. I'm sure you could make enough money in no time. There's no shortage of work in either world right now. I stopped as my fishing rod got tugged. Oh. Achilles stood up. You got one, hurry and reel it in. No, you must be patient. Lure it into a false sense of security, when it is least suspecting, you must strike swiftly and decisively. Sasaki stood up on my other side. Do I go quick or let it swim around? I felt it tugging at me. Quickly. Don't alert it yet. Pick one, I've never fished before. I whined, feeling something tugging hard on my rod. Oh, for fuck's sake. Carrie stood up, walking behind me. You've given it enough slack, the hook is obviously nice and stuck in it. Now, give it a quick tug. I followed his advice, yanking my fishing rod back. The water splashed up as the fish kicked about. Good, now start reeling it in. He continued. It's a fighter. I jerked the rod back again, reeling it in as the fish fought with me. Eventually, it came closer to shore, the water splashing about as it got closer until finally got you bastard. I declared, finally pulling it out of the water, only to immediately deflate. He's a fighter, hey. Achilles looked at my catch. It's not the size that matters. Sasaki laughed. Carrie just put a hand on my shoulder. I held the fish in front of my face, it was barely the size of my palm. You know what? Fuck it. It's the first time I've ever caught a fish, let's take a picture. Well, in this life at least, and knowledge regarding fishing wasn't exactly something I inherited. I quickly took out my phone, setting it up. The others joined in with a smile. It wasn't the ideal catch, but hey, we were having fun and I just wanted to relax for a few hours. Chapter 273, Chapter 255. This was fun, we should do it again sometime. We sat on the temple steps in Fuyuki, after having fished for the evening. We just light chatted as we finished up the drinks that had been brought. It certainly breaks up the monotony. Assassin mused, finishing off his beer. However, I still think I prefer sake over this beer. He set down the empty can. It's a traditional thing. Carrie replied. My old man did the same thing, beers when fishing. We mostly had wine back in my day. Achilles shrugged. This stuff, it's not bad, not very strong though. I can show you guys the stronger stuff later. Trust me, we got good stuff from several worlds. I chuckled. I look forward to it. Assassin smiled. Probably should head back, wanna come around? I offered towards the swordsman. I will decline this time. He shook his head. Despite the amusing jabs I exchange with the witch, I do wish to stay nearby until proper plans are in place that account for my extended leave. Well, he was the honorable sort and was still sticking to their contract even if the spirit of it was no longer applicable. I couldn't help but admire him for his attitude. Here, take this. I tossed him a kaleidophone. You can contact me through that, it has my corresponding device saved. If you need anything, just holler. Oh, how interesting. He immediately began to fiddle with it. I shall have fun figuring out how this device operates. I would tell him, but he gets bored and I thought it would bring him some amusement for a while. My number was saved, so it should be easy enough. Hey, what about me? Achilles sort of pouted. Sorry, this other one is registered to Siegfried. I shrugged. Since there's no Siegfried here, I can't do anything. Oh fuck you, hand it over. I just laughed, tossing it to him. Oh, and Carrie. I already got one from last time. He looked at me. Nah, something else. Sort of thanks I guess. And, well, I wanted to give you another tool at your disposal. I took out the teleportation orb thing that magician used back in the Cows Brigade. Want a sacred gear? I offered. He blinked, looking at it. A weapon created by God to give to humans. You're asking me if I want one. His sunglasses slipped down, giving me an incredulous look. I guessed he looked up information on these things. Well, I couldn't fault him, they had been popping up frequently enough when it came to threats. Well, that's technically true I suppose. Not everyone was created by Big G, some were things he just wanted to cycle through humans or whatever. I explained briefly. This one, I don't think he created it, and I honestly don't know its name, but it's pretty nifty. Its user was annoying me because of it. A sacred gear? Assassin asked. Oh, they're these neat things, sorta like noble phantasms. Apparently the Christian God gave them to some people or whatever over in that world. Achilles perked up, eyeing it with clear interest. Fought a guy who could turn into animals and stuff. He even turned into a dragon form and got a lot stronger for a bit. That's not entirely accurate again, but it's close enough. I'd give him a rundown later. But yeah, this thing gives line of sight teleportation. This mage girl was using it to teleport her teammates out of harm's way. Hey! Carrie admired the small thing. Aren't these supposed to be bound to the soul? Depends on the sacred gear. You know my spear, right? You mean the spear that pierced the side of Christ. One of the most sacred objects to the Christian faith. The thing that would have the church start a crusade against you even if they didn't know you were a devil. He said dryly. Yeah, I remember that thing. Oh, you had something like that? So many things I don't know. Sasaki laughed. I'll have to see them for myself at some point. I need to include Assassin more. He's been such a great guy and helped me a lot. Yup, well, the spear is an example of one that can just be taken for lack of a better word. Most exist within someone's soul, and are awakened by the owners, but they aren't tightly bound like other sacred gears such as my boosted gear. Just nabbed this one and been working on removing any of that other mage's influence. You just need to bind it to yourself, but I thought you'd be able to handle that easily enough. I tossed it to him. He almost fumbled it out of surprise before holding it like a precious treasure. Are there any limitations? He asked. Besides the line of sight thing, I don't know. I followed up with another shrug. I didn't look too deep into it. And as far as I know, there aren't any side effects either. Well, in my case I had a talking dragon in my soul who always goes on about his secret crush. You fucked your grandmother. Yes, I did. And I'm going to do it again. He grumbled but settled back down. Tried to shame me? Ha! You okay? Carrie broke me from my thoughts. Sorta just zoned out there? Something I should be concerned about. Oh, sorry. I guess that happens when Drake talks to me. I apologized. So, yeah, sacred gear with a decent teleportation option. You want it? He rolled it in his hand. What do you want in return? Oh, right, equivalent exchange and all of that. I scratched my cheek. It was an ingrained part of Magus culture. I guess I was too used to dealing with family and friends that I just didn't bother with them. How about doing some jobs for the college in Skyrim when you're there? I offered. You mean the ones I'd get paid for doing anyways? He raised an eyebrow. The pay isn't high, some jobs will probably only cover your costs performing the job, they're also short-staffed and could use the extra hand. I was honest with the circumstances. He blinked again, looking down at the orb. I already consider you one of my people. Honestly, if it makes you feel better, you can pay me. I added. It's practically worthless to me and I would have just given it to Yasaka. Both Rin and I can do better with applications of the kaleidoscope, and if I'm being honest, you're probably the weakest member of our group. And I don't want Mordred to lose you. It's funny that I had to convince him to accept my goodwill, but no one ever said Magus culture was pleasant. All right. He sighed. I'll take it. It's not like I wouldn't help out anywhere you wanted anyways. Already so far in debt that it doesn't make a difference. He finally accepted, and sent it into his storage bracelet. I'll look into making it mine later. If you need any help. He nodded at me, a wordless thanks. But it was easy to tell he wanted to do this by himself if he could, which I wouldn't push him on. Certain things are too personal, such as messing with one's own soul. We weren't quite at that point yet, which was why I didn't offer to unlock his aura. Carrie was a good guy. And that's by normal standards, not Magus ones. Well, I'm going to head back. I stood up, stretching my arms. You guys are free to come with or come knocking on my door when you're ready. I'll head back now, see what Atalanta's been up to. Achilles hopped to his feet. I'm sure Mordred's been causing issue. Carrie sighed, fixing his sunglasses. You should see the shit she tries to do when I'm not looking. I could only imagine. It was fun. Sasaki rose to his feet to give a proper farewell. I'll welcome you all back whenever you wish to come. His expression turned sharp. However, if you wish to ascend these steps, you are required to go through me. We all paused, looking at him. Within the moment of a blink of the eye, Achilles was dozens of steps up the temple. We all slowly turned towards him and back to Assassin. He deflated, letting out a sigh. I was attempting to be intimidating to instigate a spar for your next visit. I just put a hand on his shoulder. Always a pleasure, Sasaki Kojiru. Yes, it seems you bring me new and interesting things every time you come. He perked up with a smile. I look forward to seeing your skills when we next clash. I'll show you some moves I derived in a similar vein to your technique. Oh ho ho. He rubbed his chin. Now I'm excited. He turned towards Carrie. And to you too, Magus. I believe I would have done well with you as my master. Ha! Carrie let out a laugh. Yeah, I think we'd have gotten along well. Yeah, it was fun. Achilles appeared right back next to us. Next time let's test our blades. The fastest hero smiled. Sasaki forced a smile in response. I look forward to it, Dragon Slayer. I snorted, covering my mouth. Achilles slowly turned to me with a hint of killing intent. I hate you. He punctuated every word. Is it because I have a? There was suddenly a spear tip at my throat. Say it, I dare you. Dragon in his soul. Sasaki finished for me. I did tell the swordsman about Drake. You and me next time, Birdman. Achilles huffed, twirling his spear around before dismissing it. I couldn't help but laughed. Carrie failed to hold back himself. Yeah, get in the portal. I waved my hand, connecting us to Yasaka's compound where I knew some people were. He frowned, crossing his arms before stomping away. I caught Assassin's smirk and waved once more before following behind Carrie and closed the portal behind us. We were immediately greeted by the sounds of shouts and steel clashing. I looked to the side to see Mordred and Arthur sparring, well more like Arthur getting smacked around. But sparring as far as Mordred was concerned. Oh nice, I'ma try to get in on that. Achilles walked over to the two Pendragons. I guess I'll hang out for a while, keep an eye on Mordred. Carrie walked off to the side, finding an empty seat and table that no one occupied. He was glancing up at Mordred, but he took out his new sacred gear and was obviously inspecting it. Yo, got room for another? I glanced back at the knights sparring as Achilles approached. Might be good to have the squire get more experience with other opponents. I heard Mordred say as she looked him up and down. Awesome, I need to move my body, been sitting still too long. Achilles summoned his armor, spear in hand. Ah, know the feeling. Mordred just nodded. Feel free to have a go, as long as he doesn't die or loses a limb, have fun. She said nonchalantly. Let's get started. He slammed the butt of his spear down. The name's Achilles, kid. Let's have some fun. It took a moment, but Arthur suddenly paled. I guess when he understood that King Arthur was a shout away that someone claiming their name to be Achilles might mean something more than just a descendant like the Hercules he knew. I'm sure he'd be fine. They weren't the only ones here either. Almost opposite of this rather large courtyard, Kunu was holding a bow, trying to shoot a target with Atalanta of all people fixing her posture. And I thought that was Arthur's sister standing right by, doting on Kunu. Cute. I didn't want to disturb them, I wanted Kunu to have fun playing with other people. Instead, I went to the third and final group. Look who it is. Yasaka gave me a little smirk as I approached. Hello, Wilhelm. Artoria smiled brightly towards me. Hey girls. I couldn't help but perk up seeing that wonderful smile of hers. I wrapped up Artoria from behind, stealing a quick kiss on her cheek. You've been busy, hey. Artoria, as always, had a cute reaction before settling herself. I have settled many matters. Rin is also taking a needed break, I believe she described it as lazing around. She is at the house, watching the television. More dungeon diving. I asked. Yes, I believe we have made some progress. Jin has been extremely helpful in that regard. She spoke that you now know of her aid, so I do not have to keep it a secret any longer. Artoria nodded with a small sigh of her own. There was an undertone of tiredness, at least in a mental capacity. Without her help I believe we would keep running around with no aim. Yet I saw that. I can't believe she did something like that, it's amazing. I sunk down, putting my chin on her shoulder. I can't wait to put it to use myself. Are you going back to Skyrim soon? She asked. I want to check up on Thorim and the college. I miss my friend. I signed, wistfully. And no immediate need of my attention, so I figured why not. Well, maybe this comes up at a good time then. Yasaka chimed in. I looked towards her in confusion. In light of recent events, Artoria's cheeks turned a light red. We decided to get together as we have not for a period, especially with how our group has grown in recent time. Girls' night out? I questioned. Like I just did with the guys. Something like that. Yasaka grinned. I told them about our newest sister. There was a little mischievous aura to her words. Ah, I see. I didn't really get flustered. Wanna talk about it some? I peered down at Artoria. I do believe it is a matter worth discussing. However, I shall wait until afterwards, if that is okay. She replied. Sure. I said simply. I can't say it isn't a strange situation. I thought you would look more frantic and paranoid. Yasaka pouted. Now I don't get to tease you. I think I'm past the point of being scared about our relationship falling apart, with everyone not just you. I hummed, kissing Artoria's cheek again. I couldn't help it, she was just so cute. If I did something to upset anyone, I don't think they would keep it in. And as far as displeasure goes, I think Artoria would be the one to be the most put off. I do not deny that. The knight herself admitted. But it is as you say, I am trying to accept other points of view and differences in cultural settings. You are a devil, she is a devil, it isn't the same as what I lived through. I finally let go of her, taking an empty seat. Meh, you're being too mature. Yasaka huffed. Where's that flustered boy who got teased so easily? He banged his grandmother. I replied without missing a beat. Yasaka actually reacted with a suppressed laugh, holding her mouth, air blowing out her nose. Artoria though, she looked not scandalized, but very flustered. But in seriousness, I continued once the humor died. Tell me how you feel once you have settled yourself. You're important to me, and if you're not okay with it, I'll break it off. I reached over, taking Artoria's hand in mine. She smiled very warmly, quickly accepting my touch. Thank you. And you speak the truth. I would have said something thus far if I had been vehemently against it. As it stands, I am merely conflicted at the moment and desire more time to think it over. I shall endeavor to open my mind, so to speak. I know it is not uncommon in other species, as even Yasaka told me that yokai would not be perturbed by the notion. Yasaka just shrugged. Wasn't all that uncommon when yokai were more scattered. You took what partner you could. Of course that was before my time. If I recall correctly, I believe my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather were actually siblings. Hey! So the harem is gathering to decide my fate. Propped my head up with my arm. Guess where we're going to gather at? Yasaka's tail sneaked around my waist like it tends to do. I would have assumed the house, but now I'm not sure. I looked towards Artoria, who just looked away, not speaking. Somewhere fun? Like an outing, or just a get-together? More something in between if I were to describe it. Definitely a place most of us haven't been before. I honestly have no idea. I admitted defeat. What magical place are you all meeting at? The colored rooms, Meridia's realm. Yasaka revealed with no small amount of amusement in her tone. My eyes widened slightly. Oh wow, that is neat. Yeah, I don't think most of you have been there before. Who suggested it? It was Meridia. Artoria replied. We spoke through the kaleidophones that Rin created. She offered the use of her realm to gather. I believe she also wished to host us all. You are aware of how she's trying to connect more. Yeah, she's trying in her own way. I smiled again. She's not used to having people in her life like this. At most she's only had allies and subordinates, not family. Indeed, I can understand her sentiments in some small capacity. I recall my time as king where I felt isolated and alone upon my throne. I wish not for her to feel that way while we are around. She has been nothing but kind and wonderful to us even with her high status. Artoria agreed with a swift nod. She came immediately when I called her up before. Yasaka added as well. Poor woman must have been alone for too long. Shall we deploy the tactical Kunu missile at the goddess? Fire away, Captain. Yasaka giggled. You too. Artoria rolled her eyes, but fought the smile tugging at her lips. Is our trip still on or is that pushed back? I asked Yasaka. It should still be the same time. She waved off my concerns. We shouldn't be gone more than a night, and I believe your magic can help if it really did come to that. True, true. I was looking forward to meeting the other yokai leader. Want me to look after Kunu? If you wouldn't mind. I will never mind looking after her. I made sure to cut off that thought. I just didn't want to disrupt any plans you may have had. Oh, you're such a sweetie when it comes to our daughter. So careful not to step on any toes. She giggled again. Speaking, how'd that happen? I jabbed my thumb towards Kunu who still hadn't noticed me. Oh, our adorable Kunu decided that a proper shrine maiden has to know how to shoot a bow. After seeing it on TV, of course. Atalanta was around, so I asked if she could show our daughter a thing or two with some payment. Atalanta has been nothing short of amazing with Kunu. Well, the chaste huntress does have a soft spot for kids. I watched them for another few moments before turning away. How about I take Kunu with me to see Thorum? The idea suddenly entered my head. Yasaka looked thoughtful at the notion. You'll have to tell her then. I ran a hand through my hair. Maybe I should hold back on the details? Maybe say something like I'm taking her to another realm. I offered as an alternative. Feels a little like lying to me. Yasaka pursed her lips. But I do feel like it's a little too early to tell her the whole truth. If I may. Artoria interjected. I believe something similar happened when I was adopted by Sir Ector. I was told that my parents were influential and noteworthy individuals, not that my father was King Uther. Merely telling her that it is another realm to keep knowledge of Earth a secret there would not be a poor alternative for the moment. You raise a valid point. Yasaka seemed to soften at the idea. And Meridia would be able to keep an eye on you to dissuade other parties. Yup, and anything short of that, well, they would have to get through me. I didn't even attempt to hide my protectiveness. Daddy! I turned to the side to see my little fox darting towards me. I quickly sat up from my seat, holding my arms out, catching the Kunu-shaped missile. My little fox! I greeted her as I always did, wrapping her up in my arms and spun her around. I glanced at Yasaka who gave me a nod in confirmation. Mama is gonna go play with your aunties, you want to go meet your Uncle Thorum with me? I asked after setting her back down. Just a few chapters of calmness and a couple interludes before things begin again. Chapter 274, Chapter 256. It's so pretty. Kunu looked around in awe at the floating landmasses and the myriad of colors that blanketed the sky. Her eyes practically sparkled as she ran to the edge and looked over, exclaiming at everything she could see. This is quite something. Yasaka shared a similar expression, if more reserved. Artoria looked around too with clear interest. Auntie Meridia lives here? Kunu asked. Not only does she live here, she created this place. I rubbed her head. She's a goddess, this is her realm. Ooh. Kunu's eyes widened. Still a little young to understand the significance of that, but that's fine. I'd been here several times before, not just her realm, but this specific area. I looked at her throne and had a little mischievous idea. How large is this realm? Artoria asked. Honestly, I have no idea. I've never wandered around, but from what Meridia said, she has many followers and subordinates living here. I answered her to the best of my ability. Does she know we're here? Yasaka questioned. She should. I nodded, eyeing her throne. She's more or less aware of every minute detail that happens here. You could even use words like omniscient and omnipotent when it comes to her in this place. To attack a Daedric lord in their realm is suicide even for others of their kind. I see, so that's what she meant when she said she was reduced. Yasaka mumbled. Kunu let out a little giggle as I lifted her up. Both Artoria and Yasaka turned to me as I set her in Meridia's throne. Is this something I should expect every time you come here? Meridia's melodious voice reached my ears as I turned around, seeing everyone else appearing. I think you should know me well enough by now. Greet your new queen. I gestured towards Kunu. Hi. Kunu waved happily. Any faux annoyance Meridia had practically shattered at that. My new queen, is it? She huffed cutely. She sits in the throne, them's the rules. I shrugged my shoulders helplessly. As a former king, that is in fact the rule. Artoria chuckled. Meridia rolled her eyes, holding back a little smile herself. She walked towards Kunu and raised her hand up, creating a little tiara for her. If those are the rules, I suppose I shall make it official. And Meridia, the most reserved of my girls, decided to play along. Mom, look. I see it, my little fox. Yasaka smiled brightly. Why don't you come down now? Kay. Kunu hopped off, running over to her mom to show off her new tiara. We watched her for a moment before I turned towards Meridia. Missed you. I quickly wrapped her up. You're too much. She pouted, sinking into my arms easily. I missed you as well. She's always so cute. It made me not want to let her go. Master Reikao hurried over. Reikao. I smiled, taking her in as well. Wilhelm. Student. Both Skathik and Jin joined, after I had the moment with Meridia. I made sure to greet each of them appropriately, giving each a hug and kiss. Are you well, my student? Skathik was the first to ask. I'm good. I smiled towards her. She wasn't usually so gentle with her wording if asking about me. Well, she definitely knew about my meeting with Venelana, and I assumed she's asking about my feelings after the talk. Really? I assured her. I got some things off my chest and feel much better. That's not the only thing, Jin giggled. Yet. You lewd genie. And I thought you were not as bad as Sedentat. Skathik snorted, a little laugh escaping from her. Perhaps you are even worse than my old student. I'm fairly sure even he had not laid with his grandmother. You're older than her. Skathik twitched. I would probably pay for that later, but had I won this round. Besides, I'd love to spar with her again soon. Mao, your mother would take care of you if you needed. Reikao pouted cutely. I think she's just upset that it wasn't her, not that it was Venelana. I know, my Reikao's always here for me. I pulled her in for another quick hug, which she took the opportunity to push my head between her breasts like she tended to do. I had to pull myself away from her clutches, lest I never leave between her bosom. Shall I take Kunu and head out? I finally offered. I wondered why you had come. Meridia stated. Not that you are unwelcome. I wanted to tease her some more, she's makes it too easy. I was just stopping by because I wanted to see you all, if only briefly. I smiled brightly at them. I know you all are going to have your own girls' time, I didn't want to intrude. I'm actually going to take Kunu to see Thorum. I haven't seen Thorum since he came and asked about his aura. Jin floated next to me, looking reminiscent. Check up on that for me, please. Of course, I was going to even without you asking. I wanted to see if anything changed about that as it was a fairly interesting deviation. I should warn you. Meridia spoke up. Akadosh and by extension the one you know as Talos are knowledgeable of your existence and have been watching you. We spoke briefly and they bear no ill will, but you should be aware. That's concerning. They are reasonable compared to the others. She crossed her arms. Of which, you will not consort with. She made sure to add. I care not for Akadosh and his extensions, you are already friendly with one of his children. So protective. Why would I care about the others when I have you? Oh, of course. Meridia said proudly. My, he sure knows the right things to say, doesn't he? Skathik chuckled at us. Yes, it feels strange to be the spectator when it happens. Artoria walked up next to her, Yasaka and Kunu in tow. Is this how he managed to successfully woo us all together? It looks oddly similar. Skathik raised an eyebrow when I caught her gaze. Oh wow, look at the time. It seemed like now was a good time to skedaddle. So soon, and I thought this conversation would be of particular interest to you, my student. Skathik snorted out a chuckle. Places to be, people to see. I ignored her little jabs. Yes, I'm sure. She stepped up, placing a quick kiss on my cheek. Keep yourself well, my student. She said with a surprisingly gentle look on her face. We'll talk later. I gave her a genuine smile, sweeping my gaze around the area. It was meant for all of them as I knew there was important things we did need to talk about at some point. But have fun. It's rare for all of them to get together without some sort of external issue coming up. Kunu, sweetie. Yasaka placed a hand on her daughter's head. Thank your auntie for the tiara. Kunu perked up, ran straight to Meridia and her a big hug. The goddess looked stunned at the sudden attack, almost frozen as she didn't know how to react. Thank you, auntie. Meridia hesitantly raised her hand, lightly placing it on the little fox's head. You're welcome, child. She said ever so softly. Kunu sweetie. Yasaka knelt down as Kunu came back. Remember what we talked about. You have to listen to your daddy, it's very important. I know, Mama. Kunu nodded. And Yasaka booked her nose. You know to keep where you came from a secret, right? You're a big girl so we're trusting you with this. Ahoy! Don't wander off, don't talk to strangers. Don't take anything unless your daddy says it's okay. Yasaka added, making sure Kunu listened intently to each one. I'll be good, I promise. I know, you're a good girl. Yasaka smiled brightly, pulling Kunu in for a kiss on the forehead. So, have fun. She finished. I will be watching to make sure nothing untold happens. Meridia spoke up, giving the little fox a very protective look. Looked like someone had become attached themselves. Thank you. Yasaka replied with no small amount of genuine thankfulness in her voice. All right, I've bothered you all enough. I reached out and took Kunu's hand. I'll let you get on with it. With a flick of my hand, a portal opened up to the house. Bye. Kunu waved as we stepped through. Daddy, where are we? Kunu asked, looking around and saw the mountains in the distance. This is a realm called Skyrim. I answered. It's where your uncle Thorum lives. There are several different races here, but Skyrim is mostly made up of Nords. I was being ambiguous with the information as Yasaka and I agreed on. So far, Kunu more or less thought this place was like one of the Norse's 9 realms, outside of Earth but still attached. I hate that we couldn't be entirely truthful, but she's still too young to tell everything. It's cold. Her eyes perked up. And I hear howling. Holding her hand, I cast a simple warming spell I picked up on my first trip here. She visibly relaxed, but still looked a little tense. Not something I could fault her for. She's not used to being away from Kyoto and especially in an unknown place without her mom. Don't worry, little fox. I squeezed her hand, giving her a tender smile. Your daddy's strong, nothing's going to hurt you. With my free hand, I took out my hat and a certain rabbit jumped out. Do you want to hold Sir Wiggles? Yes. Kunu immediately let go, holding her arms out. My familiar jumping right into them with a practiced ease. That would calm her down. Not to mention Sir Wiggles was relatively strong by himself. It was a brisk walk towards Whiterun, my house only being about a 30-minute walk outside the walls. It didn't take too long before we started seeing the farmland and the city walls coming into view. It's been a few weeks since I'd been back, but it feels much longer. And the people here were a hardy bunch. They'd bounced back relatively quickly. The ashen land was already plowed and cleaned, looking ready to start farming again. However, I doubted they were keen on planting again with the dragons still threatening them. Foodstuffs were probably needing to be rationed and preserved as much as possible for when everything was finally over. I should check up on that since I could easily access large quantities of grains and other foodstuffs and bring them over. The guards seemed to stiffen as we approached. There weren't many people coming or going at the moment, but it felt different than them just trying to appear professional. Red Dragon Emperor. One of them called out. Yes. Drake practically shouted in my soul. I forgot about this, I love it here. I did too. Oh wow, those are some familiar faces. I noticed a trio of scars on the chin of one of them, and vaguely recalled that guard as one that fought that first dragon along with Thorum. How you guys been? I assumed the other was a veteran of that particular conflict. They both laughed, dropping their guard, adopting a more easygoing expression. 'Tis a bright day when one of our heroes returns. The one with the scars slapped his breastplate in greeting. You're going to make me blush. I shared a chuckle. Is Thorum and the companions around? They be at the Horvaskr. He replied, glancing down at Kunu. And who is this little miss? Kunu, cutely, sorta hid behind me from their gazes. This is my beautiful daughter Kunu. I rubbed her head. She was currently hiding her fox features, appearing nothing more than a human girl, albeit in strange clothing by their standards. Kunu, say hi to the nice guards. I ushered her. I didn't want to force her or anything like that, but it's clear she's shy around people she doesn't know. I guess my girls were exceptions since they were introduced as extensions of her family. Hello. She said quietly. The two guards just laughed, not pressing the issue. Well met, young one. The one with the scars smiled warmly. Reminds me of my niece, shy little thing she is. Just wait until she starts running around causing trouble. I smiled. We've had to deal with burning buildings once already. Daddy. Kunu puffed up with a little squeak, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Just like my niece. I shared a look with the guard, placing a hand on his shoulder. Wouldn't trade them for the world. It just adds to their charm. He chuckled again. I will pass word around. If any of mine see her, we shall make sure no one does anything untold. I appreciate it. I nodded in thanks, before taking out a handful of septims. Drinks on me tonight? I'll accept with thanks. He didn't act reserved in the slightest. Perks of being well liked, people looked after you and yours. Anything interesting happen in my absence? I asked. If you're talking about dragons, nay. Whiterun hasn't suffered any losses since you have left. However, I've heard more stories of the Dragonborn slaying the foul beasts. I'm sure he can provide you with the full tales. The guard explained. All right, I'll head over there. Thanks for your help. I said my goodbyes, earning a nod from them as Kunu followed me through the gate. Kunu absent-mindedly strokes Sir Wiggle's fur as she took in the sights once more. The scenery was perhaps foreign, but also reminiscent of certain things around Kyoto. While Kyoto happily took in modern conventions, it still paid a healthy homage to the olden ways. Blacksmiths hammering away were not an uncommon sight, the hawking of goods and the like, were also something she would be familiar with. Even some strange creatures walking by wouldn't make her freak out beyond an interest in the unknown. Her eyes did sparkle a little when Nkajiat walked by, as if she was holding herself back from running up to him. I was a little surprised considering that the people here were pretty racists towards the feline race. I suppose it's a matter of preservation when dragons are breathing down their necks. Every healthy body to hold a weapon was welcomed in emergencies. Is that the one, Daddy? Kunu pointed towards the Horvaskar. The boat building you said. That's right. I snickered, remembering how I described it. Come on, let's go see Daddy's friend. Walking up the small step, I pushed open the sturdy wooden doors. There was a brief silence as the handful of people inside stopped what they were doing to start the us two newcomers. Wilhelm! A shout erupted, and a chair ground against the floor as it was pushed away. There was only a second to blink before a bulky pair of arms wrapped around me. Thorum, it's good to see you again. I of course hugged him back. My friend, it's been far too long. He finally let go, hands clasping on my shoulders, giving me an up and down look. Every time you come back, there's something different. I can't quite put my finger on it, but you my friend are giving me another strange feeling. Yet a lot has happened since we last met. I couldn't help but have my lips twitch upwards as he adopted that same big goofy smile. But most importantly, I gestured towards Kunu who was still a little sheepish. I want you to meet my daughter. Why your daughter? His eyes practically bugged out of his head as he looked at my little fox. I told him before, but I guess seeing and hearing were two different things. Especially since she's almost 11 years old. Hi, I'm Kunu. She sorta still hid behind me, but was a little more open than with the guards. I had called him Uncle Thorum, I guessed that made her less defensive. Thorum snapped back immediately and dropped to his knee. Hello, little one. I'm Thorum. He held out his hand in greeting. Kunu hesitantly grabbed it to shake. Your daddy's friend? She asked quietly. He's like a brother to me. I added for her. Thorum's eyes softened considerably. Yes. It's exactly as he says. That goofy smile of his shined right down on my daughter. Your father is like a brother to me. And hearing him say that made me feel extremely warm. I guess I must have missed him more than I realized, he was my first true friend after all. Come, come. Thorum stood back up, gesturing towards the table. I would be a poor host if I did not offer seats and refreshments. No alcohol for Kunu. I deadpanned, making the Nord crack a laugh. My friend, do you think we offer things to children this young? Yes. I replied without missing a beat. Maida gave me my first ale after I successfully hunted my first game when I was around the lass's age. Thorum happily admitted. How about a sweet roll for her then? A sweet roll? Kunu perked up, sitting in a seat next to me. Daddy, can I? Of course. Be sure to thank him. Thank you, Uncle Thorum. Kunu clapped. I think nothing of it, lass. If you call me uncle, I believe it is my duty to spoil. Thorum walked back behind the counter, grabbing a couple bottles of ale and a sweet roll on a plate before walking back and setting them down in front of us. Kunu seemed to ignore the other people at the table in favor to taking a big bite out of the obscenely large pastry. Oh well, that'd keep her occupied for now. Sir Wiggles sat ever vigilant on top of her head. Serena, Farkas, Ela. I greeted each of the other people I was sharing a table with. Wilhelm. Farkas raised his own bottle of ale. It's good to see you again. With company too. He smiled down towards Kunu. Milk drinker, it's good to have you come visit. Ela didn't hold back as well. With a little lass to call your own. If you don't mind me a skin. Not by blood. I quickly clarified, otherwise that'd be weird. But by everything else that matters. I put one arm around the little fox for a small hug. She's the one who adopted me, then I met her mother and well, things just went from there. Is she, like you? Serena questioned. And it's nice to see you again. I thank you for your advice you gave me last time. Advice? I tilted my head until realization dawned on me as I slowly turned towards my friend. Oh Thorum! The Dragonborn turned an impressive shade of red. Ha, you owe me 20 septims. Ela punched Farkas on the shoulder. He's blushing like a wee maiden. Dang it Thorum! Farkas grumbled, slamming the money on the table. I thought you'd get over this weeks ago. The mighty Dragonborn, blushing cause he got a lady. Thorum covered his face with an embarrassed chuckle. It is as you think, my friend. I was speaking to Serena one evening. He was dancing around the subject, so I pulled him into a kiss. Serena finished. Ela snorted a laugh. Farkas was taking a drink of ale and almost spat it out as he followed suit. 'Tis a comedy still spoken in these halls. We all turn around to see the vampire sucking something out of the Dragonborn, just not his blood. Ela lightly pushed on Thorum's shoulder. Our exalted hero here couldn't even breath afterwards. Serena just looked a bit smug at the words. How bold, I approve. I shot Thorum a thumbs up. Seeing Thorum duck his head again just made it all the better. But to answer your other question. I thought about how I should answer and what I should reveal. I'm not as reserved as I was before. I felt more confident in being open. I didn't want to just shout everything right now, and I would tell Thorum my circumstances in private. However, I didn't mind revealing this much and I wasn't ashamed of it. She's not like me. I emphasized. But she's different. I looked around the room and there were only familiar faces. Some took a little interest in our conversation and keep an ear up, but otherwise, none I would hide from. Kunu, why don't you show your uncle how much you take after your mom? I can. Kunu's eyes lit up. I believed she hated hiding under an illusion. No one here will raise any fuss at anything. Thorum could read in between the lines and spoke up. The illusion tore away from my little fox, revealing her cut ears and her fluffy tails that waved behind her. Adorable. Farkas was the first to speak up. The big bad burly Nord, barely wearing a shirt with a large war hammer at the side, was gushing over how cute Kunu was. You big fool! Ela snorted. But she is cute. Oh! Serena commented, staring intently. I've never seen something like that before. As you can probably guess, her people aren't from around here. I replied. And no words will leave this room. Thorum gestured towards a guy in the corner who moved to hatch the door shut. A private reunion between friends and family. She's a yukai. I said simply. Specifically known as a nine-tailed fox. Her mother is much the same. I knew the terms didn't mean anything to them, but at this point, they were friends and I felt fine speaking about this much. Funnily enough, once Kunu got used to people, she preened under their attention. She liked that everyone was looking at her as she happily nibbled on that massive sweet roll, of which some was on her face. I took out a napkin to wipe at the corners of her lips. Daddy! She huffed. I'm not a baby. Ahoy, then why are you wearing more of it than you ate? I quirked an eyebrow as she fidgeted rather cutely. If you're not going to keep yourself clean, then maybe I should eat it instead. She looked at me, then took a big bite, her cheeks bulging with the sweet. "You little fox." It tweaked her nose, before putting a few more napkins in front of her. "Don't make a mess." "MMMFFMFMM." She nodded. "It's an odd sight, yet I can't seem to find fault." Thorum reached for a nearby drink he had been sporting. "It reminds me of my DA. I wouldn't have taken him as the sort before this, but it looks natural." Ela seemed to agree. "Is it really that strange to see me being a parent?" I asked. Yes. Well. I'm hurt," I said dryly. "But on a serious note, what's been going on with you lot? I've been away for a decent while, anything of note?" The guards at the gate said that Whiterun's been relatively peaceful. There haven't been any major dragon attacks on the city. Thorum began to explain, as the others sat back, listening. "That's not to say everywhere has been peaceful. There had been a few occasions where the Jarl asked for me to go to our neighbors because they had a dragon or two causing them problems. Dealt with them, I presume." For the most part." Thorum nodded with a smile. "However, there was one that managed to match me and leave before a victory was decided." "You fought dragons?" Kunu looked up in shock, probably only hearing that part of the conversation. "That I did, little lass." Thorum chuckled. "In our lands, I'm what's known as a dragonborn. I have a soul of a dragon that lets me take in the souls of dragons I defeat." "Daddy, are you a dragonborn too?" She tugged on my sleeve. "Your daddy isn't a dragonborn." I playfully pinched her cheeks. "Thorum's just a special case." As Thorum said, we accompanied him on a few outings, mostly dealing with some rising bandit issues while he focused on hunting the dragons. Ela added in, a mild look of self-annoyance. "I suppose she's not all too pleased she couldn't contribute to that kind of fight." "How many dragons you eat so far?" I questioned my friend. "It should be almost 24 now." I let out a whistle, giving him a once-over. "Flare your aura for me?" I asked. Thorum didn't question it, that strange variation of aura that looked like a draconic armor enveloped him. I could feel his increased strength from the last time we met. "How do I match up now, my friend?" Thorum looked very proud. "You want my honest response?" I'll take no offense. "You're still far below me. You're not the only one who got stronger." I put a protective hand over Kunu as I let my presence seep out. My divinity intertwined with my magical energy filled the room. Thorum's eyes widened, probably feeling it more intensely than the others due to his nature of having a divine origin himself. "My friend." To his credit, he didn't get upset, more excited than anything else. "We will have to spar. I can't wait to see what you're capable of now." "I'd love to." I reeled it all back in. "No wonder you defeated my father," Serena said quietly. She was holding her arms and shivered slightly. "Mighty impressive." Farkas nodded. "Could make a woman jealous." Ela grumbled, an obvious insinuation there. "Maybe I should talk to Thorum, see if he's capable of unlocking another's aura?" It's a very intimate experience, which was why I had no problem doing it on Thorum. But I don't really feel comfortable doing it on them. But they're his shield brothers and sisters, a brotherhood formed through combat. He had that kind of bond with them, so he probably wouldn't mind. I just didn't want to volunteer him. "So no major dragon attacks. How's the overall situation?" I decided to veer in this direction. "It's manageable," Thorum admitted. "I have spoken with the Jarl a few times and he has kept me abreast with the city." Ela let out a snort, putting her drink down a little hard. "I respect the Jarl as a warrior and leader, but the only reason he keeps you updated is to keep you feeling sympathetic and close to him." "Ha!" Thorum let out a long breath. "I know, Ela. But even still, Whiterun is my home, a man has to protect his home. What's the worse of it? Food. Farkas crossed his arms. It's not that we don't have enough right now, but a lot of farms had been hit. It's almost time for the next harvest and we're going to be looking at one of the worst in years, and there are going to be a lot of hungry mouths. Why, you can have this back. Kunu interrupted, pushing the remaining portion of her snack over half of it on the plate and towards them. There was a moment of pause where everyone looked at her and realized what she was trying to say. Oh sweetie. I pulled her in for a hug. You have a good daughter. Farkas was oddly gentle in his expression. I can't take the credit. Yasaka, her mother, is amazing at what she does. Kunu is just the sweetest girl alive. Don't worry, my little fox, Daddy's going to help out. I reassured her, pushing it back into her reach. Really? Really, really? I booked her nose. Looking back up at the others, I switched back to what I was going on about. So, food issues? I can help with that. My home isn't under such duress and I'm sure I can manage to bring a significant amount of goods here to alleviate some pressure. My friend, you don't know how much that would help. Thorim showed that big goofy smile again. We can work out the details later, let me just get a mental list going. What else do you all need? Potions, crafting materials, weapons. All of the above. Ela didn't hold back. Bandits are hitting supply routes, dragons are raising farms, and the college is overworked trying to compensate. I never thought I'd say this, but you lot up there, Talos bless you. Fair warning, if I bring in large supplies of weapons, they may be different than what you all are used to. I clarified. Arrows are the most important. Farkas interjected. A good arrow isn't much different anywhere else. Fair. I nodded. Spears? Wouldn't hurt. They, common folk, have had to take up arms an embarrassing amount of time to ward off not just the rampaging beasts that getting spooked cause of the flying bastards. Ela said it, too many bandits right now thinkin' it's the perfect time to make some coin. The companion grumbled, downing his ale. We'd be on a job right now, but we just got back after completing 7 in a row. We had to rest a couple days, otherwise we'd fall over. Would manpower help? I asked. Depends on the kind. He shrugged. I got a few friends who can swing around Thorim's weight class at minimum. I took a sip of my ale, moderating myself since I was watching over Kunu. Speaking of, she seemed to quickly revert back to her happy pastry-eating self. That'd help something fierce. Farkas looked surprised, but quickly regained his composure. I haven't heard of any skilled warriors of mages like that. They come from your home. He emphasized a bit. They do, but they aren't much different than everyone here. I nodded. Your friends will be my friends. Thorim didn't seem to care in the slightest. That's just the kind of guy he was. Can they handle a dragon if one appears? Oh Thorim, they'd fight each other to see who gets to kill it. Ha! Ela bellowed out a laugh. This is the best news I've heard in a while. Might let me catch up on some food. She caught herself, glancing at Kunu. Some sleep. Achilles, Carrie, probably Mordred, and Sasaki all expressed an interest in coming. Skathik might want to wander around a bit and kill some dragons if they appeared. That would be a significant force, and Achilles might even convince Atalanta to come. With my girls protecting Kyoto with Yasaka, and the others wandering around Skyrim. That should be able to handle everything for a while if it all pans out. There might be a chance for this dragon menace to disappear then. Serena commented. I'll drink to that. Ela reached for another bottle. Well, you guys are getting along well. I grinned. Thought it'd be like fire and ice. They all exchanged silent looks before Thorim spoke up. I promised before I did not speak a word. We believe you, Thorim. No one in the companions thinks you a liar. Farkas reassured before turning back to me. I already pretty much knew, and Serena kinda confirmed it previously. I shrugged. But if you're worried, I gestured to between myself and Kunu. Be a bit hypocritical of me to say anything at this point. That's a fair point. Farkas admitted before letting out a sigh. It's not a big secret any longer. The companions all know. Thorim convinced us to at least tell our brothers and sisters the truth. Ela and I are werewolves. You're a werewolf. Kunu perked up again. That's right. Ela smiled. We turn. That means you can turn fluffy. Ela opened her mouth but no words came out. That's exactly what it means. Farkas replied, not missing a beat. The female companion swatted at his shoulder with a huff. I can turn fluffy too. Kunu said proudly. They looked at her then looked at me. She can turn into a fox. I corrected. Yasaka can do the same, and step on this building. However, Kunu's about the same size as the rabbit on her head. I'm gonna get bigger. She pouted, digging back into her treat. Fluffiness aside, Serena began to speak. I'll show you Fluffy. Ela huffed again. I have a personal matter we wish to discuss with you, Wilhelm. She finished. My friend. Thorim scratched his head. I feel bad asking about this when you're already going to be so helpful. Nope, none of that. I cut him right off. You ask me for help and you don't hold back. Do you think I called you a brother for the sake of it? I narrowed my eyes at the Dragonborn. He was dangerously close to getting smacked upside the head. Serena smiled warmly at our little antics. It's about my mother. She began to explain. I think I found out where she is, and Thorim's been helping me seek her out. It's not something I'm good with. Thorim said with a bit of melancholy in his tone. It's more a magical dilemma, I think. And I couldn't ask the college, they're already working hard for the good of Skyrim. Idiot. I snorted. You could have come knocking. I couldn't help but cross my arms and glare at him. I bet you weren't even going to say anything if I didn't show up. He ducked his head sheepishly. Serena, next time he does something like this, I give you permission to smack him. I looked towards the vampire. Will do. She grinned, fangs showing. We do appreciate it. I am thankful, as well. My mother, I thought she was gone. And that hit right in the feels. Gods know what I would do if it was my mom missing. All right, so tell me what's happening. I beckoned her to continue. My mother disappeared to hide from my father. Serena clarified. Jin was nice enough to give me a few journals so I could start searching. I found a couple leads and I believe I know where she is. Oh. Have you ever heard of the Soul Cairn? I can't say that I have. Sounded interesting though. The Soul Cairn is a plane of oblivion, inhabited purely by remnant souls and undead monsters. She stated. From what the notes I've gathered, it's a place ruled over by some entities known as the Ideal Masters. Are they like Daedric Lords? This was sounding more dangerous as she went on. No, but it seems like all black soul stones are deposited into that realm when used. Oh. I rubbed my chin. Black soul stones were the ones that can take in sapient souls like humans. I see how that's particularly disgusting. Still sounded like a Daedric Lord. There's also some rumors I've discovered after digging up information. Some sources speak that all souls that pass through soul stones end up in the hands of the Ideal Masters. Now that made me annoyed. I used soul stones. The souls were supposed to re-enter the normal flow of the world, not go to some entity outside of Nirn. And any mentioning on what the souls are used for. Which was the most concerning part? None, I'm afraid. She shook her head, the others still listening intently. Not to sound callous, but why haven't you gone yet? There must have been an important reason beyond how busy they were. Only undead and souls can pass through into the Soul Cairn. She made sure to reiterate. Ooh. I understood now. Thorim couldn't go with you normally. I eyed him up and down. Yes, and that's not even taking into account the difficulty in going there itself. I believe my mother has a ritual site at the castle somewhere hidden. I think I may be able to use the remnants of that, and I think I know the materials needed. It's going to take. I can take you both there. I interrupted. Pardon. I can take you there easily if you have the coordinates or a pathway that's able to open there. I clarified. Serena opened her mouth, closing it again, seemingly confused. Could you elaborate? Did Thorum not tell you how Meridia and I first met? I couldn't help but smile. I told the broad matters. He confessed. So, I cleared one of her temples, and she appears to greet me. Except, it's just a floating ball of light. My curiosity got the better of me, so I followed the link it had with her, and tore a hole open to the colored rooms. Serena stared at me before slowly bringing up her palm to meet her face. You really are Thorum's friend. I'll take that as a compliment. Me as well. Thorum smiled. It wasn't, she clarified. However, it does remove one significant hurdle at least. The second matter is making sure Thorum and you can even go there. That shouldn't be an issue. I waved this one off too. Did you forget what his aura is? She blinked at that, looking at him again. And that will protect him. The light of his soul surrounding him forming a protective barrier. I pointed out, flicking a compression of air at the Dragonborn, letting his aura flare up. It should, based on the admittedly limited amount of knowledge I have. I'll obviously need to test it before we just jump right in, but I'm fairly positive. Oh. She blinked once more. That means, we can go at any time. This is wonderful. Thorum exclaimed. Well, settle down. I hated to rain on their parade. Yeah, we can do it at any time. But to be more specific, I can't do it for a little while. I have some things I need to take care of. I was just visiting for the day with Kunu. Oh. Serena slumped down slightly. It's all right, I simply got ahead of myself. Yes, I can wait longer, it's already been centuries, a few more months wouldn't cause a problem. Sheesh, make me feel bad. I ran a hand through my hair. It shouldn't be that long, give me like a week and I can make time. As important as I knew this was for them, it wasn't a pressing matter on the surface. I had some responsibilities and plans first. Even still, this is something we should celebrate for. Thorum exclaimed. Farkas shrugged. I'm up for a party. I wouldn't mind unwinding a bit. Ela agreed. Let's see who's around. Thorum smiled, looking at Serena who mimicked the same expression. They caught each other's gaze, holding it for a moment before he looked at Kunu who was quietly enjoying herself. How about I regale the lass with stories on how we met and fought a dragon together? Ooh. Kunu perked up again, eyes sparkling. Daddy, you fought a dragon too? He sure did. Thorum walked over, slapping my shoulder, a noticeable amount of pride on his face. If it weren't for him, well, I don't think I'd be here right now. Your father is a hero, there isn't a person in Whiterun who would say otherwise. Kunu's eyes sparkled as she looked at me with so much excitement. Damn it, Thorum, why do you have to be such a good friend? Fine, fine. I think I successfully held off the blush that threatened to show at his praise. Keep it civil, Kunu's not even 11. I made sure to remind him. No worries, I spend many a night telling stories for the children when they come running up. Thorum took a new seat, next to the eagerly anticipating fox. Now, our tale starts when your father and I were brothers in binds. Everyone else started moving with a purpose, shouting and calling for others while drinks were handed out. And Kunu, well, she was smiling so brightly, I just sat back and enjoyed the moment. Chapter 275, Interlude 15. Artoria Pendragon POV. After Wilhelm left, Meridia began waving her arms around, and the area around us shifted. It was a vivid reminder that she was not a mortal in any stretch of the imagination. This realm of hers, it bent to her will with but a gesture. The changes made the area a little more pleasant, the colors changed to match the new decor that saturated this small part of her home. Between us was a large round table for us to sit at. We all claimed seats without any noise, a quaint silence fell between everyone. I looked towards Meridia and noticed she had not elevated herself above us. This unfathomably powerful goddess, and she faced us as equals. I am unable to recall a single moment when I felt uneasy around her as well that didn't come from my own nervousness. From the moment I met her, she had made the effort to extend her hand. Admittedly, we had not interacted very much compared to the others, but there was no sense of distance either. There was no awkwardness associated with her whenever she appeared. If I ever desired to come here, if I simply called her and expressed my desire, I felt completely at ease to do so. She was also the first of Wilhelm's other women that I had met, and mayhaps I felt a sort of bond due to that. At the time Skaithik had still been gone, and it was just Meridia and I that took Wilhelm's full attention. Even as more women joined, I had not felt stifling or that it was satisfactory. Nor had I felt as if I was being pushed to the side. When I desired it, Wilhelm was there, his arms open for me. His smile welcomed me home and my heart fluttered as he made sure to show how much he desired me every day. It was a strange dynamic we had developed, but both of us had things that took us far apart. My duties to Rin were something I could not compromise on. I was bound by not just honor, but duty as her servant to be at her side in most circumstances. And Wilhelm, he respected that and never tried to push that boundary of mine. No, it was more than that. He was always helpful whenever I needed it. With Rin, I had not known how to help her with her own issues, and Wilhelm had lent his aid in a way I could not. She had opened up much since meeting him, we both had. Rin was now a confident woman with a drive to improve, not just out of a misplaced desire to prove herself, but to do so because of genuine determination brought about through her own will. I would admit that there were still problems, but they were much better since the time I was summoned. Wilhelm and I had gone days without seeing one another, however, the feelings never diminished. If anything, I can say with certainty that they grew in the time we have spent apart. Even now, I desired his touch, his warm gaze when he looked upon me, and those honeyed words of his that he used to tease me. As strange as it was to say, I felt that our relationship was near ideal. This is my first time doing something like this. Are we supposed to chat about all the naughty stuff we've done with our shared man? Yasaka was the first to speak up, breaking the silence. Or are we here to render judgment? Immediate execution. Skaithik replied without a second thought, making me unconsciously smile. At least wait until I get my turn, the nine-tailed fox giggled. Ooh, let's talk about the naughty stuff. Jin happily stated. I think we all know the naughty things you've been up to. Yasaka covered her mouth as she laughed. It is not exactly a secret you keep. Meridia said quietly, there was a faint redness on her cheeks. Kyojin seemed to shift between embarrassment and excitement. I can't help it. Have you tried removing your lamp from your rear? The goddess said dryly. Want me to lend it to you? Jin offered coyly, however, I believed she was entirely sincere. It was amusing to see the goddess flush with embarrassment. To do such a thing with my rear, how unsightly. She couldn't even look at Jin at that point, the powerful goddess was too overcome with shyness. Did Master enjoy it? Rei Kao asked with a clear interest. Most definitely. Jin didn't hide her proud tone. You should know, how many times has he squeezed that big butt of yours? Big. Rei Kao seemed to look at her own backside. It's a compliment, sweetie. Yasaka reassured her. Trust me, Wilhelm likes it that way. Oh. Wilhelm's servant blinked, perking into a faint smile. He does have wandering hands. My student also likes to grab at my rear. Skaithik looked thoughtful. Perhaps I shall prepare myself in that way as well. It's been a very long time since I've used that place, but I can't deny that there's a certain appeal to it. Is it really that pleasant? I asked towards Jin, unable to hide the heat rising on my face. He likes to grab my behind too and often. Jin looked at me with a mischievous smile. I can help you pick out some things to test it yourself before trying it. Humph, most of the time his lecherous paws go for my legs. Meridia huffed. Am I the only one? Skadik let out a laugh. No, my student certainly likes to sneak a grasp at my thighs when he has the chance. To be fair, Yasaka added, I would do the same in his situation. You didn't neglect that little bit when you created this body of yours. Meridia blinked and turned a darker shade of red at her insinuation. I did not speak up, but I too thought that she had very appealing legs. I could understand why Wilhelm acted the way he did towards them. Master likes to play with my legs too. Ray Cow smiled brightly. But I think he enjoys it more when I pull him into my chest. He always uses it as an opportunity to grab at them. I glanced down at my own chest and felt a hint of envy. I was not unaware that I was the smallest of Wilhelm's interests. He mostly can't keep his hands off my tails. Yasaka flicked one of her furry appendages for added effect. I swear, I sometimes think he wouldn't even be interested if I wasn't fluffy as he puts it. Oh sister, you know that's a lie. Jin, sitting right next to her, playfully swatted at her shoulder. Maybe I'm just upset he hasn't pulled my kimono down yet. Yasaka huffed. A woman has needs. Are you upset that he slept with this, Vinalana? I asked, still a little unsure about that whole relationship. Yasaka looked contemplative. He spoke to me briefly, and I'll repeat the same thing I said to him, I didn't expect a turn or whatever. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm just complaining to complain. I haven't had a man in years and now I have one who makes me feel like this, a man who my daughter calls daddy and I just want him to love me all night. Our man can be an idiot. Skadik never shied away from her blunt words. If you desire him, be more direct. Rips his clothes off and drag him to your bed. Oh no. Yasaka waved her off. I have something planned. He agreed to our little date during the upcoming festival which I was planning on extending an official invitation to you all and I wanted that to be our first time. The nine-tailed fox cupped her cheek with a fantasizing look on her face. As much as I wanted to jump into bed, I can't help but want this to be romantic. Oh, that's sweet. Ray Cow smiled warmly. Indeed, I recall the intense feelings of the first night I shared with him, and I do not believe I will ever forget it. Meridia nodded. I finally told him to fuck me after we spared not too long ago. Skadik snorted. However, there were many occasions where he acted cute and tried his best to be gentle and loving towards me during his stay in the land of shadows. I've never been with a man before, does it hurt the first time? I felt the embarrassment in my chest once more. I have attempted smaller things in anticipation in my own fingers. I admitted. However, I have a vague idea of his size. I had caught outlines of it through his unders, and I was unsure if it would fit. It was strange, but I welcomed that I had people to speak about these thoughts with. I had also spoken to Rin, but the teasing and embarrassment with her were many folds higher. Not to mention, Rin too had never been with a man, so her knowledge was limited. I searched for information on one of those cell phone devices after Izzy had explained to me how they work, but I only came across what she called porn. After the initial scandalization wore off, I realized it was not a proper medium for my questions. So innocent and cute, Jin giggled. Oh my, I forgot that you're still inexperienced with this. Yasaka shared a similar sentiment with a more gentle tone. I'll gladly help you any way I can. We can sit down and I'll answer all your questions afterwards. Thank you, Yasaka. It was hard to meet her gaze. I did not wish for Wilhelm to be unsatisfied. I believe any one of us is willing to help. Meridia added. And these matters do not need to reach our shared paramour. I've sat on my fair share of spears over the years, if you need any help, I'm more than willing. Skathik said with a rare hint of gentleness. It was the genuine support I received from them all that truly made me appreciate this strange relationship that I had with Wilhelm and by extension, all of them. It was nice to have so many people willing to help and support me when asked. It felt like a budding family. Should we move on to the main reason we've decided to gather? Meridia asked, tapping her fingers against the table. Are we going to speak about Wilhelm's newest interest? I questioned. I think that's a good idea, but I think it's just a symptom of something we haven't spoken about as a group. Yasaka responded. It seems like our man can't keep his hands to himself. Skathik smirked. How many does that make it thus far? Just us, or the others that are most likely going to join? Jin asked. Master has spoken about a few others. Rei Kao fidgeted with her hands. Mayhaps we start with the most obvious. I offered. I do not believe Wilhelm even realizes that Izanami looks at him with such eyes. Your goddess of death. Meridia seemed to be thinking out loud. From what I understand, they have been friendly for a long period at this point. And he has even told her about his origins. Skathik let out a sigh. That foolish student of mine. He goes and gathers so many women who he fancies, yet can't even tell that there is another who keeps their silence right in front of him. Master isn't usually oblivious to that sort of thing. Rei Kao decided to speak up. Even when I was not well, he simply decided to not act on anything. Maybe he's just worried about ruining their friendship. That's right, he never made a move on her while she was consumed with her mad enhancement. That sounds like something he would do. Jin nodded. I agree, our man is very sweet. Skathik pursed her lips. However, you forget he can be quite foolish sometimes. Both seem plausible, but I think I agree with Skathik. Yasaka replied. Our Wilhelm is still a young man, it's not surprising that he sometimes fails to see things like this. It's funny to think that we're all older than him. Jin laughed, propping her chin up with her hand. And his others too, he really does love us older gals. Humph, he just needs real women to take care of him. Skathik puffed up her chest. I doubt any young lass could even handle him at this point. You would know. Yasaka grinned. I was sore for days afterwards. The immortal witch smirked. Me too. Jin giggled. You perverted girl, there's a different reason for that. Yasaka broke out in laughter. Jin was never short on details with regards to how she had Wilhelm use her rear for their intimacy. In explicit detail. And none of us are against him pursuing more women. Meridia asked, being the most outspoken than I've ever seen her. What about you? Yasaka tilted her head. Are you against it? No. Meridia said plainly. I gave him permission when we first got together. I was aware I could not provide everything he would desire in a partner. She swept her gaze around the room. Nor have I come to regret that decision. And I believed that was Meridia's way of saying that she enjoyed our presence. That foolish boy of ours. Skathik let out a sigh. I've yet to say it so plainly, but this Skathika's heart belongs to him. As long as he keeps the way he is, I take no issue if he wishes to expand his harem. There was a moment of silence as everyone looked around, as if waiting for another to go. I don't mind. Rei Kao was the next to speak up, a little smile showing through. Master, he called out to an ONI like me. At the moment we made our contract, I accepted everything that would come. I will become anything he wishes of me. A mother, a servant, a lover, I accept them all happily. It was a simple reason, but no less important for her compared to ourselves. I could sympathize with Minamoto no Rei Kao as we both were forced to hide our genders. To be denied certain things due to our status. I couldn't understand that simplicit desire and how much it meant to her, thus I never questioned it. My turn. Jin perked up, her genuine enthusiastic attitude always enjoyable to be around. She hummed, looking thoughtful. I never expected this, obviously. I spent so many years in my lamp, with the sole purpose I was created for. When Wilhelm showed me a wider world, I was desperate to come along. I offered to do anything if he brought me. I didn't know much about him, so I thought he'd have me chained to his bed or spend the majority of my time on my knees. Wilhelm wouldn't do that. Meridia crossed her arms with a huff before pausing. Unless you wished for it. She added on quietly. He can be quite perverse. You're right. Jin smiled warmly. All I knew about him was that he was a young man who didn't hide his looks at my naked body. She giggled to herself. It was obvious what he was thinking about in the moment. But, that didn't come to pass. Instead, he was so gentle and kind to me, telling me all these things like he was going to take care of me, to make me happy. How could I not fall for him after all that? So if he wants to have more girls, I won't say anything, nor do I have a negative impression of him doing so. He tells me he wants to make me happy, I want to make him happy too. When you say it like that, it makes me realize how he's always trying to make us feel loved, to make sure we're all doing well. Yasaka looked contemplative. I can't say I've ever properly considered becoming a part of a harem before now, but things just ended up this way. Maybe it was because I was lonely and wanted to feel loved again, but I latched onto the idea when Kunu started calling him daddy. It's so cute to see them together. Jin cooed. I know. Yasaka smiled brightly. He's barely over 20, and look how he took up the role of a father. Just shows how good a parent he'll continue to be when any of you want to take that step. Children? It was something I hadn't yet contemplated. We haven't even, and now children were something that's a possibility. Do you think he'll want to have more children? Rei Kao sounded hesitant. Oh sweetie. Yasaka's expression softened. Wilhelm has stated he wished for a large family. I remembered those words from back then. We were still relatively new to our relationship, so I did not put much thought into it at the time. Rei Kao perked up at my words. Master said he would give me anything I wanted. She said quietly. Oh my, I would love for my Kunu to have some younger siblings, even if they aren't from me. Yasaka seemed to give her support. I can't have children. Jin said with a sad smile. I got all the parts, but they don't work. She ran a hand along her stomach. I wasn't even intended to have sex, but they even gave me a womb for some reason. Your creators sound more and more incompetent with every new piece of information I learn about them. Meridia crossed her arms. You won't hear me say anything to the opposite. Jin chuckled. Mostly because I can't. She finished with a sigh. If you want, I could perhaps take a look. The goddess offered. Jin blinked and looked a little sheepish. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just a scary thought to think about being changed in any way. I don't think Wilhelm wants me to start pumping out babies anytime soon, so I'm fine waiting for now. At the very least, I think I can be the fun auntie. I could not help but picture how the children between Wilhelm and Jin would look. Would they have that same blue skin and red hair? Kunu certainly loves when you come over to play. And I love that little fox. I am in a similar circumstance. Meridia looked surprisingly sad. I cannot bear him children in a manner he would prefer. You are a goddess, a powerful one, and your domain is life. Skathik stated. Is it beyond your ability to create a child between you both? I am, different than the deities you are familiar with. Yes, I can blend my essence along with Wilhelm's to create a new entity, however. It's not the same. Yasaka helpfully finished. Yes. Meridia let out a sigh. I don't think anyone else has ever seen this side of such a powerful goddess. Is it wrong to want to experience all that with him? Not at all. Yasaka's expression softened. While I can't admit to enjoying every aspect of my pregnancy, it was an experience that will last with me forever. And with everything out there, there has to be some method for you to get what you want. The yokai leader tried to reassure her. Wilhelm said the same thing. Meridia's expression gradually shifted. That silly man promised me that he would find a way for us to have a child together. If my student wants to swell my belly, then he merely has to put in the effort. Skathik grinned. Though it will be a long and arduous road for him. I have already made up my mind to give him my everything, that includes bearing his offspring. And she bit her lip. I have had some desire since I was a young girl to become a mother. A son or a daughter, I have no preference on which or how many. All eyes then turned to me. I have not considered children before this point. I looked down at the table. I am still trying to figure out how to bond with Mordred. I do not believe I will be a good mother when I cannot even do this correctly. Though it was all hypothetical, as I believed our relationship had not advanced that far yet. I think we've went off topic when children came up. I was thankful for Yasaka's interjection. We were talking about Wilhelm expanding this harem we're in? I think we were on you, Artoria. Do you have any problems with this? I do not disapprove on the surface. I gave it some thought since learning of Venelana's existence. I was aware of what I was getting into when Wilhelm told me the truth. He had been nothing but forward with his intentions. I admit to being fond of Izanami and would not mind her joining us, but I am skeptical of Venelana. His grandmother. Skathik laughed. Yes. My lips thinned. I am aware that he is a half-devil, so I am trying to keep an open mind. They are both adults who can do what they wish, but I'm still hesitant. Is it just Venelana or in general? Jin asked. I suppose my hesitation lays solely on Venelana. I confirmed. I bear no issue as long as Wilhelm continues to act as he has in the past. I do not believe he will, but if he starts becoming erratic and acquiring an absurd amount of beautiful women on a whim, then I will be truly upset. As long as he cared for all of us properly, I would not speak anything against his other relationships. He did say he would break things off if you are uncomfortable. Yasaka pointed out. Yes. I could not help but smile. And I am happy that he spoke those words. For now, I will hesitantly accept and form a true opinion after meeting her. I guess that's all we can do at this point. Yasaka nodded. I've met her before, she isn't a bad person. She's very straightforward, and doesn't mince her words unless she's playing around. Beyond his laying with his grandmother, Skathik still found it amusing. He did look happier, and that wasn't just from the sex. I can verify that. I remember the look he had on his face after spending the night with you. Yasaka had a mischievous look about her. No, this was a different sort of happiness. I'm glad he's finally settled that part of his life if nothing else. I wish to make sure he is okay regardless. Ray Cow sounded concerned. I have seen his memories, and I know much about the feelings he had during his youth. The dream cycle, I had forgotten about that with Ray Cow. Just as I have seen Rin's worst moments, so too has she seen Wilhelm's. Yes, we should obviously make sure our man is not feeling unwell. Meridia agreed. However, he is not very good at hiding his emotions. If he was unwell, I believe we would have noticed. Isn't that the truth? Yasaka laughed. That boy is so easy to read sometimes. It was even worse when I was training him. He always tried to act as if my teasing did not get a rise out of him. Skathik smiled wistfully. Speaking of, I think we have one more woman to discuss. Jin interjected. The one from my world. Salem, I believe was her name. I stated. Yup. Jin said simply. Sorry I can't be of more use, I'm out of questions. She emphasized, implying her restrictions were stopping her. You need not explain everything, Jin. I reassured her. I am aware of her name, and not much else. I admitted. But I do not believe that it has progressed very far. If it did, I think he would have spoken more about her. Yasaka nodded at my statement. I think we can shelf her for the time being. Wilhelm mentioned that he visited her the last time we went to Remnant. Skadek added. And he said that there was some tension after revealing he had a harem to her, so it might not be a foregone conclusion. A needless concern then. Meridia waved it off. However, if he is putting in the effort, then we can assume that it will not go against our wishes. That was a good way to look at it. I did feel better after speaking my mind as well. Are you opposed to Venelana, Meridia? Jin asked. I know your domain is life and stuff. I've read a bunch of books that say you're really against anything dark in nature. Aren't devils something you would dislike? Did she hate devils? I did not consider that aspect. Hate? Merida whispered. You are correct in that I despise dark things. Necromancy, the raising of the dead, is one I absolutely hate the most. It mocks everything from what I am created from. It is emphasized less, but I do not like dark-aligned creatures either. However, I am not blind to nuance. For instance, I do not demand Thorm's vampiric companion be smited due to her undead nature, even if Wilhelm was not in my life. I understand her circumstances were beyond her own choosing. There was even a time I thought of humans as dark creatures and they earned my ire. She breathed out. I try to approach things from a mortal viewpoint when in regards to Wilhelm. Devils are something utterly foreign to me, so I had no impression on them previously. I am aware that their nature is inherently sinful. Wilhelm's presence was lessened in that degree due to other things, thus I didn't immediately dismiss him upon first meeting. And he distracted you? Jin giggled. Yes, he provided an adequate distraction to those thoughts. Meridia huffed. I am not incapable of being flexible. I do in fact hate dark creatures and would not associate with them if possible. But devils are different enough that I can look at them in the same view as humans. Things that come from outside I can take a different approach to. I didn't realize you felt that way. Yasaka looked concerned. You know, us yokai aren't that different from devils. Yes, I noticed. Meridia replied. And you? I was skeptical upon first meeting and seeing your race. I admit to not voicing my thoughts previously, as I do not believe even Wilhelm knows. But you are not from my world, and thus I felt I had no right to judge you by my known standards. I consider it a great gift to walk amongst other creations, and I have resolved myself to accept that what I know isn't infallible and will judge each instance accordingly. That is a very well thought out way to see everything. I know that many divine beings are vehement to their authorities, but seeing beyond one's existence might have been enough to open her to other possibilities. It's surprising to see one open-minded like this. But I suppose that is something that comes from the shock of learning that everything one thought as existence was but one small grain of sand in the desert. Everyone seemed content with her explanation. Is the harem stuff out of the way then? Jin asked. I have nothing else to speak about regarding the harem. I replied. My current worries had been assuaged for the most part. Yes, I will hesitantly accept for now, and if I don't like it upon further reflection, then I will tell Wilhelm thus. It's rare for all of us to get together like this. Is there anything anyone wants to talk about? Yasaka asked around the table. I was curious about your situation. I directed towards the yokai. Are your matters settled, or do you still require aid? Oh boy, going straight for the hard ones. Yasaka sighed at my question. Things are better. Much better than if I had to handle everything myself. That man of ours, he's brought everyone together, and I can't thank you all enough. It was no trouble. Meridia said plainly. I have abundant resources at my disposal, you merely need to tell me what you require and I shall deliver it. My spear is ready, and I have nowhere to point it for the moment. Skadic added. I thank you, but at the moment it's just dealing with all the loose ends. I'll be talking to Nurarihayan tomorrow, Wilhelm will be coming with me. After that, I might have some more stuff that needs to be done. She turned back to me. And how about you, Miss Pendragon? How is your wayward family? I felt myself stiff in my seat. I admit to not being entirely forthcoming with Wilhelm. It has been difficult. There are many issues that keep arising after removing Uther from the leadership. Mordred has been wonderful in helping, but she too is not quite sure how to proceed on some matters as there are many things we're ignorant about that world. I did not want to bother Wilhelm with more of my selfish problems. He has already been so helpful and he is busy with his own things right now. Sweetie, you know you can come talk to me about this sort of thing. I've been leading my people for centuries and navigating all the crazy this world can throw at me. Yes. I let out my own sigh. I sometimes forget how I have people to rely on. Humph. Jin pouted. You're supposed to tell us when you're having trouble. I apologize. I said with sincerity, unable to stop the corners of my lips from curling up. I shall endeavor to remember I am not alone. Not just Wilhelm, after everyone helped me before, I suppose I reverted to my old ways if think I should handle it myself. Good. Yasaka nodded. Now tell us what's wrong so we can help. Venelana interlude with her meeting her family is next. It was originally supposed to be included in this interlude, but this chapter got away from me. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteria forone.